All right, Monday, which, as you guys know, is the day that I do some streaming. That's kind of a messed up way of saying it. I mean, I do streaming like almost every day, but Monday is the day that I actually plan to do streaming because every other stream is really just I'm bored, so I do some streaming. Monster it up. Ah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy to report that I had an amazing Father's Day. And if you want to know, well, your Father's Day was amazing. How so, James? What did you do? Nothing. I did nothing. Not a damn thing. I streamed with you guys for a while. My wife bought me one of my favorite sugar-free drinks. Hey, Big James, how you doing, brother? And I literally did nothing all day. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I had food. The wife has all the salad stuff in there, so I could do that. I've got like probably 2 pounds of pulled pork if I want it. And see, that's how I know I have like the perfect wife because her gift to me for Father's Day was basically. Oh, I thought the link was there, Bruce. Let me get that for you, bro. Her gift to me for Father's Day was basically the old I love you very much. Here's food. Here's whatever you want. And also, I'm just going to leave you alone and let you stare at a wall if that's what you want to do. And that's kind of, what I did. Hung out with the dog, chatted with the wife, had no chores. Just, she gave me the gift of peace, which let me tell you, is a beautiful thing, an absolutely beautiful thing, and I appreciate it. So, for all you guys out there, I hope you got something as awesome as I did, because that's all I ever wanted. Just chill out, have my wife love on me a little bit, tell me she loves me, and just let me stare at a wall and do whatever I want. That's so nice, isn't it? That's how you know we're a good couple because she knows what I really want. And what I really want is just to be lazy most of the time. Of course, she does keep me, motivated and going. The link's there, Brucey Bruce, Bruceophilus,
Well, James,
Bruceophiles.
some good news.
I love good news. Please.
The new internet company actually finally started marking off the area where they're putting in the fiber optics.
And you're going to be one.
Yep.
That is, my dear friend Timothy, great news. I am glad.
It'll be nice having really good internet now.
I hope my parents get it because every time I talk to them, I can rarely have more than a 5-minute conversation without they just start lagging all the shit.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting here like, I love you, Dad. Happy Father's Day. And he's like, what?
What?
Like, oh my God.
You must be on Spectrum.
How you doing, Bruce?
Must be on Spectrum. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, right. But we got old Brucey here. Glad to see you, homie.
No,
nice talking to you the other night.
I watched that movie yesterday.
Which one?
High Plains Drifter.
Oh, yeah. Such a good movie, man.
It's not my favorite by any long shot, okay?
Yeah.
But I will watch it again because it offers me a lot of shit to think about. You know what it reminded me of?
What's that?
The Stephen R. Donaldson, The Tales of Thomas Covenant the Unbeliever.
Well, I told you every time I watch High Plains Drifter, the first thing that goes to my mind is The Crow.
I can see that.
You
I
know,
can see
because
the
it's
pro.
basically kind of the same thing, right? This revenant coming back to revenge
Yeah,
horrible people for having done horrible shit.
yeah. It was not a bad movie. It just wasn't the movie I was expecting. I really was not expecting it. But man,
Well, I
I
mean,
searched high and low for that
unexpected can be
movie.
good.
No. I was expecting to find somebody that I could root for, and the person I liked the most was the midget, Mordecai.
I didn't I tell you?
Yes.
I told you. I was like, because I mean, the character Clint Eastwood is playing is by definition not a good guy.
No, not in the
He is
least
there
bit.
just to fuck everything up. Excuse my language, but that is his
He
whole
was
purpose.
he was the Marine Corps going into a hard target, and if it didn't die, it got pregnant.
Basically, that was his whole deal. He was just there to make everyone who deserved it as miserable as humanly possible. So yeah, it was one of those movies where, I mean, in the end, was he the good guy? Kinda, I guess. Well, not him, but at least the guy he used to be, maybe. But the little guy, he never really hurt anybody. He just was hanging out, and he was the only one who gave
Mordecai
a
unloaded.
shit.
Mordecai unloaded. Come on now.
Yeah, he was the only one who gave a shit when they did what they did. Everyone else just sat there with their mouth shut and let all the bad shit happen. At least he cried. You know, so yeah. I mean, yeah. But I told you it's that way though. It's kind of like that. It's like
That was a hard movie.
Man.
That was a hard movie to watch. Actually, I like it. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think I can show that one off to my friends or be like, "Oh my god, you got to see this movie." That's not going to be it. The movie.
Well, that's why I told you the movie that will be Outlaw Josie Wells.
That everyone else has said the same thing.
Because
Everybody
Outlaw
else.
Josie Wells, I can tell you, it's got serious scenes, but it's also comedic in a way.
Yeah.
And it's a story about redemption and people who think they hate each other actually learning to love each other, and people who should be killing each other learning to live together in peace. I mean, now don't get me wrong. There's a shit ton of Clint Eastwood just shooting people. I mean, you know, but the long and short of the story is it's really about redemption and how a broken person can actually maybe one day get over it. But hey, Hungar, brother, Steven, how you doing? Yeah, this is my. It's not even an AK 74 shirt. It's just the ammo of it. But when people wonder about the 54539 compared to the 55641, see, this Joker here tells you all about it. You know.
Yeah.
53 grains at 2,900 feet per second.
That's not bad.
No joke. That's no joke for a small caliber weapon.
I'd still take the 5.56 just because of availability, though.
Well, I'm not getting into this with you, Timmy.
I'm just saying.
One of these days, I'm going to run a stream and just call it the Timmy and James Talk About Guns stream. And you and I could sit and we could just go nuts. You can talk about, I promise you, Tim, for you, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it happen. It'll be in the title. It'll be two hillbillies from Kentucky talk guns. It'll probably be the best, most viewed stream I ever do. But until that day, let's not get off topic too much.
If you want to talk about movies, there's a new movie out that I'm going to watch soon.
Okay, we were talking about movies, so by all means, throw your hat in the fire.
It's a Uwe Boll movie.
Uwe Boll. Okay, what is it?
Citizen Vigilante.
Never heard of it, but I'll look into it. I still haven't watched the Jeffrey Talanian live stream. I'm terrible. Last night I watched a movie called The Last of the Scythians. It was made in the early 2000s in Russia. And I mean, if you like those old Russian, like kind of semi-historical, but not really movies, It was good. You know,
Well,
I
Citizen
think the
Vigilante.
main bad guy might have been Oleg Rourke of the House of Rourke, but before he got killed at Polance.
With
Uh,
Citizen Vigilante, I heard that it's a lot like a newer version of Death Wish with
Oh, I know Charlie Bronson, but this one's got somebody
Charlie
else.
Bronson.
yeah, it has
Nothing
somebody
like
else in it.
watching.
But yeah, it's about a guy who wanted to get revenge because of a certain group of people.
Oh, Charlie Bronson. He's known for all of his Death Wish movies and the evil that men do and stuff, but I really loved him in his westerns.
I was a big fan of Charlie Bronson in the westerns, and I actually like probably Harsh Times or Hard Times the best. That's the one where he literally gets off of a boxcar as a train's rolling by at the start of the movie. And by the end of the movie, he gets back on the train, and in between there, he found himself a pretty girl, played by his wife, oddly enough, and then he beat up some people.
Well, I mean, of course, there's Once Upon a Time in the West, where those killers are waiting at the train station and he gets off the train and he's got the harmonica.
Yes.
Did I like Enemy at the Gates? Yes, but I went into Enemy at the Gates knowing that it was not going to be realistic at all. However, a lot of the actors in it, like Weiss, the girl from The Mummy, I don't care what anyone thinks. I think she is just bee's knees over here, right? And who played the main sniper? First off, Zaitsev, the sniper, right, is a
Jude
short,
Law.
fat, gap-toothed little guy. Looks like my pops. He does not look like Jude Law. And the woman he was sleeping with looked like a refrigerator. You know, she looked like you would expect a woman soldier would look. You know what I'm saying? There was never in the history of the German military an SS sniper. The SS just didn't do that. There were Wehrmacht snipers. Don't get me wrong. They had Wehrmacht snipers. They had to add the SS to make the guy extra scary, I guess.
Extra bad guy. They had to spice him up with
because
extra
being
bad
Wehrmacht guy was not enough. They had to throw the SS on. So that
he's a super bad guy.
Right. He's super bad. And of course, they had to get one of my favorite actors to play the SS guy. You know,
who was the guy that was in Who Framed Roger Rabbit? I can think of him. He played Mario in Mario Brothers.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's kind of what Zaitsev should look like.
What wasn't he the wrestler guy? I can't remember his name though.
No, he was the super bad German that told the other German officer, "You can have my pistol if you'll kill yourself." You've really fucked up.
Okay, I might be thinking of a different Mario then.
Who was that?
No,
was that Ed Harris that played the German? Was it
Ed Harris played the German? Yeah.
And I really like Ed Harris. I can't help it. He's a good actor. I like him. He's good in everything. So yes, Enemy at the Gate. You know,
not a good movie, it's not a great
real
movie
in any way.
Yeah, it's not realistic, but it's fun.
It's a fun, and that's what I tell people. That this is the juxt of my whole argument when me and my boy Shadow are talking about movies. He's like, it's not like the original material, and I'm like,
I don't like it.
Just enjoy it.
It doesn't follow the comic book. It's not good. All right, Shadow. What about 300? Or excuse me. What about The Watchmen, Shadow? That's my favorite movie of all time, and it totally abandoned the comic book. Exactly. I love you, Shadow, but
I'll bring him up just in case he's in chat because he says he likes.
I'm trying to piss him off.
Are you thinking of Lou?
We'll know if we piss him off when we get the Shadow wants to join the chat.
Yeah. I don't think you're thinking of Lou Albano, are you?
I'm picking up
Lou Albano. No, I'm thinking of the guy that was in the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Dude, the Mario in the Super Mario Brothers.
Bob
Yeah.
Hopkins. Bob Hoskins.
Bob Hoskins. Fuck yes.
Yeah.
He plays
Yeah.
in
So,
the Gates.
Off grid, joining us from the Great White North. Thank you, fellas, for
I was
dropping
thinking
by.
Lou Albano. That was the person I was thinking of.
Well, he was a Mario-ish guy in the Mario Dance Like Mario TV show.
No, he was in. He was in the TV show, not the movie.
Swing
Right.
your arms from side to side. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Look at this guy. He's like enjoying summer. Me too. It's 98 degrees outside.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
inside
pretty
by the
okay.
Freon.
It's like, oh God. Well, it's like that one European, the French guy. He made a video and he's like, I found out the only thing Americans fear is hot weather.
Yeah, I seen that. That was funny.
Yeah. He's like, Americans are not afraid of anything except hot weather. He's like, they cannot live without their air conditioning.
James,
He's like,
have
I
you
agree
heard-
I
with
just laughed because I'm like, he spent 20 minutes talking about how much better America was than France. And then he ends it with, but the one thing they cannot deal with. It's like, but it's like the EU guys, we'll go there a little bit. They made fun of us when we were telling them, hey, we'll take breaks during games and shit so that the athletes can drink water. They're like, Americans just being over dramatic. And then they come over here and their dudes start just passing the fuck out.
fucking the left and right. They're just dying.
We told you
on
it was
the
hot here, man. See, the Australians believed. Of course, it didn't help them in their 3-0 defeat by the United States. Which I didn't know this, but the coach of the Australian guys, the Socceroos or whatever, talked a little bit of shit before the game.
Yeah, he did.
And then got wrecked. And then blamed the referees. And I was watching one guy, and he's like, you can blame the referees all you want, but you ain't had a shot on goal like 10 times in a whole game. He's like, the Americans were in your side of the field the majority of that game. It's like, say it's the refs, but at least it wasn't a 4-zip blowout like freaking U.S. versus Paraguay. But I told everybody this. Sorry, Timmy. Let me get this last point in. Again,
I'm just laughing.
the worst thing for the rest of the world will be soccer becoming popular in the United States.
Do not let that happen.
I'm not trying to talk shit here. I'm telling you, if it becomes popular in the United States, the rest of the world will never win another World Cup ever again. That'll just be the end of it. That'll just be the end of it. All of our tremendous players currently playing for Spain and Germany and shit, they'll be here because we'll pay them. And then you'll have just a team of superstars showing up to the World Cup every year, every position played by the number one guy in that position. It's like right now, no one gives a shit about soccer in the U.S. Really,
It's like the dream team of basketball, but for soccer this time.
Yeah, it'll be exactly like that. It'll be like, okay, here you go,
You
Croatia.
Cowboys.
Go ahead and play against all of the NBA number one players ever.
Do not let us get into soccer because we will build the Cowboys for the soccer league.
That's what we do. We are America.
Yeah.
When we like something, we will do whatever it takes to dominate the shit out of it.
Hey James,
I live in a state that doesn't even have winter. And my local team has won the Stanley Cup like twice. We ain't even got winter. How in the hell are we win the hockey championship? Because that's just how we are. We will import. We will steal all your best players.
Do you have any mudmen, James?
Do I have any what?
Mudmen.
Reaper
Reaper mudmen.
I know of them. I don't think I have any. Yeah, and I'm not even trying to be like a knee-jerk American. I'm just saying this is how it is.
Oh my God!
If
Is that what we are
sport-
now? We're knee-jerk Americans.
No, I'm just saying that as a thing, right? This is not about being just America.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, nice. It's just about if we think we can make money, which means soccer's popular and we can sell tickets, you're done. Because they're going to step in and every player you get worth a shit, no matter what country it is in the world, we're going to roll in and be like, so how would you like to live in Orlando?
Would you like to live in Orlando, son? Would you like to have air conditioning at your house? Would you like to have a woman with big floppy titties and a fat
And a
ass?
pool.
Right. That's
I do
pretty
have-
much. I mean, I know you went there, but I'm going there with you. That's pretty much what it'll be. You will have
Wanna
some
have a
badass
boat
athlete from freaking Bosnia, and the Americans will show up and be like, "Look here, buddy. We will expedite your citizenship. We will put you in an apartment in Miami Beach.
The
You can bang
best
all
part
the hot
about
Jewish
this
women
so
you
far,
want." I mean, because Miami Beach is full of hot Jewish women. Be like, you can go down there and run amok, and all you got to do is slap a goal in every now and then, and you'll be a superstar. We're already doing that with hockey. And we're not even full blast doing it with hockey, but we are doing it. Like the American team was made up of Russians and Scandinavians and Canadians. It was like, or the Solar Bears or whatever. Florida's team. Look at the names. It's like Popolaski, and then some mix something from Canada somewhere in the freaking a Newfie, you know. And it's like, and then you got some dude from freaking, yeah. I mean, it's just Russians and Canadians and Scandinavians, you know. And it's like, hey, meet your Florida team. None of them born here, like, but they'll win a Stanley Cup for you.
Meet your Florida team of all foreigners.
Well, we're not the only ones that do that, though. That's just the way
I
the
know.
game is played. The
I
French
know.
team is made up almost entirely of Africans. I mean, I don't know if they have a French player. And the best guy on the Spanish team is an American. So it's like, okay, you want to play that game with the guys.
Maybe those Africans are ex-colonists.
What made me laugh the hardest was when our math team went out and beat up the fucking Chinese, and we look at our math team and it's a bunch of little Chinese kids.
Oh, that was so hilarious. They're like,
that was fucking
beat the world in math, and our whole team was Chinese.
Real bunch of fucking little slants. Great shit.
And I was like, well, that's what you get. That's what you get. We take the absolute best of the whole rest of the world, and we bring it in here, and we just like run amok. It's the American way, really, you know?
It's like, my favorite way of winning, by recruiting all the best.
Yeah, I mean, but the other thing is, too, as soccer gets more popular in America, you're going to see American athletes actually start wanting to play soccer. And that's how you end up with your homegrown American soccer stars, because they're going to be like, you know, our women can shoot better than, you know, women by and large, in my experience, Stephen, tend to be better shots with pistols than men.
I can see it.
I don't know why, though. I'm just saying, statistically, it seems like, yeah, I know my wife is great with pistols. I think it's because they don't think about it too much. They just point and pull, you know, and like, bam. Yes, you don't want to get into it with some crazy woman, because yeah, she will delete us your ass right off the planet. The only reason women don't make great soldiers is really the physical stuff. It's not the mental stuff. Mentally, I think most women are actually probably tougher than most men. But they're small. Their bones aren't as big. Their muscles aren't as big. It's just a biological thing. But it's definitely not a mental thing.
I think there'd also be a little bit of the tactical issue too. Women are very less risk adverse. They will stick to the safer route.
Not all of them. Let me tell you.
I know. I'm just saying.
Piss the mama off, and you'll see how quick that shit is not true.
I know. I'm just saying in general.
Or Karen. Can you imagine a whole battalion of just Karen infantrymen yelling at the enemy across the trench lines about wanting to see their manager and shit?
Yeah, boy.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that. That's just like gonna get everybody the enemy team does just surrender. Like,
yeah,
I can't take it anymore. Look,
bunch of angry chicks. Nope, they ain't too shabby at anything. Like, I know sometimes I like I'll say stuff, and a lot of times I'll be like, "That's what a misogynist would say." Um, but deep down, I come from a matriarchal family. My great grandma ran shit. My grandma runs shit. My mom runs shit. My wife in our home runs shit. Unless I get mad about something, which never happens. So,
Well, that's kind of how it should be, because like if you ever watch a Pride of Lions at work, the tiger, the lioness is the one that really does the day-to-day shit. The male lions spend like 80-90% of the time just laying down, yawning, sleeping. But when there's a problem, oh
yeah, when
shit,
the hyenas show up,
the fucking lions come out.
oh,
And they
Big Boy
fucking
gets up and starts whipping hyena ass.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Yeah. Like the women are out there busting ass and the dude looks lazy, but then all of a sudden he gets up and snaps a hyena in half with one blow of his paw because he's like, don't be fucking around here. Excuse my language. That's his job. That's what he does. That's what we do. That's why we charge beaches and die. Because it's our job. It's kind of what we've been made to do. And a lot of people want to be like, oh, I hate gender roles. Dude, gender roles are like the best thing ever. They let you know who you are and who you should be and what you should be doing.
It's how the human society kind of, survived for all this long.
Right. I love them. I'm like, I am not arguing about that shit at all. You fix me delicious sandwiches and dinners, and if it should happen that I have to go die somewhere, that I'll do it. I mean, the risk versus reward is there, brothers, you know? All right. You do all the shit that we don't really want to do, and occasionally we'll go die. Fair. At least I think it's fair. You know? As long as you get to leave a couple kids behind, who cares?
One thing about fishing, too, is soon I might be able to just go up my front door and fish.
Out your front door and fish?
Well, not exactly out my front door, but you know what I'm saying. We're going to have a pond.
No, I don't know what you were saying. You said you're going to walk out your front door and fish. I immediately thought, are you buying like a house that like directly is on the side of a river? Because that would be awesome.
That would be awesome, but no, we're getting a pond built in our front yard.
Oh, yeah. You know what's crazy about that?
What?
We built a pond. We never stocked it. A year later, it was still fish.
Yeah.
I had to look up how that happens.
Probably from a bird.
Apparently, birds, when they wade through the water, sometimes fish eggs will stick to their legs.
Yeah.
And then when they go to another place, sometimes some of them fall off.
Yep.
Next thing you know, you got the minnows. And once you got minnows, you get everything. I mean, it's like, it's really amazing. And for me, it was interesting because it was something I'd never even thought of. And then it's just like, yeah, it just happens. Like, huh, interesting. I picked up these, Bruce, since you're talking about painting, and I see you got some Reaper stuff. Picked up a few of these. Not likely to kill anyone, but maybe.
Maybe.
It's the Bones Black round table with chairs.
Yeah, I saw that. They've got that. They've got the barmaids. They've got various size barmaids. Barmaids of various size, I guess.
Well, they've got 2 humans, and then they've got like demi-humans.
Yeah.
For those people out there that like their short stack barmaids, they can get them a couple of hot dwarves or halflings. But I had to get these guys too, just because I'm that guy. I had to get a couple seated patrons.
Nice.
In my stack of stuff, I found my lighthouse.
Yeah, I mean, is this going to change anything in game? Actually, no. Oh, you've got the lighthouse? I've been looking at that guy for a while.
Yeah, I haven't put it all together yet, but the lighthouse, it looks like it's worth it.
And they have like that extra piece you can buy if you want. There's like the lighthouse, and then there's like another piece you can buy for the lighthouse.
Yeah, it comes with a little guard, and it has the logs.
Nice. Salmon are okay. Trout are, oh yeah, that. Trout are delicious. Trout are just like,
So this is
you
supposed to
go
go
fishing, you
here.
find a good stream or river, you pull some trout out of there, and you can literally just put them over a fire for a little bit and just eat them. They're just good.
I'm not upset about
Salmon, I
trout.
like smoked salmon, but I don't really eat fresh salmon very much.
I don't eat fish.
I'm gonna guess that what we'll stock our pond with is like bass mainly.
Been eyeing it as well. Well, yeah. Bass, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of smallmouth up there. I've caught a few of those and a few
Yep.
bigmouth. I probably, if it were my big pond to stock, would probably just fill it full of catfish. Go out every other day or so and just throw a big bucket of dog food in that bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let them get big and fat and yeah. Trout are good. Trout are good. We got saltwater trout down here, and they're not bad, man. They're not bad
I
at
like
all,
trout.
and they're fun to catch.
Trout are fun. I'm a big fan of smallmouth bass with a good rotational sparkle lure, just to get them riled up.
Right. I always go saltwater fishing. I'm not a huge fan of freshwater fishing too much, even though in Kentucky I will go down to the Cumberland or to Beaver Creek or Rock Creek, which they call them creeks, but they should be rivers. They're freaking huge, right? And my favorite fish to catch in Kentucky, like during the daytime to eat, is actually like just bluegill and stuff.
Yeah.
Bluegill can be
Get a
fun.
nice, like 6-inch long, thick bluegill. Those things, man, you scale them, gut them, pan fry them.
What I was catching a lot, the other day. I caught like 5 of those things not too
Yeah, I
long
mean,
ago.
if you get in a good spot, man, you can pull bluegill on all day.
Yeah.
Off of a lot of times we just dig up night crawlers.
Yep, worms.
So
are
we're not
probably the
even
best bait
fishing
for
with
that.
anything special. We're just out there with our little Zebco whatevers and some worms on a hook, pulling in bluegill. And then, of course, at night, we like to take our chicken heart or chicken livers out. Because in the Cumberland River, they got catfish that get 100 pounds at least. And you can pull some of those old blue cats in. And how my mom always does it is she'll fillet them and then she'll make basically fish nuggets and then fry it. Batter fry it. So you've got these chunks of catfish meat that have been battered and fried. And, throw some chips or something on the side, some fried potatoes or something. Good to go. Good to go right there. I am glad I no longer actually depend on trying to catch fish to eat so much. There was a time when I actually depended on,
Catching
like
fish.
fishing wasn't just a hobby. It was like
It was a source of food.
it was like we're going out here to fish and we need this. This is not like we hope we catch some fish. The battle, I can tell you right now, Mobius, the battle is losing. The gray is winning. And I continue to put up the good fight, sir. But yes, the gray is winning. It is constantly expanding all over everything, kind of like the blob in that old 50s movie.
Mobius, I hope you're well, man. I haven't spoke to you for a while. Haven't spoke at you, I should say.
He pops in here every now and then. He's been busy, though.
That makes me happy. He's a nice
Yeah,
guy. He pops in our streams. Me and Janet did our review yesterday. I didn't see him, which I know everybody's busy. It was Father's Day. But
right.
I really wanted to like that movie a little more, but I know how much I like it. I know why I don't like it, but at the same time, I know I'm going to watch it again just to see what the fuck I can pull out of it, because there's some stuff in that movie that's worth talking about. Like, if I was comparing it to Stephen R. Donaldson's Thomas the Unbeliever. Did you ever read that series or no?
I read the first one.
Okay, so he's a leper. He's a leper. He has no sensation in his hands, and he gets transported off into this magical world, and he's got feeling again. And he's like, dead cells don't regenerate, and yet he's feeling with his fingers. And then he meets a young girl, and he rapes her.
Of course he does, because he doesn't think it's real.
No, it's like 2 chapters in, and immediately you're thinking like, this guy's an asshole. And that movie's the same fucking way. First thing he does, that lady intentionally bumps into him because she's a cunt. And then he kind of manhandles her, takes her to the barn, and puts a powder to her.
Right. And then you find out she had been a traitor.
Yep.
She let shit go down. And yeah. Well, Bruce did me the pure joy of showing up Saturday late into my Discord, right as we were like wrapping up. So I was happy to get to chat with Bruce a little bit finally, because I see his shows, but we keep passing like ships in the night.
It happens.
It happens, man. It's a busy time in life for everybody right now, right? People are just trying to just make it happen.
I wish my dad was more computer literate or tech literate to where I could do this shit with him on Discord.
Right.
But he doesn't want to download it. He doesn't like the idea of Discord. I'm like, I'm not a big fan of it either. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't want to give money or attention to liberals or communists, but I do like the fact I can do a video chat with people.
Right. And a big thing is Discord a lot of times is a lot more stable than like Facebook or
my fucking streaming internet.
Yeah.
When I try to stream off of Restream, my Spectrum gets all spectrumized and goes here, and now I'm stuttering. Oh,
don't worry, it'll probably happen at some point during this stream. Tim will tell you.
Yeah, James's internet about
at
as
some
bad
point
as
during
mine.
this stream, my shit will get all freaking wonky, and I'll just start.
To be fair, if I was hosting it, I'd probably have the same issue.
I will let you know how Starlink treats me once I get it hooked up.
Timmy don't live in the holler. Timmy lives in a swamp, Mobius.
Yeah, I'm not in the holler. I'm in the swamp.
Yeah, Timmy's surrounded by soybean fields and frickin'.
Used to be tobacco. Now it's all soybean.
Right. See, it's like I was saying the other day. Kentucky, even though, don't get me wrong, you know, I'm super happy with my fellow Commonwealth brother here. But really, Kentucky should be split in half. When you get to around Pulaski County or something, you just start drawing a line from north to south. And it's like everything west of that is Midwestern. It's like Indiana, Illinois, Ohio.
Don't like being compared to those places, but yeah.
Right. And then everything east of that is Appalachia.
Okay, so totally what is the LBL?
Huh?
What's the land between the lakes? Is that Appalachia or is that Illinoistan?
The land between the lakes, I think that's up in Illinois. Because I don't know that Kentucky's got too many lakes. I mean, we got a lot of rivers.
Really.
Not really.
I mean, there's like one big lake I know of, but not really many other than that.
I'm talking about the TVA. The Tennessee Valley Authority has that big ass Kentucky lake in Kentucky.
Yeah.
And there's a.
Are you talking about in the toward the west where there's like an actual part of Kentucky that's not attached to Kentucky?
I don't. Let me check my map real quick.
Because there is a part where there's like, it's weird. There's a big lake, and then there's like Kentucky, but the one part Kentucky, you got to drive through other states to get back to Kentucky. It's like really weird how they decided.
That's not really a lake. That was a river that got redirected, so not lake.
The same thing with Cumberland, Lake Cumberland, as we call it. It was just the Cumberland River, and then somebody widened it up and like dammed it and the old town of Burnside under the water. So when they lower the water, in the summer, you can actually stand up on the cliffs and look down and see the remains of the houses and stuff. And if you're on a boat, you can see the old railway tunnel that shoots right through the cliff. I mean, 9 months out of the year, it's underwater. But 3 months out of the year, if you want, you can pull up to that thing, climb up and walk down it. Why? I don't know. Because the idea of a cave that spends 9 months out of the year underwater and then me going into it creeps me the F out.
This is
I-
Like not a natural place for me to be.
the LBL. What I'm talking about is right between Paducah, Kentucky, and Clarksville.
Yeah, that's Western
Tennessee.
Kentucky. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
That
like,
area is more like flat and farmland. Lots of great farmland and also lots of great horse ranches,
Oh yeah.
stuff like that. That's kind of central and west Kentucky, whereas East Kentucky is of the same sort of culture as North Carolina mountains. Appalachia spreads from New York all the way to Georgia, actually Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like one culture that's unique to every other culture around it.
Yep.
You know, it's a weird thing. Only America's got it, you know?
yeah, you got Kentucky Lake on one side and Lake Barkley on the other, and the Cumberland River
Yep.
on the eastern side, and Kentucky
Yeah.
Lake, Aurora.
Yeah, the Cumberland
Yeah.
River starts it deep in eastern Kentucky, maybe even in Virginia. I don't know. I have never looked at the headwaters, and it runs
Yeah.
all the way through Kentucky.
Yep. Isn't that how we got one of our borders, right? Or is that different?
I think it eventually meets in with Ohio and Mississippi.
Okay.
The Ohio River is our northern border.
Yep.
Even though it's called the Ohio River, it's not named for the state, it's named for the Indians, and it belongs 100% to Kentucky.
Yeah.
So if you're in Ohio and you go to the Ohio River and you jump in for a swim, you're in Kentucky. Does that make sense?
I really like
Not really.
Kentucky. It's just it has winter, and that means no.
Well, it does have winter, but it's not like, you know, parts of Ohio or Michigan winter. Come on. you know.
No, winter's pretty mild here. Heck, sometimes you don't get much of a winter.
Right. I mean, when you're up in the mountains, it's worse as far as winter than it is down
Oh,
in
yeah.
the flatlands. But even then, it's not like you're in Pennsylvania or something. You know,
Nah.
you're not going to get like 3 feet of snow and just, you know, we might get on a good year in Kentucky up in the mountains, you might get 1.5 feet, and it generally is not going to stick more than a week.
Heck, I gotta say, most of my birthdays, which is in January, are usually nice, mild, decently warm days, really, for being so close to winter.
Yeah, we have this weird thing in the mountains where it's like the middle of April and you get a blizzard, but it only sticks for about 3
Yeah.
days. You know, you're hanging out, everything's normal, you get 1.5 feet of snow, 3 days later it's mud.
Yep, that'll happen too.
It's like, and everybody's always like, why is it snowing in the middle of April? I don't know.
It just does that.
Crazy. It does whatever it wants.
In one day, you can have an entire season of weather. So,
Yeah, that's Kentucky, Bruce. You can wake up and it can be 70 degrees, and then by noon, 30 degrees and snowing. And then by the time the sun sets, it warms up to like 50, and now it's mud. I mean, you know, it's like there's no rhyme or reason. I mean, the Appalachian Mountains are haunted. They're the oldest mountain range on the freaking planet. They existed before the continents did.
No, they're not. Look at the Appalachians versus the Rockies. The Rockies,
The Rockies are younger.
ancient.
I'm telling you. Look it up.
No, they can't be.
They are.
They can't, because
They
look
are.
at how the Rockies are so beat the fuck up, and Appalachians are fucking sharp as shit. They look like the youngest mountain range.
Look
I've
it up,
driven
Bruce.
to New York.
You've got Google in front of
I
you.
mean, like,
There's no excuse. You have no excuse to not know this. The Appalachian Mountains are older than the rings of Saturn, breaking it back to like
Bullshit.
Hyperborea.
Did you watch the latest? kind of consensual?
No.
Okay. Well, they were talking about how the Palestinians are just fucking things up, and
Yep, the
somebody
Appalachian
said,
Mountains. Sorry. I'm sorry. Just here to say, the Appalachian Mountains are way older than the Rocky Mountains.
They are so old that we call them mountains. They're really hills. They've been
400
so eroded that Florida's Pensacola beach, that's super all white and everything, is because
Okay.
of the erosion of the Appalachians in freaking Tennessee millions of years ago.
says
What
that
about
they
the Rocky Mountains?
what's older, Rocky Mountains or Appalachian?
I'm getting the opposite here.
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
The Appalachians were formed back when Pangea was just not being.
I do not believe anything Google tells me. I go to Bing.
Yeah, I'm not looking up Google either.
Yeah. I mean, this is common knowledge, Bruce. I can't believe that.
Began in approximately 480 million years ago for the Appalachians, while it says here that the Rockies were about 80 to 55 million years ago.
Yeah. You know
The
how you can
Rockies
tell
were formed-
how old a mountain range is? How tall is it?
The Rockies
taller
are
it is, the
taller
younger
than
it
the
is.
Appalachians.
Yeah, the taller, the younger.
I seriously doubt that.
That's 100%.
It's about
I don't believe that. The
erosion.
reason why I don't, one, I'm not a geologist, first off. Second off, I always believe that the tectonic pressure that we've got by the Continental Divide is what's continuing to push them up further and further and further.
Maybe the Rockies.
I feel that the Rockies are growing more and more and more. Maybe
Yeah,
you and
because
I
they're
won't
young.
see it. No.
The Laurentian range. Yeah, maybe so. I just know the Appalachians are freaking old. And the Appalachians run from Canada all the way to Alabama.
Okay, so now Travel Pander says the Appalachians are older because they formed 480 million years ago during the Ordovician period. They're
When the
rounded, eroded
Appalachians
features
formed,
showing their age.
there was only two continents on the earth. You see what I'm saying? That's how old that shit is.
I seriously doubt what I'm reading here because I feel that the Appalachians are a younger, like just from what I've seen of the Rockies and what I've seen of the Smoky Mountains, what I've seen up in New York and
The
Pennsylvania.
Smoky Mountains are part of the Appalachian.
Yeah.
Mountain range.
Yeah, I understand this, but like the Rocky Mountains, I've always heard that they were a newer batch of mountains.
Hey, man, I'm not here to
I mean, if I look at like 6 or 7 different like websites, I'm sure I'm going to get conflicting reports because remember, you and I were educated 30 to 40 years ago, and we were told we only had 20 years of oil left.
True. Look.
So I'm not really believing.
I'm just here to do the Red Dwarf Shuffle.
I don't feel like I've driven in both very much, and I've seen a lot more sharper features on the Appalachians. The Appalachians are rounded at some points, but there's also some Appalachian mountains that are super jagged as fuck. And
yeah, but if you go to the Rockies, oh my God. That shit is tall, man.
Yeah.
Tall.
And there's not a lot of precipitation that hits there's more precipitation that hits the Appalachians than the Rockies. The Rockies are a wall. They don't go past it. The clouds don't go past the Rockies much.
Well, look, I guarantee you right now there's people in chat looking it up. They might have ideas too. Where are the Laurentian Mountains even at?
I've never heard of the Laurentian.
Well,
me neither.
You know, the off-grid is talking about it, and I'm wondering if it's just a part of the Rockies. Or not the Rockies, the Appalachians. Kind of like how we have the Blue Ridge, the Smokies.
They're in Quebec.
So it could very well just be part of Appalachia.
It's part of Appalachia.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're arguing about
The
Nothing
same
there.
mountain range there.
Yeah, same mountain range there, OG.
I honestly feel
Mobius, the ozone layer was going to disintegrate and we were all going to die the second we walked outside. We were going to have to live in giant domes.
Yeah, there was that. Yeah, I've heard that one too.
so. Someone was said about the Palestinians being out of their fucking mind, and somebody says their mindset is past Jupiter. And somebody's like, "I saw what you did there," and then we were like, "Well, what about Palestupiter?" And then we're like, "Oh wait, what about the Jews shaving the rings off Saturn?"
Oh, God. I, being the Hyperborean guy, mountain rules lawyer. Yeah, and what's funny is he lives in like a flat ass area, and he's from a flat ass area.
You know why? Because there's hills an hour away from me, and if I want to go see them, I go see them.
I
But
didn't
right
even know
here-
there were hills in Texas.
It's called hill country. You've never been to North San Antonio.
Dude, I ain't never been to Texas. I don't know
Me
shit
neither.
about that. I've
Why?
never been on the other side of the Mississippi.
Why have you never been to
except
Texas?
California.
You've never dipped your dick in Creighton. I'll shut up here. I don't want to have a divorce on my hands, but no, I'm telling you, like, you need to come to Texas. You need to have the local fair. You need to have some really good Texas barbecue, which is, I feel, better than Tennessee barbecue, but subpar to Kansas City barbecue. I feel we've got a lot to offer, and plus you could come see me. We could hang out, and I'll go to Orlando one of these days.
Texans will get into a fight with Carolinians about barbecue.
And Dino's right. San Antonio isn't flat at all. We have 7 different landforms and 6 different soil types within the fucking metro.
That's actually
Bruce,
awesome.
You know who
Say
really loves Texas barbecue?
Japanese
that?
people.
Japanese people, yeah.
Anybody that went to the fucking World Cup.
Yeah.
I love that. I saw the one you're talking about, Timmy, the Japanese guy, but he had kind of done his hair in highlights.
Yes.
He takes a bite of that rib and he's just like, you can
Just
just see
that
like
guy,
his
though.
entire soul and spirit changing.
But the thing is, James, he's not the only one. That's the funny part. If you see Japanese people go to Texas, they'll love the barbecue there.
Why wouldn't they, man?
I know.
That is more meat than they can afford in Japan in a year.
I know.
You know what's sad is that
San Antonio's full of caves too. Well, okay, if there's
Yes.
hills, there's caves. I mean, that's
there's
that makes
plenty of
sense.
caves. We have an aquifer system here, which is absolutely to die for. If you like exploring for the local water system, the aquifers here are crazy, and right now they're actually filling up because we've actually had rain, which is not a normal situation for us.
Okay, guys.
Nice.
I did not mean to evoke the ire of you Texans. I know you guys love your state, and I respect it.
We're just
I
excited.
respect it. I was just being
I'd love
ignorant.
to have some Texas barbecue.
I mean, I can have Texas barbecue because we've got 4 rivers here, and it's Texas style barbecue at least. Yeah, the place I went out west was to the high desert for desert combat training, NTC, in the Army. So I don't know if that really counts. Joshua Tree, which was a retirement place. My Aunt Thelma lived there until she was like 100. That's also in California. But I never went like anywhere else really out west. And I'm not including Alaska in that out west thing. Because Alaska might as well be on their planet, really.
Weirdly enough, I think the furthest west I went to was Paducah.
Paducah, right?
Yeah.
I've been to Paducah. They got the big battlefield area there, the Battle of Paducah.
Yeah.
There's like a whole thing during the Civil War in Paducah, boy. Let me tell you, that was
All right,
some serious shit going down over there.
Fresh from OGG is the Laurentian mountain range in Quebec and Labrador are the oldest mountain range in North America, with core rocks dating back over 1 billion years to Precambrian era.
You're late.
And this is all part of the Appalachia. And they say this was roughly formed 480 million years ago if you count localized or smaller ranges within the U.S., the Black Hills in South Dakota contain rocks dating back 1.8 billion years.
The Black Hills are some
Oh,
crazy mountains, dude. Or hills.
I've been there. I've been there.
Like Devil's
Nice.
Tower and all that shit. My brother, who
Devil's-
for some reason popped in and said hi and then left, he went to college in Minot, North Dakota. So he knows about Dakota and South Dakota, and he'd been to all them places.
I really like traveling across the U.S., but the older I get, the less I want to leave home. Have you guys discovered this?
I feel
I
that.
never really liked going anywhere anyway. I like to just stay where I'm at. So for me, it was never a old thing. It's just more I'm just like a stubborn person who just doesn't like traveling.
It's not an old thing for Timmy. It's a Kentucky thing.
I'm already in the best state, so
It's
why
like a
does it
lot
matter?
of people who are born in Kentucky just never leave. They're just like, I will be here. My family's been here for 400 freaking years. I'm going to die here on this rock, whatever.
I can't say my family's been here exactly for 400 years because, again, we were down in Tennessee, probably up in other areas first too, but we did finally settle in Kentucky.
I know my family was in Kentucky first around 400 plus years ago, and then we split off and went to Tennessee and Pennsylvania. And the part of Pennsylvania we went to is eastern Pennsylvania, where all the coal mines are. So I kind of got a good idea why we went there. Because apparently my family hundreds of years ago, we liked digging up black rocks. It's just what we did, you know. Wherever we came from in Germany, we came to America and decided, yeah, well, let's dig coal. Why the F not?
No, James. Did your people also fight in the Cold Wars?
The Coal Wars in Harlan County, yes. I'll never get out of Harlan alive. That's the song.
But did your family fight at the Battle of Athens?
No, because only a few people did, and they're awesome.
Yeah.
But Bruce, because I know where you got that from, watching The Fat Electrician, Cassius Clay is from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky.
I know.
He is the #1 most deadly duelist in the history of this damn
all
country.
of the history of dueling in America.
And all the history of anybody dueling in America, Cassius Clay is the MFer of it all.
He was the trophy taker for that. He's a standard.
Straight up G, man. You shoot that guy, he pulls a Bowie knife out and tries to gut you on the spot. It's like, what? You just shot him in the chest, and his response is to pull an 8-inch blade out and just try to light you up with it.
Just
And then he gets it thrown out of court because the defense just tells the judge, well, that's just how we do in Kentucky.
Yeah. It's just what any
okay,
then. Would do.
go on then. It's okay. If that's how you do it in Kentucky. He actually, when he inherited his dad's plantations and slaves, stood by his principles and released those slaves, even though it cost him, in modern day money, millions of dollars.
Yeah. He lost a sizable chunk of wealth freeing the slaves.
Oh, he did. He lost so much money, didn't give a shit during, I think the Civil War or something. I forget which war. They sent his ass to be an ambassador to Russia because they needed to get him out of the country.
Yeah, I think that was the Civil War.
And in the state of Kentucky to this day, if you run to be the mayor or governor, I mean, you have to take an oath that you've never killed a man in a duel. And that is because of him. Him specifically. They're like,
that is actually the truth.
Yeah, Cassius Clay, the guy that Muhammad Ali didn't want to have his name.
Fucking pussy.
He gave up the name of the best dueler / abolitionist in American history to change his name to that of a Arabic slave owner.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy. You played yourself, as you know, what's his name would say. Khalid.
Ice-T.
DJ Khalid
Ice-T said that
shit too. You played yourself. But it's like, yeah, you literally changed your name from a guy who murdered people over the slavery issue to a guy who traded slaves.
Stephen Kennedy, are you talking about this little fella right here?
Oh, what you got going on there?
A cave ferret.
Oh, is that an old one on my table? I mean, I do have some great old ones on my
He's looking
table,
for a
but I
cave
don't know
sloth.
if you're talking to me.
A cave sloth from Reaper. I don't have one. I wish I did.
Oh, I've got a cave sloth. Where is it? No, I've got.
Yeah.
I showed you guys. I had the mammoth with the saddle. I've got a bunch of mammoths without saddles too.
Well, yes, I speak jive.
Because,
I swear to
you know,
God, sometimes whenever we talk about our miniatures and we just like look at our table, which is filled with shit, and we just pick it up. Here, this what you're looking at? Like, why, yes, I speak jive.
Yeah. My new kind of miniature that I love quite a bit, and I don't know when I'll get to use it, but eventually is. And I know my camera sucks and I shake, but this bad boy right here.
I like that.
That is Zargon from Before the Lost City. Like, if you go through the actual adventure and you keep going down and down and down under the Lost City, eventually you come to this guy. And some of the cultists in the Lost City worship him like a god. Even though he's not actually a god, he's just a super powerful monster. So kind of like a great old one, right?
I was reminded today of the Shambling Mound's ability to get bigger with electricity. And to just have like either shocker lizards or will-o'-the-wisp, which are my favorite, follow around like a 3 or 4 shambling mounds,
Like
and just roll around. Yeah, and just like they just roam around the swamp, just destroying everything.
Dino Lizard, I got those off of Etsy. I have already did a video, Stephen, about Before the Lost City and where I put mine in Hyperborea. I got mine off Etsy, and they were actually, for the size of them, cheap. But you got to shop. That's the thing with Etsy. One, you're ordering resin models, so make sure you get a really good dealer that's going to make sure they're really well seasoned and everything. And two, don't drop them on a hard floor because, you know, they will shatter. Now, Reaper does sell pygmy mammoths, but they're about half that size. And while that's totally adorable, it's not quite going to do it for me. So the same guy did both the guy with the saddle and the dudes without the saddle. He also made me a woolly rhinoceros, a gigantic cave sloth. I mean, this bastard's like gotta be 40 feet tall. I think I got this, and I got 2 of these in different scales. This motor. This is from the movie, I think, The Ritual, where the hikers are hiking through Scandinavia and they encounter the Jotun. That's the child of Loki. So, I'm gonna get you.
Is that a good
you look
movie?
really close. You can see his face way up in there, kind of looking out.
Is that a good movie or no?
I liked it. I can't tell you if other people liked it. Personally, I thought it was badass.
And the last movie I watched, aside from He-Man, the last movie I watched was Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die.
Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, yeah.
I like that movie.
Oh, I didn't see it, but it looked funny.
Oh, it's really good. But if you're into like Gnostic mysticism and really find it fun to talk about, we're trapped no matter what.
Right.
That movie completely goes into the Gnostics. It's a good film, but you'll be talking about it with other people who watched it.
Right. Yes, Stephen, I do got my woolly rhino. I've got 2 of them. One of them is a normal woolly rhino, and the other one has a whole um, saddle rig up and everything like that, so that I guess in theory it could be ridden. But like I said, in Hyperborea, mammoths and woolly rhinos are used as pack animals quite a bit, especially the further from the coast you get, because Hyperborea, the further from any coast you get, the colder it gets. So there are some regions where the only thing that actually could be used as a draft animal would have to be. But the problem with the mammoths are if you don't feed them regularly, they get a little bit tetchy, and then they might just stomp you into a mud hole. So, yeah, if you intend on having a mammoth as your mount, you better make sure that bastard gets to eat, or else it stomps you. And the fact that it's like a 14 hit die creature means that even if you're max level, that thing could still kill you. I mean, it's not a joke. You know, you're looking at a thing that's what, 16 feet tall, weighs tons, and will occasionally just get a bad attitude about everything. Rhinos are a lot more docile as long as you don't beat them. You know, they'll be fun.
My favorite is whenever I got somebody that doesn't know the hippos, and I put a hippo in a game, and somebody's like, "Oh, it's just a hippo."
Yeah,
and the other players
run up on that bitch.
The other players are like starting to retreat and position said player between them and said hippo. The hippo that just no matter what is going to get pissed off in just a few seconds.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. That hippo is coming for your ass. You can count on it. They are horrible, horrible creatures. They just don't want to kill everything. It is easy to die in Hyperborea. If you don't watch your ass, Hyperborea will kill you before any of the creatures that live there will. You know, it is a world for people who want to survive. You gotta want it to survive on Hyperborea. You know, the everything about that area, it's like the climate wants you dead. The fact that the sun is only visible for about half the year, that wants you dead. The fact that there's a whole damn year of winter every 13 years and a whole month of winter every 13 months. It's like if you aren't prepared, it's almost like being one of those guys in like Siberia or some shit that spends like a whole year just cutting freaking firewood, or 6 months cutting firewood so they don't die. That's Hyperborea, except you're trying to adventure in it. They're like, yeah, okay, good luck. Have fun. Don't die. But you probably will. And then to make it even worse, make Hyperborea kind of hollow and full of the worst shit ever. And then make also some of the worst shit you can even imagine existing crawling around on the surface too. Oh, yeah.
So Kentucky.
Tar pits. So kind of like Kentucky in the East, yeah. Cold Iron sent me a thing, said he'd watched my video, and when I said that, I think the story of James of Hyperborea is I was walking around on my property, and I walked down into the holler, and when I came back up, I was in Hyperborea. He said, yeah, that's exactly was the story in his head. I got lost in Appalachia and ended up myself in Hyperborea, and that's why you have all the pictures of me and my dog. It's 50-something-year-old James trying to survive Hyperborea. But luckily, I grew up in Appalachia, so it's not that hard.
For me, I get lost in the cave, and then when I come out, oh, I'm in Hyperborea.
Yeah. I bet I want, wouldn't that be weird if, like, and I know this is fantastical to even think about, but all the missing people all throughout history are on Hyperborea. And we'll never see it because it's behind Saturn. You know, the way it orbits Saturn, it's behind Saturn, so we'll just never see it. And like all those, like, so the Cimmerians or Cimmerians, which were a Russian steppe tribe. They dominate a huge chunk of Hyperborea. They vanished from Russia in like the 5th century. And most people think they were wiped out by the Scythians, who also vanished in Russia. And they also exist in Hyperborea. You know? And I had a fishing pole. Well, the thing is, Agartha, right? That's the South Pole. The thing is, somebody, I posted a picture and they're like, so I guess in your Hyperborea, they have prescription glasses. And I'm like, well, actually, homeboy, they do. And these aren't prescription, they're readers. But anyway, let's not get carried on. And he's like, they do. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, there's ancient technology there. Like Atlantean technology makes our modern day technology look like you're banging 2 sticks together. And occasionally you will find that. And if I teleported from Kentucky to Hyperborea wearing these stupid glasses, guess what?
You have them.
There's glasses in Hyperborea now. Let's not get crazy about this shit. I think he was trying to be a smartass, but I just was like, yeah, there is. I mean, also there's a Spartan in my campaign that's carrying around a laser pistol, but he thinks it's just a magic wand that shoots emerald lightning bolts. And it's running low on its battery, and he has no idea it even takes a battery. So once it runs out of power, I don't know what they'll do with it. You might just keep it. You might talk to somebody with a high lore and try to figure out, can it be reloaded, recharged? I don't know. That would be cool. He did one of me with a spear and my dog fighting a gigantic crab through the ice. I believe that could be true off grid. Yeah, Riverworld, same kind of situation. Right, that's the problem with the Hellcat. My Springfield 9mm is it only holds 15 rounds. That's probably one engagement in Hyperborea. And if I'm fighting something big like a woolly rhino, that's probably just me getting killed with a Hellcat. Because I don't know if a 9mm is going to do much against a big armor-plated 1,000-pound plus thing. I mean, the crabmen in Hyperborea are large. They're like big. I don't even know if a 9mm would go through the kite in the shell of that pass.
Probably not.
It might just look at me like, well, that was nice. Now come here so I can snip your skull open. So
you might want to know.
We had a whole conversation about that the other day when Timmy brought it up about transporting to Hyperborea with a gun. And I was like, yeah, if you want to get the first level character, say he's a guy from Earth and he's got an AR, go nuts. It's not going to matter 2 adventures in. He'll be out of ammo and he'll have a freaking walking stick, you know, and it'll be time to get you some armor and a freaking big knife or something because, yeah, so yeah, I'm not afraid. If somebody joined my table and they're like, I want to play a human from the modern day with a Glock 19, 3 magazines that got teleported to Hyperborea. And I'm like, okay, you got 45 rounds of 9mm. You're wearing clothes and you're in Hyperborea. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, knock yourself out, homie. The only good news is I imagine the common tongue to be sort of easy to pick up, like a really simplified Greek. So I'd probably let them at least be able to pick up pigeon talk of the common tongue pretty quick. And there are some people in Hyperborea that probably do speak a version of English, you know, between the Angles and the Saxons and the Bretons. And there might be someone there you can kind of talk to.
Well,
maybe not really.
Ancient tribe. There's an ancient tribe of Nugentinians, and they believe it's their duty and their religion to hunt every mammal out there naked.
Nugentinians.
Did you ever read?
They have an author,
John,
the great Ted.
yeah. Did you ever read John Scalzi's "The Android's Dream"? No. Yeah, "The Android's Dream."
No.
If you ever
The
want
only
to
thing
read
I've
a
ever
book,
read that had that in it was "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?" And I don't think
well,
that's
it's a take on that, but it's just the title. It doesn't really have anything to do with Blade Runner. But "Android's Dream" is a funny book. The first chapter is going to make you howl with laughter because it's like a 22-page fart joke. It's the best 22-page fart joke you'll ever read. And they talk about the New Gentinians a bit because this guy's dad was a butcher, and his dad was they got invaded by lizard people, and the lizards liked his butcher shop. But the day that his dad died of a heart attack, he got the notice that the United Nations was confiscating the property because the lizards were buying up the property, and they also had secured from the New Gentinians all the meat they could ever get, and that took away his supplier. So it's a funny fucking book, but the first chapter is absolute platinum. The rest of the book is silver to gold. But The
all right.
Android's Dream is good.
All right. I yeah, I like those kind of books. And thank you very much. My players seem to think the Hyperborea game is good because I've had a couple of them say they'll never play another game again. But Hyperborea, a Saxon warlock who worships Wodan and Thunar. Hell yeah. Or like I was thinking about a Kurgan because Kurgans were, some people think maybe part Scythian or whatever they were. And they would worship like not Palor, Perun.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But then again, the Scythians, a lot of them worshiped Greek gods. So it was not uncommon for Scythian warriors to worship Ares. And so make a big Kurgan like our boy Clancy and just be wandering around Hyperborea, Kurganing it up, worshiping Perun, the god of thunder, which is not Thor. Don't let people bullshit you. Perun and Thor are nowhere near alike. The Slavic god of lightning is not at all even remotely related to the Scandinavian god of lightning and hammers or whatever. They are totally different beings. And Thor's a lot nicer. But anyway, that's just me being a little bit touchy about a certain thing. A lot of people want to compare Slavic gods to like other gods, and it's like, dude, the Slavic gods are so weird they don't even compare. It's like it's weird on just a level that's hard to even imagine. You know how weird that shit is.
Yeah.
So, like Belobog. What's his name? Chronobog? No, Cordabog. Anyway, Bog just means God. So guess what Bog means? It means the light God. Chernobog. Well, Chern is black. The black God.
You know what's funny?
Cousins, Scythians called their burial mounts Kurgans. Yeah. And there's still a oblast in this. I almost called it Soviet Union, the Federated Republic, Russian republics. That's Kyrgyzstan, and the people who live there claim to be descendants of the Kurgan. I don't know if that's absolutely true or not, but there are Kurgan mounds throughout Russia, even into Poland, and all the way down in Turkmenistan, and all those stands and all that region. So apparently that people group, they got around. The boys were getting around a little bit, checking shit out. And apparently they were horrible. They were cruel and terrible. And the way they trained their children, like when the one guy in Highlanders talks about throwing them in the pits to fight with dogs for meat and shit. I don't know if that's typically 100% true, but they raised their children to be warriors, and a lot of them did not make it. Also, the Scythians are the only culture I know of that definitively had 100% a scientific fact female warriors, which is where the Greeks came up with the idea of the Amazons. Some Scythian women did mount up on horseback with the bows and get out there and duke it out. And they were buried as warriors, not the wives of warriors. That's where you get the thing with the Viking shield maiden. No, that was probably some warriors, because every bad take takes care of the kids. His kids is a champion. Oh, is that what's his name? The French guy,
I
Benoit.
believe that's Kurt. Isn't that the guy that killed his wife and kids?
Yeah, he had a French name, but he's Canadian.
Yeah,
Wasn't it Kurt Benoit or something like that?
Benoit. That's who it was.
Yeah. Women in the Vikings, they were buried with their husbands' gear and stuff. There's no actual contemporary shit talking about there being any number of women. There could have been a few, because there's always a few. We know that. There's always a few. But the Scythians, them bitches rolled out the fight.
Yeah.
So, and we know the Celts had women that would get up and mix it up too. I mean, they got their asses whipped by the Romans, but who didn't? So we won't make fun of them, because I mean, getting your ass whipped by the Romans is just like kind of the thing everyone did. But yeah, we know though, archaeologically, we pretty much know for a fact Scythian women fought as horse archers and the whole 9 yards. They were rough bitches. And another thing about them is, even though they come from the east, they predominantly had red hair, which is a weird thing, I guess. But now my speech on archaeology, I can tell you what happened to the Scythians, the Kurgans, all of them. They stopped speaking their native language and started speaking Proto-Slavic. And after generations of everyone just speaking Slavic, guess what? They become Slavs. Because Slavs are just a combination of all those different people that lived from Siberia all the way to frickin' Germany, basically. The Poles.
What do you think?
What?
I was going to ask, what do you think of the guys in Belarus?
They are Russians of some sort. You know why the Polish language is so different than the Russian language?
No idea.
Because the Poles kept a lot of loan words and shit like that from the Scythians. So even though Poland is a Slavic language, Polish, a lot of those Z's and shit like that you don't see in Russian has to do with either the Scythians or the Sarmatians or some shit, some horse warriors that integrated into Polish. And you got a lot of that in Russia, a lot of that. Like once you get past European Russia into Central Russia, they're mostly Turkic. And then you get past Siberia to East Russia, they're Chinese and Mongolian. And all of that mixed in together over the years. So, yeah. Clancy Brown, though. I got a picture of the Kurgan, like a full-on picture of Clancy Brown in the Kurgan outfit with the sword. Went to JujuBit, uploaded that bitch as a 40 millimeter tabletop role-playing game miniature. Oh my God, it is awesome.
It's getting close to my game time. I gotta go. I'll see you.
I will see you later, Timmy. Thanks for hopping in.
Take care, Timmy.
So the question is, will I probably spend the $20 to get a tabletop miniature of Clancy Brown as the Kurgan? Yeah, probably going to have to. I just need to wait till I have the 20-something bucks I can throw away. Well, yeah, you were saying that the Scythians could have been the Scots, and people forget that there was a time when the Baltic Ocean did not exist. It was all Doggerland. And God only knows what kind of civilizations could have lived under what now we call, the Channel, the freaking North Sea, the Baltic Oceans, and the Prussians win another round. Those damn Prussians. So, yeah, when you really get into like the culture and everything of like the Eastern Slavs and stuff, it's crazy. It's like, so yeah. Now, me as my ethnicity, the Russian that I am in my blood is probably actually Viking. And I've had a Polish person tell me I'm not actually Slav, I'm a Viking. And I'm like, why is that? And she's like, well, you're Kievan Rus. And I'm like, so? She's like, look at you. You're Viking. You're German. I'm like, well, that's not nice, but okay. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Whatever. I mean, I only know curse words anyway, so whatever. Very high red hair count with Gaels and Scots. I believe it. I mean, well, yeah, in America, every time they depict an Irishman, they throw red hair on his ass, even though it's a lot of Irish people have dark hair. Oh, well, off grid. There's so much that the history books can never know. You know what I mean? And I know you know what I'm saying here. I mean, it was how long ago before we even knew about Doggerland. And now that's just, and apparently at some point, tens of thousands of years ago, the Mediterranean Ocean and the Black Sea didn't even exist. So Africa and Southern Europe were literally connected. There was land there. And the Black Sea wasn't even there. So there was no Crimean Peninsula. It was all just an area. And then shit happened. And now they dig up, archaeologists dig around in the Black Sea and they find whole villages from like thousands of years ago, pottery in the whole 9 yards from these cultures we don't know about. No one's ever been in the Mediterranean. Plus it's the ocean. So anything down there that's not made out of really dense stone is gone. But God only knows what civilizations could have lived 50 miles off the coast of what we now call France or Italy in that region.
I was just watching a video. There was a video that I was just watching talking about the continents that were lost to time. It talked about Mu and Lemuria a little bit, and then it talked about the comet strike that caused all the oil to be captured in Texas under the Permian. It was an interesting video.
Well, and the thing is a lot of people will be like, Atlantis didn't exist. And the argument right back could be, but it could have been what some people call the Minoans. I mean, and we know that the Carthaginians were actually Phoenicians from the Levant. I mean, people were getting around back then and they were doing crazy shit. And we're not talking about 500 years. We're talking about thousands of years. I mean, the only thing we do know for a fact is that us, as we are right now, humans, we've been around a lot longer than people wanted to believe. Like some people think we've only been around like 6,000 years. And it's like, they think the Sphinx was built when the Sahara was a jungle. And we know for a fact the Sahara was a jungle. What the hell? I don't know what that is, but I wouldn't want to fight it. What even is that?
I have no idea.
It looks like some kind of walking plant monster.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Oh, that's cool. I don't know what it is, but it's super cool.
I got to get some pinning done on one of my miniatures. I got the big fairy dragon from Reaper, and Chris's wife painted it. But then my wife broke the wing. And
I need a big furry dragon. I need to look into that. A big furry dragon would fit into Hyperborea, actually. I wouldn't call it, well, I would call it a dragon, but Cthulhu-ish, yeah, definitely something that come out of the swamp and decided it wanted to eat humans. Yeah, I mean, okay, off-grid gamer. If you go by Ari Howard's theories, the Hyperborean age of Conan was somewhere between 10 and 20,000 years ago. And the Mediterranean didn't exist. Stygia literally bordered Corinthia.
Mhm.
So it's like, now, do I think that's true? I don't know. I don't freaking know. I don't know. I don't know anything about that because when you get into deep time like that and you're talking about cultures and shit that literally, I mean, I wonder if that's why I'm such a huge fan of Hyperborea as a role playing game because it feeds into all these weird kind of what ifs and maybes and, could be. Could be. I mean, what if there had been a continent where is now currently the Arctic Ocean? And what if a bunch of blonde haired people had lived in that region? And
Well,
what
I
if
mean,
it's
what's to say that Agartha doesn't exist?
well, nothing. Nothing is to say. And the fact that the governments are trying so hard to tell you it don't exist just makes me more suspicious.
Yeah. Like, what do we have down there? Like, I've heard from people that are from our, northern, our snow Mexican friends, like the real snow Mexicans, the ones that are north of Condor.
Right?
They've told me firsthand accounts that they've seen the tracks of the woolly mammoth. And I'm like, that's fucking that can't be true.
You
And they're
do
like,
hear about that from certain Inuit tribes and stuff that way up
Yeah.
near the Slave Lakes and stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's just as Bear used to say, the Indians having a good time at the expense of the white man. But the few Eskimo types I've known, Inuits and I think Kikuks or whatever they were, they always seemed straight players to me. Like they wouldn't lie about shit like that. My Under Boreas, Stephen, is the Dreamlands, basically. I know I've told you that before. And Ari Howard, I think that he was doing some deep thinking before he eventually did a horrible thing. I mean, one thing I think we can all agree while we're sitting here talking is the Earth is strange. And it's 4 billion years old. And someone trying to tell you, okay, assuming, because I don't know how old the Earth is, but let's assume the people who say the Earth is 4 billion years old are right. Billions of years, that is like a concept of time that the human brain, we can't even really think about it. But
No.
You're trying to tell me the Earth existed basically for 4 billion years with nothing at all happening. And then in the last couple 100 million years or so, a few 100 million years, shit just started popping off. And I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, how long did it take the Earth to actually, and if we're talking about God, because God doesn't believe in time anyway, or if he does, it doesn't affect him, I should say.
He laughs at it.
Right. I mean, he's outside of it anyway, looking in. So if God created the Earth 4 billion years ago, and he gave us his divine revelation, which does mention in Genesis all kinds of crazy ass shit. And if you get into other extra biblical sources like Book of Enoch, crazier ass shit, right? So when was Noah? Was Noah 5,000 years ago, or was Noah 1 billion years ago? You tell me, man. I mean, this is some shit my priest would probably look at me and tell me to go do some prayers or something. I'm just saying, it's like, right? I was watching something on YouTube, and Bruce, I don't know if you ever follow any of this. They're saying Gilgamesh absolutely was a king in Babylon.
I've heard that. I've also heard that we have something.
We don't know.
My dad's been pursuing a story that they found vaults underneath the Euphrates River. And he says there's more stories, there's more tales. People are finding the caverns under the Euphrates River, and they're seeing that there's like a 450 to 600 pound creature in these caverns beneath the dried up Euphrates.
I do
Which
know,
are-
according to the Book of Enoch, there's 4 demons that are like trapped
Yes.
where the Tigris and the Euphrates meet or some shit, according to some stories. Well, yeah, look what they did to what's it called in Turkey. It's like they discovered it, they started looking at it, and then they immediately started hiding it. Göbekli Tepe or whatever.
Yes.
The tomb that existed before, or the temple that existed before civilization was supposed to exist. It's like, so before human civilization was even supposed to exist, someone transported these tens of thousands of tons stones around, carved them all up, and then buried them. Well, in the Book of Enoch, talking about the Nephilim, it says that when a lot of the giants, when they were destroyed, their spirits remained behind and become evil spirits that wander around the earth just trying to, do evil shit. So now I'm not trying to get all like preachy. I'm just saying, hell, you can use this in your D&D games, There were giants on the earth that ran around eating people that eventually got killed, but their spirits remained behind and they're super pissed off and they want revenge. I mean, if you think about it, that's some scary ass shit. Yeah, Göbekli. And there's tons of Göbekli Tepes in Anatolia. Like they found that one city. Yeah, exactly off grid. That city in Anatolia that's like 70,000 people and their livestock could have lived in it. It was like 14 levels deep, hundreds of feet underground. Like,
that reminds me of that
we were
vault.
supposedly didn't even have agriculture. What'd you say, Bruce? I'm sorry.
The vault underneath Vietnam. We found the old caverns under Vietnam.
That giant temple in Siam, there's still gates in that temple that the government will not allow to be open. The big one, it used to be Siam. Now I think it's Cambodia or Thailand or something, that gigantic temple out in the middle. You can tour it, but there's parts of it no one's allowed to go. It's nuts, man. There's a lot of stuff like I said, our Earth is weird enough. And that just makes me like Hyperborea more. I'm going to keep bringing it back to Hyperborea, guys. Because everything we're talking about could be in Hyperborea. I always keep saying that. I'm like, the weirdest shit you can imagine could 100%, if it's not already in Hyperborea, you could just put it there. No matter how strange you think it is, that is the beauty of that setting. Literally, whatever you want. You can have a game group with a 1920s New England author in the same party as a ancient Russian, in the same party with a Scot, in the same party with a Japanese samurai. Like, you could do that. And not only is it not weird or gonzo, it's just how the game is played. Because I had to make a video talking about that. Some people wrongly think Hyperborea is a gonzo setting. It is not a gonzo setting. There's nothing tongue-in-cheek about that shit. That's serious. You will not run into strawberry men because it's funny, haha. I mean, everything in Hyperborea is serious and wants you dead. It's like, oh yeah, wouldn't that be nice? But supposedly, and this could be total bullshit, I don't know, those caves they found in the Grand Canyon are still to this day guarded by federal agencies, and you're not allowed in them. You can't go in there. It's the same thing with how they kept finding giants, red-headed giants in the Southwest, and they sent the mummies to the Smithsonian, which promptly lost them. Actually, that just reminds me of Indiana Jones in a way, you know? It's like you go in and you're like, I'd like to see those red-headed giants, and the guy's just like, don't worry about it. We got our best men on it. Right, Bruce?
Correct. I'm having a good time listening to this. I'm having
it's
a
like,
damn
who?
good time.
Our best men. It's like, meanwhile, you see a big warehouse just full of boxes. And somebody...
Top men.
Yeah, top men.
I caught exactly what you're saying there.
Yeah, and it's like a cavern in the Carlsbad that they've turned into a giant storage area. It's just full of shit that has been deemed not to be shared with anybody. Humanity.
I honestly feel that music.
Said, yeah, this shit will destroy everything we know about everything. So let's just bury this for a while, you know?
That music when they're nailing together the crate.
Yeah.
That music, I wish that we would use that more often on like the Family Guy or some other cartoon, because that music is so ominous and so foreboding. Like, I need to cue it up for my own games. That's such a good score.
You know, that movie, the first Indiana Jones, was like peak cinema for its day, you know? I mean, they were really touching on some wild ass shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just don't know that modern producers are willing to like really jump into that. Yeah, Hyperborea is a grim and dark place. It is not funny fun time.
There's some things about 80s cinema. We're never going to have movies like that again, first off.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Go back in time for a minute. In 1980-81, we had Empire Strikes Back and Raiders Lost Ark come out within 6 months of each other. You had movies.
Predator.
Yeah, you had Predator, you had Aliens, you had Near Dark, you had
that's
The Lost Boys. Yeah, I like Near Dark better than The Lost Boys, but they're both the same movie. They're both really good movies.
Yeah, I like them both. I'm not going to pick a favorite here. I'm not going to Sophie's Choice that one.
I Sophie's Choice it because it lets you make the funny joke about how the James Cameron wife, she prepares her divorce in advance by taking half the Aliens cast and a tenth of the budget, and they go out to the American Southwest and make a day in the life of a vampire movie, and it's looked on as fondly as the movie Aliens is for like 1/3 or one quarter of the price, and then she got divorced from him.
Well, I mean, it had one of the all-time great backup actors of all time.
Actually, that entire cast is gold.
Yeah, but I mean, Bill Paxton. He's everybody's favorite supporting actor.
You got Bill Paxton and Lance Henriksen together again.
And Lance Henriksen. I love that line when the one guy's like, "You fought in the war?" And he's like, "Yeah." And the guy's like, "What side?" And he's just like, "We lost."
Like, I fought for the South. We lost.
Yeah, we lost. Lance Henriksen. But I mean, when they go into that bar, that acting that Bill Paxton does, that is top-notch stuff right there. When he's messing with that dude and like trying to pick fights, and because he's trying to get the one kid to kill somebody.
The guy with the trucker hat in Near Dark also starred in Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and he got his ass kicked by Arnold.
Well, that's funny because in Terminator 1, Bill Paxton got his ass whipped by Arnold.
Well, I mean, Bill Paxton's the only actor yet to have his ass kicked by a Predator, an Alien, and a Terminator.
Yeah. Because he was one of the punks out there in the first place. When Arnold walks up and says, "Your clothes, give them to me."
Yeah.
Like, fuck
Bill
you,
Paxton's
man.
trying to
And
be
he puts his
badass.
fist right through it. That dude couldn't get those clothes off quick enough after he like slung that dude off of his arm. He's just like, bleh. Okay.
Oh, such a good fucking fight.
And then in the second one, when he walks into the bar and they're making fun of him, he's sizing them all up.
The guy that tells him he didn't say please is the same trucker that got his ass kicked by Bill Paxton in Near Dark.
See, I mean, well, you've got people. I learned this when Bear used to hang out a bit. There are a lot of jobbers in Hollywood.
Yes.
That you don't actually know, but they're in everything.
Al Leong.
They live. He.
Big Trouble in Little China.
And he's got like
The Fu Manchu mustache.
mustache and beard.
Yeah, that's Al Leong.
Name.
Al Leong is his name.
He is in like every action. No.
His name is Al Leong.
Oh.
The only movie he's not in is Predator.
In Big Trouble in Little.
Yeah. You're talking about Al Leong. He was a stuntman.
Yeah. And in Die Hard, he was one of the bad guy team.
Yeah, he grabs the Kit Kat or Payday or Three Musketeers in the convenience store.
And then in They Live, he's one of the freedom fighters that gets jumped by the cops when the aliens figure him out. And you see him pop in a few times to unload the magazine of like an MP5 or something at the alien guys. It's like this. I think though he actually. Am I getting a little choppy, bro? I think he might actually be like a trainer too, though.
He is. He's a stuntman.
So like they hire him to train the actors, and then they throw him into the movie also just because he's standing there.
He was in his best role is in Rapid Fire.
A movie I've never even heard of.
What?
Random
You've never heard
Fire?
of Rapid Fire?
Oh, Rapid Fire. I was like, I've never even heard of
Rapid Fire is Brandon Lee and Powers Booth. And you got Al Leong as the big bad guy at the end of the movie.
Well, you had me sold when you said Powers Booth.
I love Powers Booth.
Like that meme? You had my interest. Now you have my attention. Like, Powers Booth, man. That guy. Of course, my favorite role he was ever in is always and forever going to be Red Dawn. You remember that? He was the Eagle driver.
Good. Yeah, he was good in that. He's also in Deadwood.
Wasn't he in like Mulholland Drive or some shit? One of those like detective movies.
Yep.
Shoot straight for once, you army pukes. That's so good. When he got gacked by the machine gun, so he just popped smoke on top of that T-72. Yeah. And you can see the M1s way across the valley. They're swapping shots, and he's just like, shoot straight for once, you army pukes. And directly after the M1 fires, you see that T-72 go up. It's like, what a fucking hero. Jesus. That is some heroic shit right there that we just saw. Such a good guy. Gives that speech to what's his name? C. Thomas. You think you're tough because you're out here living on beans. There's people in Houston that give their life for a spoonful of they live mostly on rats and sawdust and sometimes each other. It's just like, what?
That is a hard line.
Like, yeah. And the one guy's like, well, what about those billion screaming Chinamen? And he's like, well, it's about 400 million screaming Chinamen now. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, that war ain't going as good as people was thinking at that minute. But Houston was holding. Houston was completely surrounded by the communist forces, and it was holding, but it sucked. And it would, because, you know, that's the way shit is. Yeah. He was in one of those great kind of Philip Marlowe type movies. Oh God, what was it called? It's so good. Powers Booth, another just underrated actor, you know. But he was also in Tombstone. And if you didn't know who Powers Booth was, you wouldn't have known he was in it.
No, you
because
wouldn't.
of how different he looked, you know. And well, bye.
Wow. God, I love that line.
Yeah. Phone's dying. Need to get a charger. Stat. Hell yeah, bro. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a few actors, you know, that there's just writers and directors out there. Just, it's kind of like David Lynch loved McLaughlin. Love that dude. Like, put him in like everything he could. And that one weirdo loves Johnny Depp. If he does a movie, you know Johnny Depp is going to be in it somewhere. What's his name? Burton. Tim Burton just loves Johnny Depp. Yeah, he'll cast Johnny Depp in a freaking commercial about fucking SpaghettiOs. Excuse the language.
You know, the only movie he's not in that Tim Burton did that kills me, he was not in the first two Batman movies. Where was Johnny Depp in the first?
Go ahead.
You would have thought that Tim Burton would have figured a way to put him in there.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe he just didn't feel like Johnny Depp was right for a Batman movie. But he put him in every damn thing else. I mean, you know, they're just some actors that directors like working with. They're like, this dude is amazing. I want him on everything ever. And I dig it. You know, we've all had jobs where we worked with somebody and we just thought, that dude's really cool. I like working with that guy. He's just, for whatever reason, you just like working with the guy. You know?
Do you remember Oddball from Kelly's Heroes?
How could I not? Sutherland?
Okay. Sutherland.
The Elder.
In all of the scenes, in most of the scenes at Sutherland's End, he's not with everybody else. He's kind of by himself or with other bit players. Well, what happened was the assistant director of Kelly's Heroes got fucking horribly sick. I mean, bad sick. Go sit in a hotel room and sit for 2 weeks sick.
Right.
And there was a lighting technician on set that he had plans to be a director someday, and his name was John Sturgis.
Okay.
He's the guy that directed Kentucky Fried Movie and Blues Brothers and a bunch of other classic 80s films, 1942, and eventually part of his Twilight Zone, which ended his career. But Sturgis was given a camera and Sutherland, and they said, go film some shit. So when you're watching all the scenes with Oddball by himself, just kind of being Oddball, if it feels like you're watching like outtakes from Animal House, you basically are, because you're watching those two guys forge their friendship on camera. And after the movie was over, Sturgis tells Sutherland, no matter what happens, if I am ever given a chance to make a movie, you're going to be in it. I guarantee you.
That's one of my mom's favorite movies.
Kelly's Heroes?
Oh, yeah. She loves that movie.
Great fucking movie.
He's just sitting there and he goes, woo, 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 woo. That's my dog impersonation.
Like, where the fuck did that come from?
And later he does it again. He says, "That's my other dog impersonation." And you got what's his name? Moriarty's just like, and he's constantly like, "Look, Moriarty, you're hitting me with those negative waves, man. Just think, there's going to be a beautiful mother-loving bridge there. Beautiful bridge, Moriarty." Such a good movie. It was such a good cast, though. Telly Savalas.
And Lee Marvin.
What was it? Winkle, whatever. That comedian from like the 40s.
You got fucking Don Rickles.
Don Rickles.
Don Rickles, my favorite insult comic of all time.
Crapshoot or Crapshot or something. Ah, yeah. And then, of course, Carol Connor as the general.
Oh.
Quiet, Wilson, the game is on. Go. He's like, Kelly, you're going to need to hold on a few more. I'm not waiting another minute. Yeah. He's like freaking. I don't know who those men are, but I'm going to find them and pin a medal on every one of them. Meanwhile, they're out there trying to rob millions in gold. Oddball.
See, I never saw that movie until like 2 months ago.
Yeah, I feel like you were raised in a cave. No.
Like I did too.
Or when he explains why they welded that barrel, that pipe over the barrel of the tank. Because when the Germans see it, they think that they're in like a Sherman Jumbo or some shit. Just scares the shit out. They're playing All My Burning Bridge as they're running through a German-controlled train station, just blowing everything to shit. And it's playing that Burning Bridges song. And it's like just such a weird movie. Just in the greatest way, though, you know? And when he's talking about there could be some Tiger tanks there, I was like, Tiger tanks? Do you know what they did to us in the Bocage? They had their way with us. You know what that means? That's like, shoots that tiger with a paint canister. He's like, oh, shit. I mean, that's such a great movie, and it's sad, though, because people died. Like, lots of people died in that movie. But I think of just the funnier stuff. But then, if I want to be serious, you think about when they're trying to go through that minefield. You know, and they get jumped, and, like, tons of people are dying, you know? It's like so it was a real deal war movie. I mean, it wasn't glossing over how shitty war is.
There's no glossing over in that film.
No.
And of
course, it was funny when the two hillbillies get blown up next to the freaking outhouse. One guy's like, "Ooh." The other guy's like, "Yeah, it kind of reminds you of home, don't it?" The other guy's like, "Yeah." It's just like, what? They're all covered in shit. Like, I remind you of home. Yeah. Such a great movie.
But that magic is what I was talking about. The filming that we made, the films we made in the 1980s are just timeless. I'm not saying that movies before 1979 are shit, but for some odd reason, the movies in the 80s were better. I don't know if it was a cocaine or what, but we made amazing films in the 1980s.
I do a lot of cocaine. I'm Roxo, the rock and roll clown. I do a lot of cocaine. Seriously, dude, like a lot. I think that there were great movies before the 80s, but there was just that period of time you're talking about in the 80s where some shit just clicked. And you had actors that people actually gave a shit about because Super Mr. T ate Super Dave. Because think about the 80s were basically ruled by Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
You know, he had how many just blockbuster movies in the 80s? Running Man.
Okay. What with Schwarzenegger in your Hyperborea universe, what type of clerics would be worshiping Captain Black Black. Because if you say Schwarzenegger, if you actually look at the word Schwarzenegger in Germany, it's like the super black or black black.
Right. Right. Well, being what he is, an Austrian, which basically is a fancy word for a German, Schwarzenegger in Hyperborea would be either a German or a Saxon, something like that. And he could actually have that name, Schwarzenegger, since, they spoke a Proto-English Germanic language. So, yeah. And he would probably be worshiping like an alternative. He'd probably be worshiping Sagwa because that's the most common god amongst humans. But if we wanted to make it like an earth deity, then probably maybe Greek or Roman, maybe even Scandinavian. But yeah, Schwarze is German. So yeah, he's a mountain German, right?
Yes.
Because you got swamp Germans, we call them the Dutch. And you got mountain Germans, the Austrians, and the Swiss, or half of them at least. And then you've got forest Germans, and that's, I guess, just Germans. But but Schwarzenegger in that time period, though, he had done like 4 or 5 at least box office slammers right off the bat, and the guy barely spoke English. And yeah, the other guy, of course, was Stallone. So you're either watching Stallone be a badass, or you're watching Schwarzenegger be a badass. And Schwarzenegger was in like from the military weird Cthulhu-ish Predator to the straight up weird sci-fi going to Mars, to the post-apocalyptic dystopian Running Man. I mean, to the fighting against the literal devil at the end of days.
How do you know that you were a broke boy in the 1980s? How do you know you were broke? If you could recite all of Michael Dukadov's canon films.
Yeah.
Michael Dukadov was neither can I, because I wasn't super broke, but Michael Dukadov was seen from canon films as like the next Chuck Norris. So
right.
There's like 12 movies he did for canon films where like he paid for a very nice house. I'll just say that.
He made like the bounty hunter in the original Pitch Black or something?
No, he was in American Ninja 1, 2, and 3, I believe. The bounty hunter was Cole Hauser, I thought.
Chuck Norris with Invasion USA and he was in a Bruce Lee movie, which is always going to go down in history. Do you know that freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger's in a movie with Jackie Chan? Did you know that?
No.
I didn't either until last night.
What's he
in?
And
now I can't remember the name of the movie. It's like The Other World or some shit, and it's supposed to be like part 2 to The Forbidden Kingdom.
Huh?
Yeah, and Jackie Chan and Arnold Schwarzenegger are in it. He was also in Gymkata, maybe. I mean, Jean-Claude was in all those Bloodsport movies, which were badass. With Sammo Young or whatever his name is, that gigantic Chinese dude, which he kind of looked like if a Chinese dude ate like 4 other Chinese dudes and then lifted a shit ton of weight. That guy was just big as shit. Had to call home, get my mom permission to rent Terminator back in the day, right?
So it's...
Yeah. So...
Iron Mask.
Iron Mask. Yeah. I was watching one of those little known movies of the whatevers, and that came on, and there was a scene with Jackie Chan fighting Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I'm like, what in the hell is this shit? And how did I miss it? because let me tell you, in my 20s, I collected every one of those old school Jackie Chan Kung Fu movies, like when he was 16 and shit, like Snake and Crane Kung Fu and Fearless Hyena 1 through God only knows where
13
that is.
Chambers of Shaolin.
Oh, 36 Chambers of Shaolin.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, that I don't think Jackie Chan's in that, but that's a badass movie.
That's one of my favorites.
One thing I learned about watching those super old Hong Kong Kung Fu movies is the old guy with the wispy beard. You do not F with that dude.
No.
Because he'll punch you in the chest and make your heart explode. Or in Jackie Chan's case, he'll be your uncle and he'll just torture you until you learn drunken Kung Fu. I remember there's a one where he's making Jackie Chan like squat and there's like a fire under him and he's pouring hot tea on his balls or some shit. It's just like, because Jackie Chan was a little menace, so his dad called his uncle in to teach him discipline, which I guess is Chinese for torture until you just stop being an asshole. Oh, those old samurai movies, Kurosawa, yeah. Yeah. All of those. And what a weird, talking about movies and also Hyperborea, you could play the main character from all those Kurosawa movies in Hyperborea. You could do that. But anyway.
Yeah, I need to see Jim Cotta. I really need to see Jim Cotta.
Oh, man. Jim Cotta, Seven Samurai. What's the one where it's basically a copy of For a Few Dollars More? Samurai rolls into the village and starts playing two crime families off against each other.
I need to see it.
Before anyone corrects me, here's the deal. And Kurosawa said this himself. He based all of his samurai movies on old school Westerns. He had no idea 20 years later the Italians would roll in and start basing Westerns off of his samurai movies. It's like a giant circle. You know what I mean? Of them all being influenced by everyone to make these great movies. My favorite Kurosawa movie, though, is Ran, however you say it, R-A-N. And it's basically King Lear, but in feudal Japan. Great movie. I mean, and I think he had to like lie and commit fraud and forgery and all kinds of crazy, weird crimes to get the movie made. And a bunch of other Japanese producers like helped him. You know, do all this shit to trick the financiers into getting this movie made, and then it turns out to be like one of the most popular, you know, Japanese movies of all time. That's Jackie Chan. Yeah, in Jackie Chan's more modern movies, there's always a gang of assholes, and he's definitely out like a Super Cop and all that. He's always out there fighting some gang of assholes. In Super Cop 1, if you watch really close to subtitles, if you're watching it in Chinese, he walks into the restaurant and he asks for an order of fried cat with peas. When they dub it, they change that. But in the original VHS, he literally is ordering, "Can I have fried cat with peas, please?"
Damn. Did you ever watch The Killer? The Killer by John Woo with Chow Yun-fat?
Jet Li? Is that with Jet Li?
No, The Killer is Chow Yun-fat.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I've ever watched that one, but I know Chow Yun-fat, though. Now, one guy I always really liked was... he always played the guy that was supposedly the guy that taught Bruce Lee Wing Kung Fu or some shit. What was his name?
I need to know this guy.
Oh, he's in so many movies. I know you've seen him. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he was in the Jet Li movie Legend or whatever it was called. I think he might have played Snow. what is his name? Something you. He's got like a really simple name for a Chinese guy. Like it's like, God.
And you saw Once Upon a Time in China or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Brad
Brad
Pitt's
Pitt
character.
fucks Bruce Lee up.
Fuck yeah. that was
Ip
great.
Man. That's who I'm talking about. Ip Man.
Ip
And
Man's
there's
dead.
like probably 5 Ip Man movies. I don't know how many. They're all good. And he is supposedly either the guy who taught Bruce Lee Wing Kong or whatever it is, or his master, the guy who taught the master that taught Bruce Lee. And then Bruce Lee, of course, took that and created Jeet Kune Do. And this guy created this martial arts specifically for smaller people who had to fight bigger people. And oh man, his movies, the Ip Man movies, are freaking insane. They're so good. And but he's been in a ton of American films as well. You know, he's made that break, that breakthrough. Really great guy. The One, that's a good movie. Jet Li, yeah, that's a good one. I think my favorite Jet Li movie of all time, though, is hell. I hate to say it, but it might be that one with Chris Tucker, where Jet Li's kind of like the main bad guy. And Jackie Chan's Chris Tucker's partner.
Rush Hour?
Rush Hour, yeah. Like Chris Tucker's talking shit and Jet Li hits him and he's like, do that again. Didn't even see it. This is like swack. Dude pulls a gun at him and he takes it apart. It pulls a slide right off of it. It's like, oh my goodness, man. He was really good in The Forbidden Kingdom as the Monkey King. I mean, he did piss on Jackie Chan's head. And he was playing a monk, but it ended up in the very end, when he got his staff back, he was the Monkey King. And, because they're fighting with the armies of heaven or some shit. He's really good in the Disposables that he's in. He's in quite a few of those. Jet Li. Those are crazy movies because it's like every movie they have like 12 action stars from the 80s. And they just keep adding more. You know what I mean? It's like it starts out, it's like Stallone and whoever he can get. And then by the third movie, Schwarzenegger's in it, and freaking Dolph Lundgren's in it, and Jean-Claude's in it, and Jet Li's in it. And it's just like, and it just keeps going. There's just like everyone's in this movie, and they're all riding around the world, blowing shit up, and there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. It's just, hey, here's a bunch of action stars from the 80s blowing shit up. Sit back and enjoy. Okay.
The only thing missing from the Expendables movies is Danny McBride. Danny McBride on set, and they pan over to him, and he's like, I've got about 12 seconds where I have you shit your pants. And then he makes a big explosion.
Yeah. Yeah, those are movies that you wouldn't think anyone would like, but I watched them at the station with the guys, and I couldn't help but be like, okay, this is not fine nouveau cinema. This is sit down and eat popcorn and have a beer and watch a bunch of your favorite dudes from 30 years ago blowing shit up. And the nostalgia factor is just there. You're just like, oh, yeah. Schwarzenegger comes in and gives the bro hand thing to Stallone, though. It's like, oh, yeah. I mean, that makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside as a Gen X dude.
Yeah, because those guys were always at each other's throats in tabloids. They were never on each other's sides, or they were never backing each other back in the 80s. It wasn't until they did Planet Hollywood together, or Stallone had something to do with Planet Hollywood, I thought.
I don't know what it is, but I bet you there was a lot of, the film industry. How many movies were one or the other of those dudes in that the other guy had wanted? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might have built up some bad blood over time, you know? Like maybe Stallone wanted to be the running man. But Schwarzenegger was eating up all the action roles at that minute. And Stallone was probably like, well, F this foreigner. I don't know if he was saying that exactly, but I can see it, You're two muscle bound jock dudes and you're in a very small pool fighting for whatever you can get, right? And if you're Stallone, you gotta be extra kind of insulted that dude that barely speaks English keeps getting parts. And you're just like, why couldn't I have been Conan? I mean, technically, I kind of look more like Conan than Schwarzenegger does. At least I got black hair, right? I don't know. I'm just talking shit here. I really don't know what was going on with those two. But then when the competition was over and they're both old and retired and shit, and it's just like, no reason to dislike each other now, It's all good. We both made it. Stallone was the running man in Rocky. That's a nice call, yeah. That's true. He ran up the stairs in Philadelphia, I think it was, wasn't it? Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah, he ran up all those steps. He's always jogging around. And then they copied that in Nintendo Punch-Out. The guy you play, Kid Dynamite or whatever, is always dressed just like Stallone was when he's running. And the black dude on the bike's behind him yelling at him because that's your coach or whatever. So you're like running down the way with the skyline in the background and the black dude chasing you on a bike yelling at you. Ding, 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 ding. King Hippo. Rah, rah, rah. Oh, yeah. But Pineapple Express was good, but for me, Super Cops was peak for that whole group. And then Beer Fest was pretty damn funny. Some of their other stuff, I'm like, okay, it's okay. It's okay, but oh man. When they pull those kids over and they're high and shit and they pull them in the back and the dude like makes out like he killed the cops and steals their car. He's like, do you boys like Mexico? And he takes off and the kids in the back are just freaking losing their minds. And he's just like, woo, That movie had so many great lines too, and like the chief comes in, he's like, I'm sorry, you know how they get when they're all full of syrup. They're all, get all antsy in their pantsies when they're all jacked up on that syrup. Because, the cops are chugging bottles of freaking pancake syrup. Yeah. Yeah, but, here's the thing I'm going to tell you off grid, and you can look this shit up. Clubber Lang, Mr. T, was actually in real life a badass. I mean, they said that he had one of the hardest punches of anyone on the planet. He worked as a bouncer in some of the worst clubs where he came from. He was known for knocking a fool out. Mr. T. So a lot of his I pity the fool shit was for real pity the fool shit. It wasn't just like, he wasn't some poncy guy that was trying to pretend to be a badass. Like in real life, he had knocked a bunch of bastards out. I mean, he was that dude,
Well, Carl Weathers showed up for Rocky, and he was insulted because he could actually box, and Stallone really couldn't. Stallone had like high school lessons for boxing, but he was not as practiced as Carl Weathers.
Weathers had to. Here's the thing about Rocky, though. If you think about it, Bruce, they never pretended like Rocky could box.
No.
His whole deal was just to get in there and let the other dude beat his ass until they got tired and he could get a hit in. That's kind of all he did.
In every movie, yeah.
Yeah, in every movie, he got the shit beat out of him. He just refused to stay down. That's kind of the whole inspiration of Rocky. The guy just would not
go down to 0 hit points. I have to have at least 1 hit point at the end of the combat round.
Right. Yeah. Well, that is Rocky. I still got 2 hit points. I'm ready to go. He's like, I mean, even when he's fighting the big Russian, he gets his ass whipped by Draco. Draco whips the shit out of him. He just will not stay down. And it's the same when he fights Apollo Creed, And then in the one with Clubber Lang, his own trainer, Rocky, you're a paper champion. Don't go out there. That guy'll kill you.
Burgess Meredith made Rocky 3.
Yeah.
He was the best part of Rocky 3, I think.
Yeah. He told him, man. He's like, that guy's a real fighter. And the thing is, like I said, Mr. T was for real a real fighter. I'm not saying a boxer. I'm saying like Tyson, he would get in the ring and street brawl you to death because he could hit. I mean, I saw Tyson knock a guy out one time. He hit him in the arm and knocked him out because the dude's own arm hit him in the chin. You see what I mean? He like threw up to try to block it, and the punch just went right through. I mean, no one is ever going to sit here and try to argue that Mike Tyson was a skilled boxer. He was a genetic freak that could get in the ring and F you up. And that's what he did too. And you could be a skilled boxer. It don't matter when somebody's coming at you like that with that kind of speed and power, man. I mean, Tyson knocked out a lot of guys that would be considered way better boxers than him. Tyson get in there and lay him out. So, and Clubber Lang, you're right. Clubber Lang was supposed to represent the Tyson fighter, the guy that grew up on the rough streets, beating people's asses, and at some point decided to lift weights and start beating people's ass. Dude, quit. I remember when Tyson was talking to somebody and they're shit talking, he's like, "I eat your children." It was like, what? What did you say, Tyson? I'll eat your children. It's like, calm down, bro. Now, for some reason, Tyson and Norm Macdonald were buddies. Well, I know why. They were both on that movie, Mike Tyson's Detective Adventures or whatever. But the cartoon, right? The series. And over time, hanging out, they actually become friends. And Tyson, I seen him say some of the funniest shit ever. He was being interviewed, I think, by Norm Macdonald. And Norm was saying something about fighting. And Tyson's like, "I can't fight no more. I got these bunions." And Norm's like, "Yeah?" And Tyson's like, "Yeah, if somebody got in a ring with me, they just step on my feet. I'd be like, I get on my knees and suck your dick. Just leave me alone." And Norm's laughing, and Tyson's just going off about how his feet hurt. And it's like, and it's funny because it's Tyson.
You can see
Oh, yeah.
You can
After
understand
the
it.
fight, like, fuck you. It's like, why? Yeah. He'd just say outlandish shit. He would just get on there and say outlandish shit, just weird shit. And personally, guys, maybe I'm a dick. I don't know that Tyson actually essayed that chick. I'm not positive. When it comes to really, really famous, really, really rich men, this might suck and be like a total misogynist thing. But I mean, I've seen 20-year-olds throw their numbers at my fat ass when I was a firefighter just because they wanted to be badge bunnies. You know what I mean? So I can only imagine what a guy like Tiger Woods or Tyson or one of these like elite athletes has to go through their whole lives. You know, I mean, Bill Burr mentioned it. I don't know if he went far enough. Building WGA Dark Age figures. War Games Atlantic. Nice. I am getting ready to throw a new hand on. I don't think this is a War Games Atlantic, but the hand will be. I think this is a Gripping Beast Dark Age Irishman because I have a Dark Age Irish unit for what's it called? Damn it. The game starts with an S. What is it?
Stargrave?
No, it's like a wild game. You got your dice and you put them on your little template, and that determines how your units move. I've got it in there, but I don't want to dig it up. It's a great game if you can find anybody to play it with you. And the Irish have this great ability. You can put like some trees on the table, and anytime any enemy units get within certain range of those trees, you can do ranged attacks. And it represents Irish kids hiding in the trees throwing rocks, which I just find hilarious. Saga, that's the one. That's where a lot of my heroic armies, like my Dark Age Irish right here, and I've got some Vikings up here, and I've got some Anglo-Saxons. They're all from Saga. And I ended up getting all the new stuff for Saga because originally you had the Saga rulebook and then you had all these tiny little books, but now they got like one book and it has like all the Vikings in it instead of having to hunt them down. But
I always liked Saga, but I never got into it.
Saga does something a lot of war games don't do, and that is it takes into account how tiring fighting wars is.
Yeah.
Because while your men are activating, you got to worry about if they're tired or fatigued or how they're feeling. And if your men get fatigued, all of a sudden your top line, Hearthguard or some shit, if they're really tired, they can get their asses whipped by a bunch of freaking peasants. Just because, late Romans, Vikings. Oh, yeah, everything you just named would be usable in Oathmark for sure. And Oathmark, my heart is with Oathmark. When it comes to rank and fight games, Oathmark is by far my favorite. And
Oathmark's
I have. What's that?
Oathmark is great, but I love Frostgrave better.
Well, but Frostgrave's a different. We're talking that's apples oranges.
Yeah. True.
And Frostgrave is amazing. And if you're a gamer and you've been a gamer for any amount of time, you already got an army for Frostgrave.
You can already play Frostgrave.
You can already play it. Just gather up some orcs and halflings and goblins. As long as they got the right equipment, you're good.
Yeah. You don't even really need equipment. You can play the game with pogs.
Right. It's like, oh, you need a thief and you've got an orc with a dagger? Well, there's a thief. You need a thug and you've got a goblin with a freaking hand weapon that's not a dagger, something bigger. There's your thug. Actually, I just said halfling with the dagger. That's what my brother used for his thieves. My halflings and gnomes. You got a big Viking with a two-handed sword. There's your Templar. All three of them are great. The difference is Saga takes into account, like, are your troops tired? Is shit going on? And then you have to have the dice to roll, and you can put them on. There's this dashboard, basically. And depending on what dice symbols you get, you can put them on that dashboard to have your units do, like, extra shit. And every army's kind of different. Like your Saxons are amazing at forming the shield wall. So if you get that symbol, you can throw your Saxon Hearthguardsmen into a shield wall, and they become super tough. And Vikings get abilities, and the Irish get them. The Irish have this weird thing where most Irish suck, but they have like heroes, kind of like the Fenians. And the heroes are like one-man war machines. These guys will show up and wreck ass. And then, of course, the Irish, you could take like whole units of freaking dogs, just Irish wolfhounds all over the table. And that works out when you play Oathmark because the elves can take units of hounds, which is kind of cool. You just put one elf and 9 wolfhounds together, and there's your unit. And then, of course, Frostgrave is D&D with no DM. Let's be honest. That's what Frostgrave is. You make an adventuring party. Your friends make an adventuring party. There's NPC monsters all over the table. And you just try to get in and get some freaking treasure and get out before you get killed. You know what I mean? And the NPC monsters or the other players could be the ones killing you. But the best thing about Frostgrave and why I love it so much more than Mordheim is the 2 starting troops are free. They cost 0 gold. So even if you have a really bad game and get like half of your army killed in game, next game you still got the full game. You're still good. Whereas in Mordheim, if you get all your guys killed and you've got no gold left to buy a bunch of guys, you are effed directly in the A. And your next game is going to be maybe your last game. Because what are you going to do when there's 3 Nordlanders there and you're fighting a full band of Skaven? You're going to die. You can't even outrun them. They're faster than you. So it's like, that's the only thing about Mordheim that I've always thought they need to fix that shit. You know, at least in Necromunda, you could hire Juves really cheap and just pray to God they survive. But Mordheim wasn't quite so easy. But Frostgrave, I've played 3v, 1v1v1 games of Frostgrave and had literally 7 guys die in a battle. And I didn't want to throw my army away and be like, this sucks. I was just like, well, next game I'm going to start with some thieves and some thugs and see if I can grab some treasure. And maybe, and I did too. I snuck on there. I ducked and weaved through the city, grabbed the treasures I could, and got the hell out. And then one game, and I've told you guys about this of Oathmark, we got so overrun by undead NPCs that me and the other 2 players were like, hey, we need to call a truce right now, or none of us are getting any treasure, and we're all just dying. Because there was so many skeletons, and you got to love it when like a vampire wanders onto the table, just starts kind of roaming about. And NPCs in Frostgrave, they measure line of sight, and whoever they can see, they charge. And while skeletons only have 1 hit point, so if you hit them, they do die. Their offensive ability is just as good as yours. So it's not like, oh, I can take skeletons. No, you can't. They might be easy to kill, but they'll sure as shit kill the shit out of your dudes too. Temple of Elemental Evil. I've beaten that game like 3 times, Mobius. The one thing I always say to remember with Temple of Elemental Evil, you're talking about the one by Troika, is you have to download the patches if they haven't just been added by now. Because the game's nearly unplayable without the patches. But if you get the patches in there, that game is actually really badass, even though it is, 3rd edition D&D, whatever. It's still really cool. Good game.
I am going to have to take off because it's I gotta get up in 4.5 hours. But
hey, I appreciate you hanging out for the couple hours you have.
I have enjoyed myself. I got some good work done on this guy here. I like the fact I got the bark.
Such a strange thing.
I can't wait to pull it out in combat and just fuck with my players.
Well, after that thing you told me you did to him the last game, man, I kind of feel like Janet's probably shell-shocked. Like sending people to the ethereal plane and then like crucifying them.
Oh, it's great. Crucifixion spirits are so awesome. Don't be that guy. Come on, man.
Don't be a hater.
Don't be a hater. Janet picked her side. She's a player character. she wanted to be a hero.
Yeah. Mobius, I will speak for the only 2 people on this I can speak to, which is me and my brother. We love that game. And I will tell you what, if you have ever played Village of Hamlet and Temple of Elemental Evil, the Troika Temple of Elemental Evil is 100% accurate to the module.
It's legit. It's really legit.
100%. And, so, yeah. They did change a few things recently to make certain encounters tougher than they were because they always should have been. But yeah, you get to go to like the village of Nob and fight with bandits and pirates. Thank you, Bruce, for dropping in, bro. You get to go to the temple and explore the temple and explore like the pocket dimensions and fight with various things here and there. And I mean, your character, I think that they max out around 10th level or so, but shit, man. And like I said, it's third edition. Who cares? It's fun. And if I were going to give you any advice at all, it's the same advice I gave everybody about Hyperborea. See, I'm building satyrs to represent my men of Ling in Hyperborea. Don't turn your nose up at the basic classes. Because like in third edition, the basic fighter gets so many feats that by the time you hit the higher levels, they're monsters. Just monsters, right? So while it's cool to have a paladin, the fact that the basic fighter is just a combat monster is going to change stuff around. You're going to need a thief, or you're going to just get hit by traps nonstop. Clerics are a given. Clerics are given, and they're also the most powerful class in third edition, so that works out. And you're probably going to want some mages, because I'll tell you what, that AoE damage, a lot of times, you know, that'll be a lifesaver when you're getting jumped by, I don't know, 30 freaking bugbears, and you got a couple of mages that can drop fireball on them. You know, blah, blah, get the F out of here with that, right? But, I mean, you can play anything and beat the game if you're just smart and you play the game. And for the era it was made, the graphics are actually badass. You know, you can make good characters. You can play through all of the political bullshit in Hamlet. You can go to the gatehouse and get ate by giant frogs. You can fight your way down to, what's his name, Lareth or whatever, you know, and beat his ass and take his +2 plate mail or whatever. You can just wander around in the fields fighting undead and whatever. You can go to Nulb. You can, I mean, literally, it's a big game. It's a big game. There's a lot of area there where you're traveling between these different places and doing this stuff. Yes, in Hyperborea, that is a great thing that for some reason my addled brain had thought was in AD&D. Janet, we were just talking about you, Bruce and I. Bruce just left. In AD&D, I'd always thought having high intelligence gave you bonus spells, and that's what me and Shadow started arguing about when we were arguing about mages. You know, and he's like, mages suck. And I'm like, mages don't suck. You know what I mean? And we were going back and forth about it. And it turns out he wasn't wrong. You know, compared to mages in Hyperborea, AD&D mages do suck. Because Hyperborean mages, now I have my books right here. Hyperborean mages, regardless of which class you're talking, but we'll talk just the generic mage, right? I mean, barbarians are awesome, though. I mean, that's also a given, though, right? So let's look at our mage, our magician, right? No armor, die 4 hit die, that's standard. No shields allowed, but can use a dagger, a dart, quarterstaff, or sling, not slang, and every 4 levels can pick any weapon and just be proficient with it. Decent saving throws. They start with alchemy. They automatically can do familiar bullshit. They can all read magic. They all can use scrolls. They can write scrolls. They have sorcery. These are all just innate abilities. Their weapon skills, I already mentioned, and then their henchmen enlisting, right? And then their combat matrix is not great, but they're mages. But then the fact that having a high intelligence actually gives you bonus spells up to level 4. Well, I mean, diver, Peace and love to you, brother. I'm not saying that Hyperborean mages don't require stuff. They're not an easy class to play. And they take a lot of XP compared to, say, a cleric or a thief. But a lot of stuff people hate about AD&D or D&D mages, Hyperborean mages don't suffer that shit. They literally just start the game with a lot of abilities they should always had, like the alchemy thing. Of course, every mage should automatically have an idea about alchemy. Every mage should be able to summon a familiar. That shouldn't be a spell on your list. You just do it because you're a mage. You can read magic. Why? Because you're a freaking mage. You don't need that spell. F that spell. Get that spell right out of here. Right? You can just do it. And then that's before you get into the unit fillers from the Dark Age for Cairns. That's an interesting thing. Yeah, I don't know about that, Mister. I don't know. And then, like I said, if that's not cool enough for you because you're that guy, I mean, there's all the mage subclasses. Personally, the magician, I think if you're going to be a magician, the magician is the best magician. But then again, maybe you don't want to be just a generic magician, right? Maybe you want to be like a guy who does nothing but ice magic, like Necron from Fire and Ice. You know, maybe that's your dig. You want to get super high level so you can push glaciers around and shit. Or you want to be an illusionist. Or you want to be a warlock. And actually, you're just a mage or a fighter, but you got some mage spells. I like the necromancer, personally. I mean, granted, you gotta be evil or at the least neutral, but and look at the necromancer, right? They can use daggers, darts, quarterstaffs, sickles, slings, and whips. And then, like I said, at level 4, pick a longbow if you want. Be that crazy mage that hangs out in the background just lobbing longbow shots at people's face. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? They can command undead at 3rd level, the necromancers. So they can just roll up to a skeleton and be like, listen here, bitch. I mean, you can be a pyromancer and just concentrate on nothing but burning the world to the ground. You can be that guy. You know the guy when they say some people just want to see the world burn? You can be that guy. Witch. Let me tell you something. The first time I read The Witch, I was like, I don't know. Is this a good class or not? And then we got one in the party. And they started leveling up. And I started being like, really? Like, okay, this is how it's going then, huh? At 5th level, they can do a dance that beguiles everyone watching them. Not in combat, but still. They can create an effigy of an enemy human, so a voodoo doll, basically, and F with it. They can animate a broom at 7th level and fly around. Sucks that you. Did you just start streaming, brother? Is that what's going on? Because I never know for sure when you're streaming. And I always try to catch your streams. And I am ending in 15 minutes. Which for you is, I mean, here it's like kind of late. For you, I think you're like 3 hours different. So, because it's like almost 8 here, but for you, it's probably freaking. Oh, you want to join? Well, I'll put the link in for you, brother. Anytime, every time. You know that. We've been talking about war games and Hyperborea pretty much. I love this picture. It's black and white. But you see how the witch is all pretty and shit, but look at her shadow. You know what I mean? They do some crazy shit. They can charm people. They can like basically poison apples and freaking create brooms that fly around. And they're really good at brewing concoctions. That's kind of what a witch does. So she can brew hallucinogenic potions, nauseating potions, paralytic potions, filters of love, poison, soporific poisons, opakegons, which is a Greek word that causes blindness. So, I mean, yeah, just a crazy class that seems like strange until, like I said, you see it in action, and then you're like, oh my God, this thing is a monster. How you doing, man?
Oh, what's up, man? How you doing? Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. You're looking good. Like your haircut.
Oh, I did get a haircut today. I was actually sick all weekend.
Oh, I didn't know when you got it. I'm just saying it
Oh.
looks different today than the last time I saw you. I like it.
Yeah, thank you. No, it just you were talking about wizards and how they suck and everything like that.
Well, Shadow said they sucked, and I was arguing that they don't suck. And we went back and forth for a while, and then I was looking at Hyperborea, and I was like, well, Hyperborean, the wizards in the Hyperborea role-playing game, they do get some abilities. They definitely just should. But no, AD&D wizards, when they hit 5th level, are gods. When they start throwing fireballs and shit around, it's like, get out of here.
It's 5th level when they become gods. I always thought it was like if you can get them to the 7th level, then they're pretty much king.
Well, at 5th is when they get fireballs and lightning bolts. And all of a sudden, they start dominating battlefields.
3rd, they have access to fireball, and then it becomes plural as in fireballs and stuff like that.
Right. Every level after that, you're rolling 6d6 damage on everything in a 30 cubic foot radius. It's like, yeah, okay. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And then lightning bolts got like 120 foot range. So you're sniping bitches with a 6d6 lightning bolt. You know? Yeah, all you got to do is get them up the levels. And depending on how you do it, I mean, grab mage armor. People bitch, right? Why don't you have mage armor on before you walk into that dungeon? Why don't you have a shield? Like, what are you doing with your whole life? You're bitching because you got hit and killed, but you didn't do anything to stop it.
What is mage armor?
It basically acts as if your mage is wearing like chainmail.
Oh, I never even.
So it takes your armor class from like 9 down to like 5 or 4. And then shield makes you immune to magic missiles.
To be a mage, you have to, I mean, it's real hard. You have to at least have an intelligence of what, 13 to be a mage?
I don't know. I'd have to look. I thought it was like 9, but I don't know.
I think it's a minimum strength of 9 to be a fighter, which is like Stephen Hawking levels of fighter.
Right. Well, I mean, they say that 9 is like basic human, but in my prime, I could say that I definitely had higher than a 9. Not an 18, but definitely higher than a 9.
The guy with the 9 definitely isn't bench pressing 210 anytime soon.
Right. Because, well, in the DMG, they have the how much can a guy by strength bench? And it's like, I think at 18, you can bench like 450. I've known guys in real life that could bench that.
Well, yeah, there are guys who can bench press 450. Yeah, absolutely, all day.
Yeah, I worked with a big Swede named Tommy, spelled with 1 M and an I. And that dude would go out into our workout room at the station and put up 450 all day. But he also, as a hobby, played minor league hockey and competed in weightlifting. And he was like 6'3" too. So, big Swedish guy.
All right, so let's see here. On Google, I just rolled 3 5s. So we'll write that down. We got 3 5s.
15, that's pretty good, actually.
Oh, actually, it's 2 5s and a 6. Hold on. So we got 16.
16. Okay. That puts 16. You in the top 10% of humans on the planet.
Let's roll this again and see what I get. Okay. Oh, I got a 3. Okay.
That makes you literally unplayable.
That
No
makes
matter
you
what
literally
attribute you
unplayable.
put that in, you have just become the worst.
I don't know. I think this will be pretty good. Hold on. Okay, we got a 10. And I roll 3 more times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 11. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, 8.
Not great,
So
but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got to roll one more time. What do we got?
big number.
Oh, a 9.
So
that makes me look. So where do you put the 3? I guess you put the 3 there on charisma. That's what
yeah, but a 3 charisma means you're like Quasimodo, except you can't actually say nice things either.
Oh, it makes you that ugly?
Not only are you ugly, but you're just horrible to even be around. Because charisma represents not just like your physical, but like your talking.
So I bought burritos for the group this weekend. And they're like, why the burritos? I was just trying, I don't want to be an asshole all the time. The data center would run out of water if we had to tabulate how many times you've been an asshole. That's what they said. But I was just thinking, that was my thought. I'm like, I'll roll a character with DM James, take up a little bit of his time here. And just a 3 charisma. I'll take the 16. I guess I'll be the fighter class. I'll be a dwarf. There we go. My next highest stat would, I would get +2 you see, there's so many things you could do, and there's so little, you never ever have enough time to talk about it. If I'm a dwarf, and I could get a 13 constitution because it's +2 for the racial benefit there.
Right. See, unfortunately for you, if we were playing Hyperborea, guess what? You got to be a human.
You got to be a human.
That's it. However, you can roll to see what kind of human. Do you want to be Greek, German, Cimmerian, a Roman, a Kurgan?
You guys said I was some kind of Roman already if I played Hyperborea?
Yeah, when we were talking, but when I made my character for the game I'm in online with the Brazilian DM, I ended up making a Roman, and it's been a lot of fun. She's actually a pretty good DM.
That's cool.
Yeah, I made a skinny blonde-haired Roman that keeps my haircut really short, and I've got SPQR branded on my arm. And my character's whole deal is I'm trying to find other Romans. Because I wasn't born on Hyperborea, I actually appeared there.
So you're actually got like a last unicorn scenario going on. There we go.
Well, that's kind of with Hyperborea. Your character was either born there, or you were wandering through the woods, and somehow when you walked out of the woods, you're there.
Oh, it draws you in the same way. God, what is that place called? Strahd von Strove, Ravenloft.
Yeah, Ravenloft.
Yeah.
Except it's a billion years in the future, a gigantic continent floating around Saturn. And the Earth's sun is now a red giant. And it's only in the sky about half of the year.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
And all the worst monsters you can think of live there. So don't worry about goblins. Don't worry about goblins. That's the bullshit. They don't live there. Worry about all the shit H.P. Lovecraft talked about, because that shit is there. You know what I mean? Migos and Shoggoths and frickin'. And the orcs in Hyperborea are literally half demons.
They're half demons? That's kind of neat.
Well, in old D&D, they had a monster called a devil swine, which is a demon that could appear as a pig or a fat human that like to eat humans. And in Hyperborea, an orc is what happens when a demon swine reproduces with a pict. So they're half picked or devil picks or whatever. And that's why orcs in Hyperborea have pig faces.
Oh, all right.
And then, of course, orcs can reproduce with orcs, and they tend to have litters of 6 to 10, and they're combat capable about 10 years old.
That's not even remotely fair. I Imagine how different the world would be if you were just combat capable at 10 years old.
Yeah. And the other thing is while they're not quite as good at certain technologies as humans, their weapons and armor are still effective. So orcs and Hyperborea actually control a huge part of the world because they're not jokes. These things they're almost kind of like the what were they called in Firefly? They will kill you, grape you, and make clothes out of your skin, and you have no idea what order that shit's going in.
I never watched Firefly.
Reavers, I think. Well, that's orcs and Hyperborea. They are that way. So any of these like people who try to argue about orcs, blah blah, nah, don't play Hyperborea, baby, because these aren't your big green World of Warcraft orcs. These are assholes. You know, they exist to murder you and to do horrible shit before that. If you're a female or a pretty man. And that's
I tried to let you know when you were on when you guys were talking about wizards, when you guys were talking about elves. Last time I saw you with Shadow and everything, and I think one of the most overlooked, just playable classes out of the box is the elf fighter. There you go. No, and he's not a wizard. He's just a regular fighter. He'd have the racial dexterity bonus. He could have a decent strength. You use any weapon, and he'll have the racial bonus for bow. But if he's got that high dex, you know, he could be starting with a Thaco score of like 17.
Yeah, and I think some of them, not only do they get a bonus with bows, but spears as well.
And you could just very, very simply arm this guy. Yeah, he could carry a short bow, sword, shield, dagger. And if he wanted to, I guess he could hurl a javelin at you.
And dex is like the OP stat in old school D&D because it gives you a bonus to hit with ranged weapons, but also makes you harder to hit.
So, and that's also,
and it also affects your initiative.
Yeah, that also it's a good one for the wizard to have if he can get a dex of 17. You know, I mean, it would have an armor class of 7. I believe that's where the bonus gets better. You get a plus 2 bonus.
In Hyperborea, you want your second stat for a wizard to be dex. Because 1, it helps with your armor class, but 2, at level 4, you can pick any weapon and use it. So now you've got a wizard with a longbow.
Yeah.
So when he's not casting spells, he's whipping arrows 300 yards downrange or whatever, or 300 feet, whatever it is. Just like, yeah, the standard elf is a fighter mage. He gets armor in the whole 9 yards, yeah. Longsword at +1 racial bonus. But again, what Shadow and I were talking about was Tolkien D&D versus what I'm playing, which is R.E. Howard Lovecraft D&D. Totally different situation here. You know, if you're playing Tolkien, yeah, you got, or I'll tell you what, I ran Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay for a year. We had a high elf in the group, and that character was badass. Just for being an elf. Just being an elf made that character badass. But it's what you expect in Warhammer, right?
Right.
It's like, I'm an elf. My intelligence is better than yours. My initiative is better than yours. My everything is better than yours. Whatever, you know.
So what's that book with the witch you got there?
This is a role-playing game that came out many, many years ago by a gentleman named Jeffrey Talanian. This is the player's book. It is called, the total title is Sword, Sorcery, and Weird Science Fantasy Hyperborea. But really, it's just Hyperborea, right?
Right.
The old game used to be called Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea. Hyperborea is from the Greek stories of a continent on the North Pole where these really tall, blonde-haired people lived and Apollo lived with them. But this guy takes that, and apparently that continent got ripped off the Earth and put around Saturn. That's why there's no continent on Earth up there anymore, And the Hyperboreans are all like Moorcock Elric type guys. You know, they're like 7.5, 8 feet tall, pale with albino hair, and they pretty much hate everybody. But throughout time, since that happened, who knows, 100,000 years ago in our past, different people and tribes and groups have constantly wandered into and been transported to Hyperborea. So the Cimmerians, which were basically like Scythians in Russia in real life, they're in Hyperborea. They rule a whole region. The Celts are there. The Romans are there. The freaking Berbers are there. There's some Moors. There's some this, some that. And they all live there in this weird world that's constantly, like I said, every 13th year, it's winter for a year. Every 13th month, it's winter for a month. And then Saturn is like a giant thing in the sky. You can look up and just see Saturn. It's there, right? And you're just trying to live. And the only playable race is human, but you can play like so many kinds of human. And then you wander around, and I would say book-wise, it's like Robert E. Howard wrote a role-playing game, but it wasn't called Conan. Even though Conan could be in Hyperborea since the Cimmerians are. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
And so it's much more sword and sandals than our beloved Tolkien, you know, kind of high literary fantasy. And the adventures tend to be a lot grittier and a lot more like the players are adventuring because they want money, but it's almost like Warhammer. It's almost like blood and poop role playing, because it's never going to be this epic, beautiful thing. It's always going to be some monster trying to rip your guts out and eat them in front of you, and you're just trying to live. Yeah, the basic races are Saxons, Greeks, Carolingians. There's the Celts, the Cimmerians, the Picts, Eskimo, Yakut, Tingit, which apparently are Indian tribes from like the Northwest United States. The Yakuts are Siberian Indians. Eskimos are everyone else, so Inuits and Kimchucks and all that. And the most popular god in Hyperborea amongst humans is Tsagwa. And that's that giant fat bat frog sloth looking thing that is mentioned in Conan and Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith stories. And the Eskimo kind of try to keep it on the DL that most of them worship Cthulhu. So, you know. And then some tribes worship the Kraken, which is not Cthulhu. It's a different thing in the ocean. And then the Greek gods are all there too. So you can worship Ares, except he's evil as shit because he's the Greek version of Ares that only believes in bloodshed and murder. Or you can worship Hermes, the god of luck. You can worship Apollo. You can worship Athena or Artemis. You can worship Crom, except instead of the Irish Crom Cruick, he's called Crimmer. But the same damn shit. And his whole deal is don't pray to Crom, because when you were born, he gave you all the gifts you need, and he thinks prayer is weak. So don't do it. He already set you up to succeed. Get out there and do it.
Whoa. Conan prayed to Crom, and he took out Thulsa Doom's riders.
Yeah, the one time in his life. And his
prayer you're allowed to do it once.
Yeah, but think about it. The one time it was just like, Crom, watch us die. You know, no one will remember if we were good men or bad. They'll just remember that few stood against many. And he ended his prayer with, and if you don't care, well, the hell with you. Or if you don't listen, then the hell with you. So his prayer was basically to tell his God to go to hell. Because that's
he did kind of have a shit life, although I wish I could have the Wheel of Pain body.
And that is kind of the Cimmerian way of life. It's like Crom gave you the strength and the will to succeed, and it's up to you. Don't rely on him anymore. He already made you what you were. So get out there and freaking do it. You see what I mean? and the four winds, which in Hyperborea are called the Aborea. So Subutai could even be there being like, I believe in the four winds, the everlasting sky. Oh, yeah, Kronos, Saturn. You would think that that would be a thing, but the Sagwa is closely related to Saturn since he actually came from there. And at some time, according to Clark Ashton Smith, when Hyperborea was being destroyed, he took the Hyperborean people and he kept them on Saturn with him for a while. Because apparently humans can live on Saturn. Who knew? And that's kind of why plus he's like the god of fertility and death, luck and also bad luck. He's like everything he's the god of is like opposites. So yeah, the High Order of Carlet. Yeah. So is the wind called Mariah? The wind screams. No, that's Mary. Yeah. Yeah. See, now, Janet, you got me thinking about frickin' Jimi Hendrix. The Wind Screams Mary, I think, was that one. But my favorite Jimi Hendrix song is definitely Hey Joe. That's a song that tells you something. Where you going? Going down to Mexico because I shot my old lady because she been sleeping around. Hey Joe, here you going down to Mexico. Yeah, it's like, okay. I feel you, Jimmy. I feel you. I know what you're thinking. Yeah. I shot my old lady. I caught her messing around town. Anyway, Holy Diver's sitting there like, what have I gotten into?
Oh, I'm just sitting here, dude. I'm just fanning out with my buddy DM James. That's all I'm doing right now.
I am putting together War Games Atlantic Satyrs because War Games Atlantic lately has totally owned my soul.
Okay, I just finished painting one of these.
Oh, nice. I don't know what it is. It looks like some kind of freaking.
It's Drop Fleet. It's Drop Fleet, and it's a.
Oh, I remember that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 6 mil game where you drop troops onto like a planet and duke it out.
Yeah, and so I told my friends, I'm like, I don't do space, guys. I really don't. Like, I sent my friend a picture of old Star Trek with a Romulan, the fuzzy hair and everything on the screen. He's like, we are the Romulans. None of you are safe. Now bow in trouble before the might of our Romulan leader. I am the Romulan commander. Fear me. That's literally how far my imagination goes. With the Romulans especially. Humans are the vermin and the scum of the universe. We are superior.
Except they all got like a hard-on for Vulcans. Because the Romulans and the Vulcans were like related in some way 1,000 years ago or some shit.
Yeah, I think they're the same race technically. I just think the Romulans decided that they were done being logical and left. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think the most logical. I have no idea. I am not the biggest Trekkie out there.
One of the armies in that game is the post-humans. They're pretty cool. I remember the post-humans. They're like all like, I don't know, like cybernetically enhanced asshats. And there's normal humans. I remember that. Because when I looked at this game, which I never got into it, I immediately said, no aliens. F them. I'm going to play humans. Because managed to sell what was left of my 40K stuff for like a grand. Granted, it was like $2,000 worth of stuff. But it was old, beat up, painted. Dude was cool. I was like, yeah. And then gave all the money to my wife. Because
sounds fair.
That's what I do. So now I've got Legions Imperialis, and I still have my two 30K armies. And I could not bring myself to sell them because, my 30K Blood Angels would.
Legions is I should really read through that book, that rule book I've got. Legions is a very decent game.
I'm just hoping that one day they'll put out Primarchs for Legions if they haven't. because my beloved Ninth Legion needs their angel. And if we're playing epic level, then I want my angel. Stop effing around, right? I'm sure the Iron Warriors want their giant robot.
I couldn't tell you what GW is going to do with that. Again, they've really completely blurred the line between when it comes from like you got Games Workshop Alpha, which has 40K, Age of Sigmar, SBG, and those 3 games. That's the prime. Then you have like the offshoot that wants to be in prime, which is Fantasy, 30K, and what's that other game? One more big game that they have that I can't think of right now.
Age of Sigmar. You already said that one, didn't you?
Yeah, no, it's God, what is it? I want to say it's Kill Team. I guess Kill Team.
Oh yeah, Kill Team. Good game, actually, believe it or not.
And then you have the specialist games, which would include their one-off board games, Legionis Imperialis, and at the top of that roster you have the football game, like
Blood Bowl. Great game. Well, I heard that with their new shit, they kind of effed over the Dark Elves. Like, you can no longer have 4 blitzers. Because I played Blood Bowl a lot a couple of years ago, and I had my Dark Elf team, because I always play Dark Elves in fantasy, always. And I had the 4 blitzers finally. I was crushing people's faces with that team. They were just like, what is up with this shit? And I'm like, yeah, eat it. But like, I still have about 5,000 or 6,000 points of old school Games Workshop Dark Elves. As a matter of fact, I don't have it on the table in front of me now because I moved it. But yesterday I was showing off my Idol to Cain and the Witch Elves. You know how you got the Hag and the
yeah.
Oh yeah, and mine isn't the one on wheels. Mine is the old one. That's just a black obsidian statue with like a thing of blood in front of it.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a good model. I mean, I really wish they had put it on wheels and everything. They went back to putting it on wheels.
I could always get a wagon and just put it on it. Wouldn't be that hard. You know what I mean? So,
but they had this brief moment in time where everybody had something broken about their army in 8th edition, and that they had all those new Witch Elf models that were really kind of a short run, which kind of sucked. You didn't get to enjoy it.
Well, the models were beautiful, and poison attacks with multiple attacks on a charge is straight up in your butt. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what do you do about that shit? I'll tell you what you do. Play the undead and laugh all the way to the bank. Because when I bring out my super elite unit of Dark Elves, you mob me with 40 freaking zombies and laugh because I can never kill them. I can't get away from them. And you got a necromancer and a corpse cart just constantly racing. So it's just like, well, nice tar pit there. Because that's what
you need a lot more than 40 zombies. Zombies, you need to be pushing 80 to hold up. The Witch Elves in 8th edition, they were one of the most hyper aggressive units on the table.
Right.
Literally, they would probably easily kill 25 to 50.
Mm-hmm.
Through 25, just like best case scenario dice wise, and then you got to take the 50 off the table because you're losing another 25 in combat res.
Yeah, I think I was playing the last. I know for a fact the last Warhammer Fantasy I played was 7th. It was the rules that came with the Bow of Skull Pass. You remember that
Their
one?
book for 7th edition was very powerful. Gav Thorpe wrote that as his going away present to Matt Ward's Demon book.
Right.
And
that
was hilarious. It was like a giant middle finger.
Yeah. See, Diver, I remember 2 things about competitive 40K when I played it. One was getting my ass completely stomped by Demon Prince armies and Blood Crushers, just nonstop. And the other was getting my ass stomped by random characters and Castilian knights. just nonstop. And I forget which editions those happened in, but when they come out with the plastic bloodletter riding the blood crusher bullshit, and every fantasy army or 40K army had like the max number of those assholes, and then was backed up with like, you know, a greater demon and a number of demon princes, all with wings. And it was just like, really, guy? I'm over here playing Lamenters, and it's a fluff list. And you're running through my shit. It's like, or I'm over here playing my fluffy dark elves with like a block of spearmen, and you just hit me with blood crushers and killed them all because, you know. Back then, my favorite unit in the Dark Elf army was Dark Riders with repeating crossbows.
Everybody loved them. I just never found a use for them. Like the only time I would only ever have like one unit of those guys, and they were there. Like I would much rather have, like I chose to max out on the shades.
Oh, shades are good.
I chose to max rather than bring the horsemen. I'd bring the one unit of 5 to like get my core in because you needed 3 core.
Right.
But I would literally use the I would literally use the shades, at least 2 units of those guys, because they could equip the great weapon.
Yep.
And they had the hatred with it. So when they charged, they could really mess some shit up.
Well, there was a time I think every Dark Elf unit had hatred.
Yeah, that was 7th.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The reason I always took Dark Riders, my man, is because I could hunt mages, I could hunt war machines, and when I needed to, I could just put them behind a unit of my enemy's core, shoot them in the ass while I charge them from the front, and then if they break, pick that shit up.
Yeah, yeah.
That was basically the tactic. The unit that I always fielded, but I always thought sucked horribly, Cold One Knights.
They actually they weren't terrible.
They weren't terrible, but I was playing in a league where you had freaking vampire counts with blood knights.
Hold on.
And those things are like, get the F out of here. You charge those assholes, you die.
Hold on. I'm actually looking at the book right now. Hold on.
So I never had a lot of fun with my Cold One Knights, even though I always mounted. Sometimes I would mount sorceresses on the Dark Steeds or Cold Ones just to get them around the table. But, oh yeah, Dark Riders were always up.
It's the one you're thinking about. It's the book you're thinking about. That is the
one, yeah. My Dark Riders were MVP so much. I mean, run down no one near it and just kill her.
The Dark Elves, the one that they had, the book they had before this, the 6th edition codex, kind of terrible. And then this one came by and rectified it. And,
well, that one, I think they added Corsairs as actually decent troops you could take. You know, they had the Dragonhide cloaks and a 5+ invulnerable or some shit. Double weapons and hatred.
Okay, so this was the weapon. They had a 25-point magic item in here in talismans. It's called the Ring of Hotek.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Any wizard, friend or foe, attempting to cast a magic spell within 12 inches of the wearer will suffer a miscast on any roll of a double.
Mm-hmm.
And I use that to fuck over my buddy with this Gray Seer. Is that a double? Well, you're miscasting now. And he just, like, by about 4 turns in, he had some templates go off on his rats that were pushing that bell around. And I had gotten behind him. And of course, I had infiltrated in, and I used the Cold Ones that he would go in that unit. He'd go in a unit of like 8 Cold Ones, or he would separate from that unit and get behind the unit, get behind where he needed to be with that scout move that they could have. And then I would get my shades into position to start shooting his war machines, because the shades, they had
repeating crossbows, great weapons. They could ignore terrain, I think.
I'm looking at it right now here. Hold on.
Yeah, shades were good. And they were the ones, they looked like Dark Elf warriors, except they're wearing like big cloaks and with repeating crossbows and 2-handed swords and shit. Yeah, they're cool. I like the shades. The High Elves have something similar to them. You know, like I forget what they're called, but they're a bunch of dudes in like big cloaks with, you know, bows and weapons.
Okay, so for 2 points a model, they got a great weapon or an additional hand weapon, and they could wear light armor. I never really much bothered with the light armor.
No.
It was the fact that they were ballistic skill 5.
Right. So 3
That's
plus.
That's
What is that?
that's
3 or
what I
2 plus
remember.
to hit.
So let's see here. 18. You're spending about 180 points for the 2 units, but you get to start out in like, you know, oh, I'm in this forest and I'm just shooting off shots at your Giselles, being a general nuisance because, you know, we're skirmishers in a forest and you're only hitting us on 6s. So you might kill one of us a turn and never cause a panic or anything,
Right.
you know. And just being able to hit on 2s without the repeat shot, on 3s without the repeat shot with about 9 to 7 guys all the time, and wound on a 4+, that was pretty huge for getting things off the table.
Oh no.
Like
I mean,
in the backfield.
I am not going to argue with you about shades. Shades are good. I like my dark riders, and like I said, I like to put my sorceresses on either dark steeds or cold ones, so that they could also be around the table doing what they needed to do, you know.
But they
and
also
get away from people.
In this book, they made the Black Guard of Nargothrond freaking amazing. They were better than Chaos Warriors at 13 points a guy. Here you got a guy with a weapon skill 5.
Yeah.
Still strength 3. He's strength 4 with the halberd, but they gave him 2 attacks base. And that's what they needed in the last book was 2 attacks base instead of 1. Eternal hatred. So they hate every round. Immune to psychology. Warrior elite, whatever that rule is.
Immune to psychology is the shit too, because it's like fear, no. Terror, no.
No, we're not running. These guys wouldn't run from shit. What is the elite?
Yeah, but they
warrior?
should be that way. They are literally the elite guard of Malakath. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, that's what they are. The Black Guard of Nagaron. That is Malakath, the Witch King's elite guard. Those guys should never run. Of course, I'm biased. I play Dark Elves. So, you know what I'm saying? Now, I did play Orcs and Goblins once. Remember, we talked about it. Grimgor Ironhide with his boys surrounded by a bunch of freaking night goblins. Yeah, let's go. You know? Just tie people up with night goblins until Grimgor could come by to sort them out. And I'll tell you what, one-on-one, he might have been the best melee combatant in that whole edition. There weren't too many people that could deal with Grimgor.
One-on-one, it was actually Archeon, but Grimgor had a chance of actually killing him. So a series of events could unfold with Grimgor to kill Archeon. If you, let's say you get lucky enough to land a stone on Archeon and you do 2 wounds to him. Okay. Now, and then he comes to grips with Grimgor. Grimgor might be able to finish him off with that kind of scenario.
I never had to go up against Archeon. You're talking about the Chaos Champion that's all crazy and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But against your average Chaos Lord, Grimgor would run on and just literally pull his head.
Grimgor would mob his sorry ass. I'd say the 3. So you have the so within the edition existing. Hold on, let me get this last book here.
Okay.
Then I'll let you go.
All right. You know, I'll sit here and chat with you. Whatever. Monday is my day.
Monday's your day. All right.
Monday is the only day I actually plan to stream. And
so before you got to the 7th edition Vampire Counts Codex, before you got there, when you made the switch to 7th edition, right here, you had an actual one of the best characters in the game, right? Up until they replaced him. It was Manfred von Karstein.
Oh my God, with the Karstein ring?
No, he had these were the magic items that he carried. Okay, he had the ebony staff. The staff allows Manfred to cast 1 spell for free per magic phase at its power level. Any spell he wants. So I can cast a free Curse of Years every single turn. You're going to burn a scroll or you're going to burn dice. He's got 6 dice to himself. He's carrying the Cloak of Darkness, which gives him a 3+ ward save. He's not using the ring. He's
Right.
got the Cloak of Darkness. And that's a 3+ ward against everything. And the Sword of Unholy Power allows him to store dice. And Manfred has all the following powers from the Von Karstein line. Aura of Dark Majesty, Summon Wolves, Call the Winds. So I can make you -1 to shoot.
He
if I
also
call the
has
winds.
an amazing stat block.
He's just a regular vampire. But it's the fact that he can just automatically cast a spell no matter what. And then he has all those dice for being a level 4 that he gets to use. So, like by turn 3, you're probably completely out of scrolls. And you're just down to dice, and I'm going to get a Curse of Years off on you every single turn after that.
See, in my area, it was a little different because the vampire count guy I played, he had like his vampire, but he would always have like a shit ton of like max level necromancers too.
Those were the Necryarchs in that book, and then they
so it was like every turn he's casting like 4 or 5 spells. You're just sitting there like, what the? I'm dead everywhere.
In the next codex, they gave you the option to have a very casty wizard. It was like, oh, I could just make blobs of guys, and it was cool. It wasn't my play style per se.
Right. I get that. I think maybe the Orlando area was just weird. Good night, OG. Like I said, for like about 6 months or a year, every Warhammer 40K tournament you'd show up to, it was, here's my 2 Castilian Knights, and here's my random characters that give CP to the Castilian Knights. So no matter how much you hurt the Castilian Knight, I spend 1 command point and it attacks as if you didn't hurt it at all. You remember that fiasco? And then the Castilian Knights could just kill everything.
You're talking about
your only hope is you're knocking them down and trying to reduce their offensive capability, but then some asshole who generates command points or whatever they were called is like 1 command point. The Castilian Knight fights as if it's undamaged. And you're
I remember that. I know what you're talking about.
It's just like, you suck ass. I'm over here playing an army of rhinos and razorbacks full of lamenters, and it's like, you suck. They ended up getting rid of that, but then I hate command points. I don't see the point of that shit. I don't know what they were thinking. In 3rd edition, they kind of got it, or not 3rd, in 30K, but they kept it manageable where it's not going to completely like F you over all day. But still.
Well, it was the reactions. You got to make a reaction against something, and you only had so many that you could make, which was reasonable.
Right. But I mean, it is kind of cool when somebody wants to charge you and your reaction is to back up. And they fell their charge and then you're like, oh, my turn now, huh? Countercharge, bitch. It's like, that's kind of cool. But yeah, there were just a couple of editions of 40K that I don't know what they were thinking, whoever designed it, or more likely, they just had no idea what was going to happen. They made the game and it looked cool to them on paper, and then they put it out there. And then, us war gamers, if we can find some shit to F up, we will. And the next thing you know, you had some freaking win at all costs monkeys figuring some shit out. And then it's like, you go to the tournament and everyone there is playing the exact same army.
I know that feeling. Everyone there's, yeah.
And then there was that period where elves were like that, Eldar. It's like everywhere you go, it's like wave serpents with freaking warlocks in them, just cruising around smiting the shit out of everything.
Yeah, well, 7th edition 40K for the Eldar. Here, we're going to make the Wraith Knight 275 points. 275 points. It's like, oh, screw you guys.
I had a Wraith Knight.
What they were doing.
I had a Wraith Knight in a game, run across the table, and pretty much one-shot a Baneblade. And I'm just like, And this is when vehicles had wounds, but this thing had 16 attacks. And they were all like strength 1,000,000,000 or some shit. And it had like the weird glaive or whatever they want to call it. And it ran across, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, that was neat. You know, I mean, it was kind of cool. The army I was playing against, the only living things in the army were warlocks. And I guess the crew of the Wave Serpents. It was nothing but like Wraith Guard, Wraith Lords, freaking Wraith Knight. You know what I mean? And he's running Wave Serpents up and dumping the Wraith Guard off. And they had that really short-ranged weapon that's basically a Melta. You know?
They were destroyer weapons. They were strength of D for dick.
Yeah, and he's just running them up and jumping them out and just being like, all right. And I'm like, all right, I'm glad I'm playing my guard. Yeah, I'll do what I can. But in one turn, he killed the Baneblade and like 4 Lemon Rust tanks. And I was just like, yeah, this is going to be like this. I can tell. Star cannons and shit. I was like, all right, whatever. Bright Lance, my ass. You know?
Bright Lance, I'm just playing my army. You know what you were doing.
Yeah. It's like, I don't care what your armor is. I penetrate on a 4+ all day long, or I do 1,000,000,000 wounds, or Eldar players, man. I'd just be like, okay, bro. Actually, I was lucky. One of the guys that played Eldar in my local shop was like one of those dudes that came very close to Golden Demon. So as much as I hated to play him, his army was freaking immaculate and beautiful. You know what I mean? Like his Wave Serpents literally had like murals of Eldar gods and shit painted on the sides of them and stuff. And they looked beautiful. So I'd be sitting there with my crappy yellow checker pauldron lamenters. And I'd just be like looking at the army and being like, I don't even mind losing. You know, this army is so freaking beautiful. I don't even mind this. I could sit here and just look at these miniatures, you know, that is like, but he worked for a company called Van Gogh Vodka. And he was like literally like in real life an artist for Van Gogh Vodka. And so when he started painting 40K miniatures, I mean, it was like on a whole nother level of what
I've seen a couple of tattoo people do that shit. It pissed me off.
Like freaking entwined Celtic knot work all over his freaking basic troopers. It's like, what are you doing, man? You know, and his everything was just decorated in knot work and thorns and pictures of like elder goddesses and shit. Like, well, you know, okay. He actually took himself out of painting competitions in our area after he won first place like 5 times in a row. He just said, I'm not going to compete anymore. And when you know how in tournaments the best painted army gets a prize? Yeah. He would tell the guy who was organizing our tourneys, do not count my army. You know, so he was actually a really good guy, but he was playing this really tweaked up Eldar army that would just flat out, you know, delete half. If he won initiative, you could just pick half your army up. Like round 1. You know what I mean? It was just like, yeah, okay. Whatever, homie. But he's a nice guy.
We can all go home.
Huh?
I said we can all go home the easy way or the hard way.
Right. I am lucky that I played with some of the nicest guys back in the day, and unlucky that we had a Warhammer club down here, and they all ended up getting caught like in Adepticon or some shit cheating.
I think that was some of the guys from the Long War that come from Florida.
They were doing some shit with their dice, playing dice games where they'd like pick up the hits instead of the misses or some shit. And then I think one of them got caught with a club die and it had 2 6s on it. No one.
Yeah. So
shit like that.
That was so that was okay. So guy named Kenny Boucher, next level painting, good guy, but he did get caught with cheater dice. He had, I think his dice had A few of his dice had double sixes on them, and he got caught with those at a tournament, and so
Right.
that kind of tanked their viewership just a little bit there.
Yeah, they showed up to a tournament. A couple of those guys, they were all playing demon armies of corn, as I described to you. You know, bloodthirster and demon knights or demon princes with freaking wings and blood crushers everywhere. And yeah, they had people kind of called them out, but no one did anything about it. Like the guy who was running the tournament down here in Orlando just kind of was like, just let it go. But they were picking up their hits. So they'd roll a shit ton of die, and then they'd pick up die and be like, this many hit. And we had a kind of a agreement that you picked up misses, but you always left the hits so that the other guy could look at your die and see, you know, the 6s and 5s and 4s or whatever, right? And they were just playing games like that. Plus these guys, I don't remember their name because it's been 30 years, but they were arrogant fucks. Well, 20 years. They were just really arrogant. They were really better than thou. I'm a pro 40K player guy and you suck balls. And they ended up taking the first 3 spots. Like at the end, the 2 of them didn't even play the game. They just picked which one of them got to be the winner.
So I hosted one tournament and for fantasy once, and I gave everybody a brick of 36, and I heard so much bitching about. Like I never hosted it. The only other time I hosted was when I was vanguarding for Mantic, and I didn't do that because it was the most annoying thing that you will ever. You want to make gamers bitch. Hand everyone a brick of 36 in the dice. I had a Chessex 36 bricks. I'm like, pick the color you like. You're like, what do you mean? Pick the color you liked, whatever color you want. I have blue, I got green, I got red. I got the Jedi colors, okay?
Mm-hmm.
These are going to be the dice you roll during the tournament. Don't let me catch you rolling your personal dice. You may choose up to 10 of your dice for markers, for spells and wounds, but do not let me catch you rolling them. I received a backlash like I had just cut everybody's dick and balls off.
Which lets you know what the deal is.
You know.
I mean, if you're complaining about it that hard, why? Like we had a deal where before a tournament, I would buy a brick of Warhammer dice. You know, the kind that came in the square that looked like a die that you could use for your turn counter, and it had scatter dice in it. And then, you know, I would just pick those up. I've got like 20 of them, and I'd pick them up and I'd open them up at the table and we'd play the game. And I learned after that one tournament, dudes that show up with their club dice, yeah, like whatever, bro. But unfortunately for me, one of my closest friends who moved, unfortunately for me, that I always played Warhammer with, fantasy and 40K, he was a win at all cost power gaming bitch. One of my best friends in the world. But when he showed up, you know what I mean? It was going to be like Space Wolves with the freaking named Dreadnought and scouts that come in from the back of the field with melted.
You are the fell-hounded and his wolfen that will come for you with their razors.
Right. And it's like, or, oh, today I'm just playing my Dark Angels. Freaking, they're all painted white and they're all in Land Raiders and there's just nothing but Terminators everywhere. It's like, what the fuck? You know, it's like, that was him. And of course, in Warhammer Fantasy, oh yeah, I brought my army. Vampire counts. Like, you bastard. Oh, don't worry about it. It's just my one unit of Blood Knights and a couple of units of
the mechanic that everybody hates for the Blood Knights in 7th edition was you ran it. There was a sword. I don't remember the name of the sword. We could talk about it next time.
Yeah.
You put your vampire in the unit, or you put a thrall in the unit. You give him that sword. I think it had to be a lord. You invested the points into the lord. You ran at the first unit. Every wound you did gave you a knight.
Right.
With that sword.
That's exactly the bullshit.
That's exactly the bullshit. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to run right at that cheap zombie, right at that cheap goblin unit, I'll take the fanatics on the way in. That's fine. That's fine. I have 2 knights left. I'm going to resurrect a bunch of knights now because I just killed 5 goblins. 5 goblins are dead.
And
I've
now my
got 5
units-
more knights, and they get to fight in the initiative step that they come in on. And
Right.
then, so they grind out an entire unit of goblins. Now there's like 15 of the motherfuckers, as long as you got the model, baby. You know, I do like rules like that.
He didn't have a lot of the models, but it didn't matter because his unit was always full. If you
Yes,
didn't
it's going to
wipe
be
them
full.
out and around, then they were going to be up to their freaking 5 or whatever, plus the guy, every round. Just every
the only
round.
way you get rid of those guys is if you have the one. There was the one dude that would like take the lore of metal and get lucky. Be like, I'm taking the lore of metal. I'm going to lore of metal you. There you go. Everybody takes a searing doom. You take a wound, a strength 6 hit with no armor saves allowed, and then you could actually melt some of that unit, and then the Empire guys might have a chance.
I had a little bit of a chance sometimes if he charged the wrong unit and I had my assassin in there. If I got super lucky, I could just kill the Lord. But
Yes.
I mean, we're talking like I had to roll amazing. You know what I mean? With all my I think my assassins would get like 6 or 7 poison attacks, depending on how I equipped them. And if
So,
I lucked out, man, I could take a dude right out. Just be like, yeah, you're done. But if I didn't kill that guy with that freaking sword, it was like, forget about it, man. Because, I mean, on his turn, even my warriors, he was going to be like, yeah, you don't even get saves. You know, my strength is so high. It's like, don't even worry about it. You ain't got enough armor for this shit.
You ain't got the juice, son.
You ain't, yeah. You,
It's one
sorry,
of those
buddy.
things
You just
where-
ain't got the
Where
juice.
you're playing the game at the other table, your friend turns around and he's like, holy shit, what the fuck happened to your army?
And you know what? At least the good thing about Warhammer is it took a little while to lose. You didn't know you were losing until about the 2nd or 3rd turn. 40K, you know, turn 1. It's like the other guy shoots, you pick half your army up, and you're like, yeah, I lost. You know, it's like,
Well,
whatever.
you still have a chance. It's like that old boogie meme. Well, let me draw again. Oh, look, another land. I have 200. How many? What was the average amount? He gave the average, and he's like, how many more lands can I draw before I get a thing? Well, you just finished me off, and then he turns the table over.
Right?
He's got nothing but a big
that's
old handful of
40K.
land.
There was an era, I think about 4th edition, when all of a sudden people were all playing Imperial Guard gun lines.
Yeah,
and they would have just guardsmen and heavy weapons teams all the way across the table. And if it was like, if you couldn't close on them on their turn, they were rolling like 300 attacks, you know? And you're just like, ugh. It's like, okay. That's like 4th edition or something, which was a great edition. I loved it.
If you're willing to, okay, so they've always put that in the book for a long time. I don't know if it's still a thing now, but if you were willing to paint up the 300 guardsmen necessary to have that gun line army with all the heavy weapons teams, I think it was like, God, what is it? I think at one point, I think the heavy weapons teams are brought in units of 3, and it's 3 per choice.
Yeah.
So I think you would have close to like 24 heavy weapons teams because they only counted as a third of a choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got one to show you, even though you probably won't be able to see him too well. I think I got one up here that, actually I got a whole damn unit up here. I didn't even know. Yeah, these beautiful guys right here.
Yeah.
My army of these guys, not a vehicle in it. Just infantry and heavy weapons teams, baby. And basilisks, but I've got the basilisks on the carriage. So they're not even in the armored vehicle. They're just like big freaking Earthshaker cannons just hanging out. And then for heavy weapons, I got a lot of the big ass mortar you can get. Because you know how with your heavy weapons, you can get like a laser, a heavy bolter, like a cannon, an artillery piece. That's the one I took, the artillery piece. And then I took mortar teams. So it's actually a really fluffy army. But if I count up all my Death Corps guys in it, there's like 130 of those bastards, you know, because it's just platoons and platoons and platoons of infantry. And then, of course, commissars, because you need somebody to hold them back. Right? Anyway, that's the lore I always tell people. The commissars are there to keep them from charging you, not to make them charge you. And they're all a bunch of 15-year-olds. People are like, what? It's like, yeah, this is Death Corps, baby. You don't know if it's a boy or a girl, and it's probably 15. And it's coming for that ass because it don't care. You know?
I thought they were all boys and all 15 because they're clones of some dude.
I don't know if they are all boys, but they are all made in these giant vats. And according to the lore, in one of the books, it said that the Death Corps of Krieg guys on their home world are very promiscuous. Because even though they have the ones in the vats, they're still cranking them out the old-fashioned way too, you know? And that's why they can give the Emperor like divisions every year. It's like they give more troops to the Imperium than any other world in the Imperium. It's just nonstop. Bring a ship in, load it up with Death Corps. They're ready to go. And the other lore thing is they never take their masks off in front of anyone who is not from Krieg. That's like a thing. So, you know, so no one there, according to, you know how 40K, they write little stories. According to the story, an Inquisitor forced one to take its mask off one time, but he never said anything about it. Like he looked at it and he's like, okay. And that was it. They're like, you know,
they all look like Blaster without their masks. That's why they never take it off.
I think the guy who actually
he's a child.
Craig,
Don't kill him.
I think they're all the ones that are clones all look like the guy who nuked Craig. You know, like during the big Civil War, I forget his name. It's like Colonel Commander, whatever. But the dude who actually nuked their homeworld into shit, I think he's the guy they keep cloning. But I have heard that there are female Death Corps. They don't like draw a line between that shit. They just throw you in that uniform and send you on your way.
Yeah.
And
I'm just looking at that face, that like toothless Australian smile. Like, what the fuck? This is the weirdest movie ever. Sorry. Gone down the rabbit hole of Thunderdome again.
I love Thunderdome.
The only, like, I don't know. Sometimes I think like Tina Turner's the only normal person in that show.
Auntie.
What?
Auntie. Who rules Sparta Town?
Oh, the midget, and they like threaten
Master Blaster.
But like there's the noises the midget makes when they threaten to feed him the pigs. He's like, no, it's like it's very stereotypical elfo noises. You ever see? That was the last thing I watched on Netflix. Was what's his name? I can't remember the guy named created The Simpsons. Matt Groening. He had the fantasy show.
Oh yeah, the Enchanted or Disenchanted.
Disenchanted, yeah.
With Elfo and Princess Beans or whatever.
Yeah, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't terrible.
No, it wasn't.
You know.
No, it wasn't bad at all. But I think that should have been 2 movies. They could have made a movie with the kids in the valley and made that a totally different movie from Bartertown. And I think that would have been better. But I thought it was kind of cool. I actually really dug the dude that had like the human mask thing on his back.
Are you talking about the new one?
No, I'm talking about Thunderdome with Tina Turner.
Right,
Remember,
right,
like her
right.
right-hand man was that bald dude, and he had like that weird freaking mask, and I think Mel Gibson like chucked him out a window when they tried to kill him because he took off his guns, but he had a razor blade hidden in his fly swatter. And that dude tried to put a thing to choke him, and Mel Gibson cut the rope and turned around and pow, 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 knock that dude's teeth out. But I mean, Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. They come out there with all that shit. There's one thing we know. The one real serious, proper guy in the suit jacket. What do we do when there's a disagreement, and they're all talking about civilization. And it's like Thunderdome. I love that shit. Now, do I think it's as cool as like the original 2? No. But it's still cool. I mean, it's still Mel Gibson being a badass. I can watch that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking at the costumes right now. Here's a weird drag take on it. That is disgusting. I don't know if this is, I wish I could share this with you. It looks like it's AI.
Yeah.
And then there's some people who are dressing up like Tina Turner who definitely shouldn't be dressing up like Tina Turner because they're not in shape, kind of thing.
I think Tina Turner's chainmail outfit, they said, weighed like 75 or 80 pounds.
It was real chainmail?
Yeah. But Tina Turner, even at that age, she was like in her 50s or 60s. She was still fit as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you see Auntie and she's walking around in that armor, that's real.
I did not know that. You learn something new every day.
Yeah. That's some crazy shit.
Stock photographs of her hugging Mel Gibson. I wonder why.
Oh, well, if I was Mel Gibson, I wouldn't mind hugging Tina Turner, and vice versa, probably. I don't know. If I was Tina Turner, I'd probably want to hug Mel Gibson. Well, who wouldn't? They're both very attractive people, right? I can say that objectively. No homo. They're attractive people. And Tina Turner, she's older than my mom, and she's attractive as hell still. Or she was.
She was, yeah.
Yeah. It was like some people, man, just got the good genes, right? What I used to say? One of my lines when I talked to the black ladies was like, black don't crack.
Yeah, that's the
because I'd always underguess their age on purpose. And then be like, well, I guess that's what they say. And they'd be like, what's that, sweetie? And I'd say, black don't crack. And they just love it. Because, let's be honest, they love it when a white guy flirts with them a little bit. I don't know why. I don't know about these modern black chicks, but 20 years ago, that's how it was, I mean, ask my brother about that. He only dated black chicks for like decades.
And then you had Lord Humongous, Warrior of the Wastes.
I'm gravely disappointed. Once again, you have forced me to unleash my dogs of war. It's like, get out of here, dude. So cool, right? And what was his name? Waz or Wez or some shit? Quiet.
The actor's name is K-Gel.
Yeah. He's like, quiet, my dog of war. You will have your vengeance.
Just walk away. You can avoid all of this if you just walk away.
See, here's what I'm thinking. If I were the blonde dude in charge, I'd have been like, we're not walking away, but we will trade. I told Lord Humongous, hey, man, you bring us some shit we need, and we will haul some 55-gallon drums right out there to you. Let's work it out. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this. They never even thought of that. It's like, that's how I would solve that impasse. I just told the Raiders, man, we need some parts and shit. You bring us the shit we need, maybe some produce or something. We'll wheel you out some gas. We'll get a deal going. I don't know if it's because I was raised Jewish, but I would merchant the shit out of that. You know what I'm saying? I'd be looking for a trade.
You know what's funny are those hockey masks that they used back in the day. And
yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't a huge hockey fan, but they had, those goalies they'd paint those things up to look terrifying, man.
Yeah, man. And then in the new, with what's his name, the bad guy, Immortan Joe is the same guy as Toe Cutter from Mad Max.
Oh, that's cool.
They brought the bad guy from Mad Max back to be Immortan Joe. Much older, obviously, but you know. And that movie, I didn't care for a lot of it, but what I did love is the effects. Like when that one kid gets shot through the face and the neck, and he's laying there, and you think he's dead, and you see him move, and all the other guys are like, "You can do it!" And he like sprays his face, like "Witness me!" And he dives down there and suicide bombs every car. I was like, okay, I don't give a shit. You know, that's kind of cool, right? And then the giant truck that's just nothing but speakers and a dude with a fucking flame-throwing guitar.
The doof wagon.
Yeah, it's just
There
like
were so many people who like 3D printed components. This was back a little bit earlier, but when that movie was blown up, so many people did like doof wagon style orcs and everything. They were on eBay for like ever.
oh, I
The
could
whole
totally
lot.
see that though. Like an orc with a big freaking metal guitar just cruising around on a war wagon full of speakers. That is like maybe one of the most orc shit I've heard of. I mean, they love noise, they like metal, and they like big loud cars. So I mean, that's orc shit right there, for sure. I mean, at least old school orcs were like that, you know. I remember the orc book I have that just says orcs on it, and it was like this little book. And it kind of talks about how orcs actually receive like pleasure from loud noise. It affects some part of what we would call the brain and makes them get all giddy and shit. And that's why their music is all like metal as hell, and they love like loud vehicles, and also speed gives them euphoria. And some of them get so addicted to it, they join that cult. And they just cruise around fast as they can all day, every day, because they're like addicted to you know, they got the need for speed, man. Speed freaks. Yeah, the speed freaks. That was their whole deal. Is they got addicted to going fast because going fast actually affects the orc mind. And loud noise. And that's why they love their DACA to be super loud, because it affects them on a psychological level. I mean, orcs used to be, in my opinion, so cool. Like more than they even are now. They're still pretty freaking cool. But back in the old days, like I think this is 3rd or 2nd edition, the orc book I'm talking about, when they're talking about like sticking hair squigs to their face to make beards and hair, and they're like kicking Gretchens around and just, you know.
Oh, they're always doing that. They're always kicking the Gretchen around.
And they're talking about like this orc wakes up one day and decides he's going to build a Titan, and he doesn't know how he knows to do it, but he does it anyway. And then like every orc that wanders by and sees him building the Gargant can't help but stop to help him build the freaking Gargant. And none of them know why, but they're all just doing it. And I thought, that is awesome. That is like, you know, and they have some kind of weird love for like snotlings. It's like they think of them like pets. They just keep them around.
Yeah, some what Makari, his favorite is Gazgul Thraka's favorite snotling.
Yeah, it's like they keep the snotlings around, and in this book, there's stories, and it'll be like 2 orcs are watching like a snotling do something, and it does something stupid, and they just sit there and laugh because they just love watching snotlings basically, you know, F themselves up or whatever they're doing. And then the Gretchen in the original orc book are way smarter than orcs, but they're just weedy little bastards, right? And they run the orc economy. So there's a story about this Gretchen that does nothing all day but try to sell roast squig on a stick to orcs for teeth. And of course it's teeth. And that's his whole job. That's all he does in the orc encampment, is try to get squigs, roast them, and sell them to orcs and not get killed doing it. And the orcs are just kind of like forces of nature in those old stories. They're just kind of roaming about, just doing whatever strikes their mind at that minute, because they never thinking about anything.
That goes back to the days of Gorka Morka and shit like that. They actually had some good stories there. Like if they were to
talk about their gods and their 3rd god that you almost never hear about. There's Gork and Mork, and the 3rd god is the Emperor.
Oh yeah, the Emperor.
They love him, and they love Space Marines. Why? Because Space Marines fight the best. And as an orc, they have the 3 rules. If I kill you, I win. If I run away, you didn't kill me, so I win. And if you kill me, I don't care, so I win.
They saw it off to what's called the Big Green, and if they're lucky, they get to come back and do it all over again.
Right. And so, like, their favorite thing is like to fight the Space Marines.
So one of the lore stories I read was like it was about this Imperial. They interrogated them, and they had one of the more cognizant ones and everything like that. And the Inquisitor was like, his mention of sodding off to the Big Green is to come back and do it all over again is highly disturbing. But somehow I believe him. Well, that they might reincarnate from somewhere.
In the old lore, they used to say that the Imperium has like put their speakers everywhere or their listening devices, and no matter what direction they pointed in, they always hear orcs. You know what I mean? No matter what planet you're on and what direction you listen, you hear orcs. They're out there. And the other big thing back in the lore days was that the orcs, before they come up with the quarks and all that bullshit, the Snotlings were the brain boys. And they created Gretchen, but Gretchen sucked. So then they created the orcs, but then the orcs realized it was a special mushroom they ate that made them smart. So the orcs ate all the mushrooms, and they wouldn't give the Snotlings any, and the Snotlings turned into stupids, right? But then the orcs destroyed the mushrooms on accident. So before they become stupid, they genetically engineered themselves to have all the information embedded in their cells, like at a DNA level. And then they all become stupid, but they still know how to make guns because the super brilliant orcs in the distant past did that. And yeah.
I've heard a few takes on that story for orcs.
Well, this comes from the original 2nd edition orc book. But I mean, who knows? They can always say, "Well, that was just orcs talking shit." Who knows?
So there was there's the story where they're made by the old ones to fight the Necrons,
right?
And then there's the story that you told where they had the Brain Boys who said, "Oh my God, we're getting dumber. What are we gonna do?" And before they died off, they put all that shit into their cellular. They put all their information that they would need to know to make stuff into a cellular level because they knew that we can make it so that we all generate enough psychic energies. It's about this much psychic energy, a thumbnail's worth. That if we all believe it works, it will work, and we just get on it.
Well, that's the other thing in the 2nd edition, where they say that orcs are actually like the most psychic creatures in the universe, but they don't know it. Because they're all like tied together on like this weird subconscious level. So, and that's how they explain the Gargant thing. When the one orc really starts concentrating on building the Gargant, it's infectious on a psychic level.
And they all start chanting, Morka, Morka, Morka.
Right, or Gorka. Yeah. And like in this book, it talks about, like I said, the guy starts building one Gargant. Well, another group of boys decide to build another one. And they're competing. Because one's doing Mork, but the other's doing Gork. And then some more decide, fuck it, let's build transports that can carry these things. And none of them know what they're doing. And every day in this encampment, orcs are showing up just from all over the whole world. They don't even know why they're showing up. But they heard there's going to be something happening, and they just want to be a part of it. And then, of course, the orcs have the highest technology when it comes to teleportation and force fields. So if they can't build the transports, they'll just wait for a meteorite or something to whip by a planet, teleport onto it, and then put up force field bubbles so that they can live in it. And,
I've heard stories that they could just pretty much walk around on the asteroid the same as if it was a planet.
It has never been said that an orc needs to breathe. You know what I mean? I mean, they live on whatever they eat, which can be organic or not. and they photosynthesize. So they need water. They've only got one organ, but it does all of the jobs of all of our organs. So it's kind of like their heart and their stomach and their liver all at one time. Their blood is normally black, but they've got that symbiote in them that turns them green. And so if you starve an orc, it doesn't die. It gets smaller because it starts metabolizing its own body. But as long as it has water and sunlight, keep going. It can eat dirt. So, I mean, a lot of people, I mean, yeah, orcs are goofy, but if you think about the creativity behind them as an alien race, it's actually pretty amazing. They are living fungal things. Everywhere they go, they drop spores. If you kill them, they drop spores. And anywhere they drop spores, at some point in the future, there's going to be orcs. Unless you literally burn the ground completely out to kill every spore. That's why there's native orcs on Armageddon now in the southern jungles, because they killed all the orcs, sure, but it don't matter, because then orcs just start spawning in the jungle and in the deepest parts of the hives. Everywhere the orcs ever made it, there's a possibility in the right conditions that one of those mushrooms will form and then an orc will crawl out from under it. In different conditions, you get snotlings and gretchens. But it's a whole ecology based on itself. You know what I mean? Like squids come from the mushrooms too. So the orcs come from mushrooms and they eat things. What's that?
The fantasy side of that ecology is that when you don't know what's growing underneath the mushroom, it could be an orc, a goblin, a snotling, or a squig.
Right. Yeah, what they call them, like death caps or some shit.
Madcaps.
Yeah, and it's like you never know.
They can also eat the mushrooms and start hallucinating, make mushrooms to hallucinate on.
And that helps them with their magic or psionics or some shit. I know that's the night goblins. They like to get all freaking tweaked out on madcap. And
yeah, the night goblins have a pretty interesting rule in 8th edition fantasy where they and I think it was 1 in 7th edition. No, they had to buy them, but they made it an innate ability for them in 8th, where it's like, okay, all you had to do is just roll an extra dice, and as long as it wasn't a 1, which would make you miscast, you got that as a power dice. So they had the max dice load that you could use to cast any spell was 6. If you're a night goblin or a Slan mage priest, or I think if you had a special item as a high elf, you could exceed up to 7 with a free dice,
right,
as it was called.
Well, I mean, back in the day, I don't know if he's still in the game or not, but back in the day, you had the 2 elves, Teclis and
Tyrion and Teclis.
Huh?
Tyrion and Teclis.
And Teclis was like a earth-shattering level mage. That guy could just F everything up. He had every spell basically and could just do whatever he wanted. And I think the other one was the warrior, right? One of them was like a big warrior, ride a dragon or something. And then the other one
rode a big horse.
Right. The other one could literally just shatter mountain ranges and shit. Good times, man. It's nice talking to a fellow 40Ker because a lot of the guys I chat with here, they're not super into the 40K shit the way I am. Shellback, who's probably already... Shellback, I have a lot of the Battlefleet Gothic shit. That's a good game. I'm surprised that as cheap as that game was to manufacture for Games Workshop, I have no idea why they ever let it go. Because as long as they kept the cruisers, that little cruiser set in production, and a rule book in production, that game literally took nothing and was pure profit because they sold the cruiser set that let you make like 3 cruisers, Chaos or Imperial, for like, I don't know, 20 something bucks. And I know because I worked in plastic injection molding for Mercury Marine, that was like $1 worth of everything to put that sprue in there. You know what I'm saying? That was pure profit. I don't know what they were thinking.
So yeah, to end it all off, we kind of got onto a tangent, like with like there's nobody working in the specialist game field, you know. And so I don't know if they go and they put everything on a 2-year cycle, I don't know how they're going to write it. I mean, when they dumped 10th on us, it really seemed like AI wrote the game, and it's like, here you go, it's 40K,
Right.
isn't it? Play it. But you don't see that separation. Like, okay, the 3% growth model works per year if it's just Age of Sigmar and 40K. That's it. That's all of their staff, all of their writing efforts focused on those things. Everything else, they'd be better off being a separate company with those IPs under their belt and under the organization and under a different banner, away from publicly traded.
Right. Well, I mean, they used to do that with Forge World, and then they absorbed Forge World. Somebody was telling me some shit, and I hope it ain't true, that in the newest edition of 30K, they effed up my Angels Tears units and all that shit.
Yeah, the Blood Angels, I think, were one of the units that got messed up by the new edition. Don't ask. We as a group decided not to even look at it.
Yeah, I haven't either, but I have those dudes with the jump packs that can be equipped with like grenade launchers and all that crazy shit. The Seraphim's Tears, I think is what they're called. And then I have the other unit, and they're like basically specialist Blood Angel Terminators with shields and power weapons and shit. And I had to get them from Forge World. And somebody was telling me they suck now. And I'm like, what? Internal politics, maybe Shellback. But I have played Battlefleet Gothic with Haas Hungar, and we had a blast. And we were both just playing cruiser fleets, Chaos versus Imperium. Like he had a couple murder class cruisers and like a Styx, and I had like some Mars cruisers. And I think one of his had carrier base, or yeah, so it had fighters in it. But it was just a cool game, you know, just maneuvering around and popping dice at each other. It is, you know, if you like sci-fi type games, it was a cool game. And I've read about how the Eldar fleets have like solar cells and, you know, all this kind of crazy shit. They can like use the radiation to move. And I mean, so I can only imagine the other fleets are probably badass too. But Haas and I know I've said this a billion times. I know Holy Divers heard this. My favorite Games Workshop game of all time is Man of War. I still have all of my fleets. My brother and I, when we get together, we still play that shit. It is.
Hold on.
I play Bretonians, and he plays dwarves. So he's got a bunch of ironclads and monitors, and I've got a bunch of giant ass like Spanish galleons. And we just duke it out, man. It's such a good game. Anyway, if you gotta go, I get it.
No. Hold on. I'll send you this link real quick.
Okay. Cool. Now they came out with that one game, and I really thought they were bringing Man of War back, and they weren't. Yeah, it was kind of like a standalone game, and the scale was different, and which sucked because if the scale had been the same, I might have bought it just to use the ships.
Did you get the link?
What I mean? Just so I could be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, click that link if you like Man of War. I shared that with Shadow on Discord.
Oh yeah, look at this guy.
Yeah, that's Josh over at Crown of Command, and yeah, he's a good guy. I met him when I was in Japan.
I'm gonna subscribe and thumbs up that just because it's all about Man of War. Oh, look at that!
He's played a couple of Man of War games, and he's got all that old stuff from the 90s. There's a group of game that, let me give you one more channel where there are groups of gamers out there that are, you know, they're bringing back the the older style, the old games and everything, and they're playing Games Workshop games or painting them as if it was still the 90s and everything with the loud, vibrant colors and everything like that.
Well, one thing I remember from when I started in like the late 90s is that when you were painting your goblins or orcs, their weapon shaft or halves had to be red. That was like a weird thing with Warhammer Fantasy. Like all of the goblins' spear shafts were red, always.
Yeah.
And then you just paint a base with goblin green. And if you want to get crazy, you could put like some shit on it, but a lot of people didn't. And so my orc army I currently have, which is made up of Skull Pass Night Goblins, all of their bows and all of their spears are red. And it just looks right, you know? It's just like, yeah, that looks right. I've seen people paint their goblins up like with like wood colored spear shafts, and I don't like it. I feel like it's like, yeah, that's not right. That's not goblin-y enough. And now I did take a night goblin unit and paint them all in white robes. That's pretty weird looking when you got a unit of goblin spearmen and they're with their robes and they're all like night goblins and they're all wearing white, but they're green. That's a wild looking look on the table, you know.
And then these guys, they play a game of second edition every now and then, and
oh, dude, second edition was so crazy.
And that's actually pretty fun to watch. But there's channels out there that are playing a lot of 40K second edition that I haven't checked out yet. But apparently, the 90s stuff is making a comeback.
Well,
and I think it's for a really good reason that it is, you know.
Right. Here's the thing about second edition, right? Games Workshop, White Dwarf during second edition, you bought a White Dwarf magazine, it had like 2 or 3 instruction articles on how to build like a gob smasher out of cereal boxes. That's an orc vehicle with a big battle cannon on it.
Yeah.
Or how to build like Space Marine freaking bunkers out of your cornflakes boxes. And the way weapons worked against vehicles is you had this weird freaking like picture of a vehicle and you put this clear thing on it and roll die 10s and like do coordinates. And that would tell you where you hit the vehicle itself, if you hit it. So small vehicles were harder to hit because, you know, and then like las guns had like an armor penetration of like a die, or las cannons like a die 12 or some shit. Yeah, I mean it used all the D&D dice. And then another rule which was really cool is if you surrounded an enemy, you got like a bonus to hit for every attacker after the first one. So literally 5 Gretchen could mob an orc or a space marine. And that 5th Gretchen is getting like +5 to hit and damage. You know what I'm saying? Like that? And
yeah.
All the weapons did different damage. And you can't ever forget the ubiquitous void grenade. You know, drop a 2-inch template and anything it touches while it's randomly moving is instantly destroyed. No saves. I mean, that was some crazy ass shit. And of course, in second edition, your orcs, if you were playing blood axes, you could take Imperial vehicles. So your blood axe boys were running around camoed up in Lehman Russ tanks. You know, it was just like it 40K just didn't take itself so serious back then. It was still grim and dark, but it was a game and you had fun playing it. And the people who were writing the game, they were having fun too.
They were
trying to
and
get
I
you
think
for
that's
every
what
nickel.
we've lost.
Right.
They were having fun writing it. But
Yeah.
before I let you go, this is what I'm going to be working on after I get these ships done. Are these big monsters for Conquest?
What scale is Conquest? Like 54?
38.
They look bigger.
They're 38 millimeter. I'll get you an infantryman. Hold on.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Conquest. However, my homie, I think I've showed you this before. My army that I've got painted up completely are these guys.
Aren't those the so yeah, this is a 34. Here he is sitting this guy's just about a little taller than a Terminator.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
That's how big the standard infantry is.
Yeah. These are the Iron Men from the Iron Islands. So House Greyjoy.
Yeah, that's the God, what is George R.R. Martinson, House of the Dragon. What is it called?
A Song of Ice and Fire, which is trash.
Song of Ice and Fire, yeah.
But the game is really good. And when you make your army, you actually pick different types of commanders. One leads the army on the battlefield, the other's in the courts. And depending on how you use your court stuff, you can take over initiative, you can deploy fortifications. Like the guy in the courts can actually affect the battlefield. And then, of course, you know the mountain that rides, right? That dude is his own unit because he's so freaking big. Like when you field him, you can have him join a unit, or he can just wander around by himself on the battlefield, just wrecking everybody's face because it's the mountain. And then here I was just working on my boy. You probably don't know who it is, but Sandor Clegane, the Hound. And I put the hood on him or the helmet that actually looks like a dog's face. Because like in the book, he wore that helmet that looked like a hound face, and they called him the Hound. He was never a knight, though. They wanted to knight him multiple times. Hey, George. And he always said, fuck that, because he hated knights. Because his brother was a knight, and he fucking hates his brother, man.
Fair enough.
Time. Yeah. Now,
my army... George Washington didn't like his brother that much. His brother married a relative of Sir Thomas Fairfax. Yes, he's a gentleman. He married a Fairfax.
Uh-oh. Now, my army is usually led by this guy who never appeared in any of the HBO shows, but he was one of the most powerful of the Islanders. His name is Victorian Greyjoy. He was the brother of the evil.
Why wasn't he in any of the HBO shows?
I don't know, but you know Aegon, the one that kept trying to marry Cersei?
No.
The kind of evil Greyjoy guy that was running around.
I never watched the shows. I just like that guy's cool, but like
season 1 was good. Everything else was like downhill.
Like the parts of the show I did watch usually involve some chick being captured by these Dothraki or whatever.
Exactly, Dothraki. Exactly.
And she could never get away. And it's like the door was always wide open. She could have just walked away. You know,
the HBO decided to take this thing and turn it into basically softcore porn. I'm not sure why, but that's what they did. And
that's what they did with Spartacus. It's disgusting. It's wrong. It's like
right. I hate it. Yeah, Spartacus I thought was nice until I saw that guy who was supposed to be a Carthaginian banging that other dude, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm out."
I'm out. Yeah. What was it? Okay. Yeah, the South Park thing nailed it. It's like, and his penis glistened in the sun when he's writing this stuff, glittered in the morning light. And then he's got this choir going, wiener, wiener, wiener.
Yeah. Floppy wieners, floppy wieners, wieners. Yeah, it was Butters that was pissed off because Cartman was making him watch the show and report back. And he's like, it's just floppy wieners in my face all the time. It's like, I love the old man in that too, because Cartman was always taking people in that garden to like betray other people. And the old man's like, he's going to betray you. I mean, he's been here like 5 other times. that South Park episode, not only did it encapsulate it so you don't have to watch it ever, you know what's going to happen, but it's 100% dead on. R.R. Martin is obsessed with showing dicks, and there's no reason for it, but it's even more than that. Let's say you're the kind of dude who wants to see dicks, then you're going to be pissed off at all the vaginas, because he won't stop with that either. And it's like, I just wanted to see a movie where some big burnt-faced bastard kills a bunch of people with a sword, right? I don't need to see this porn shit. I've got a wife. If I want to see that, I'll do that. I don't need to see that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why if you ask anybody like one of their favorite parts of the movie, it's when Sandor goes into this tavern. These guys are being assholes and they want to trade a chicken for Sandor's little ward, Arya Stark. And Sandor's like, no, you'll give me that chicken. And the guy's talking shit. And Sandor says, if you keep running your cunt mouth, I will eat every chicken in this fucking place. And the guy's like, what? And then Sandor kills them all because that's how Sandor is, you know? He literally hates everybody except for Arya. Like, and Arya betrays him and robs him. Sandor finally meets her again. She's like, you left me for dead. And she's like, I robbed you too. And he looks at her and he says, huh, it's a tough world, ain't it? And he just keeps rocking, man. Because he's just like, you know, that's just when he's talking to the wildling's like, I'm in love with this woman. She's almost as tall as you. He's like, Brienne of Tarth. And he's like, you know her? And he's like, Brienne of fucking Tarth. And the guy's like, yeah, the one that looks at you like she wants to carve your liver out and eat it. He's like, yeah, we're going to have big children. And Sandor's like, you are fucking insane. You know, it's just like, because Brienne is this really tall, really muscular, really manly, ugly woman. And for some reason, one of the idiot barbarians that live north of the wall is infatuated with her. And I'm pretty sure she's gay anyway. So it's like, you know, it's just, there are great parts of the series, but you could probably make a 30-minute show of the great parts. And just ignore the rest.
That's the sad part, yeah.
You know, but Sandor was great, you know, but he's definitely the anti-hero. Like, he really wants to be a bad guy. He just can't figure out how to do it right. You know, like, of course, he's the one where half of his face is burnt because when he was a young kid, he was playing with one of his brother's toys. So Gregor Clegane, the mountain, held his face to the fire until it burned. And their dad sat there and watched. So Sandor grew up and was like, yeah, I hate everything. But he really didn't. In the end, he like kind of sacrifices himself.
So there was a Robot Chicken on that too, where the nerd kid wakes up as a Dothraki.
Oh my God, the nerd kid! I love.
And then he's all like, he's like brought into the tent with one of the women. He's like, he gets an erection, and where his erection is, it just says HBO. He's like,
right?
It's HBO, and he has absolutely no idea how any of it works either.
I like the one where he's like the dungeon master. And it's him and the one fat nerdy kid and the girl. And then like Chad shows up and he's like, my character is so-and-so. And he's got like a metal guitar. And the guy's like, it's not like that. And they finally let him play. And then like halfway through, he turns to the nerdy girl and he's like, hey, you want to go upstairs and play hide my finger? And she's like, yeah. And they leave. And then the other two nerds are just sitting there together. They're like, oh, I guess it's time to break out the socks. Yeah.
No.
Brutal, man. Brutal. And as a D&D nerd, I'm just sitting there like, that's funny. Because we all knew somebody. You know what I mean? And we all knew the cool guy
comes to play Dungeons and Dragons for 2 rounds and steals the one nerd chick. That's the best part. Told you, you gotta watch out for Chad Thundercock.
Well, I mean, that is not to brag, because I'm not bragging. That is how I met my wife. I showed up to a D&D game and she was there playing and I made a human fighter and one thing led to another and we've been together now for 23 years.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Well, I always tell people on the channel, if you're going to get married, if she don't like gaming or is not a gamer, do not marry that bitch. I have 2 divorces to back that thesis up. Do not marry a non-gamer if you really love gaming, no matter what kind of gaming. Whether it's 40K, D&D, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
matter. Because non-gamer chicks will ride you into the fucking ground and hate you and cheat on you and shit because you're doing something they can't be a part of. And women want to be a part of whatever you're doing, no matter how fucked up it is. I don't know if it's a control thing or not. So I marry a girl that plays D&D, well, role-playing games with me every week. And we play board games and shit all the time. And yeah, she cooks for me, and I've been with her for 23 years. No problems. And you missed it. You know what she gave me for Father's Day?
What?
Nothing. And by nothing, I mean nothing. She didn't bother me. She cooked me a beautiful dinner. She let me do whatever the fuck I wanted all day. No, can you do this? Can you do that? Can we do this? We need nothing. Peace is what I had for Father's Day. From the minute I woke up to the minute I went to sleep, my Father's Day was just about me staring at walls and wandering around the house. And it was fucking beautiful. It was the best gift I ever got. Because sometimes you just, as a dude, sometimes you just want to not worry about shit for a little bit. You know, I own a house, which means every day, I know you own a place. Every day I got to fuck with something. It's the way it is, you know. Light bulbs need change. Door handles need something. It's always some shit. So having a day where I could just sit around and watch old 80s action movies and read my Warhammer bullshit or whatever I wanted is like the best holiday of all time. Of course, I stopped in and gave her a smooch.
So I wish I was sick last weekend, not this very last weekend, because all I did Saturday was when I woke up, I watched American Ninja 3, then I have no idea what persuaded me to do this. I just sat down and watched it again. Like the worst action movie I could find. Like it has the worst plot imaginable, the worst storyline imaginable. Like picture it. Guy goes to South Africa for a karate tournament, okay? Meets the other dude, the black dude from American Ninja 2, who's there doing the sword part of the tournament or whatever, okay? And then when they're all at dinner after he wins his first match against Joe Simpson, that's the toughest, and some British martial artist, he like looks around, he literally at the restaurant like this, looks around his shoulder and he sees his master being taken away by ninjas in the middle of the street somewhere. He's like, oh my God, Isayo? And he like goes to save his master. And it was just a woman in a disguise the entire time. Anyway, he ends up fighting these ninjas and toppling an evil mega corporation that was doing genetic research to make super soldiers. And long story short, the high point of the movie was they landed one of those, what are they called? Hang glider airplanes on the back of a truck while it was moving. Because it was canon, damn it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Last night, I watched one of the worst movies of all time, Van Helsing.
That's a good one. I like Van Helsing.
Yeah, it's not a good movie, but boy, did I like it. You had super hot chick and Hugh Jackman and the dude just going over the top as Dracula. It was just like, I'm just sitting there like, this is actually kind of cool, you know? It's like, I know it's bad and the AI sucks, but the brides, amazing.
Oh, yeah. The brides.
Every one of the brides. Like,
yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, and I just sat there and watched that, and I thought, I'm not ashamed of this. I don't care what anyone says, you know? But there are movies I like that people tell me are bad movies, and I'm like, I don't care. I like them anyway. Like, you know, I watch Event Horizon probably twice a month. I watch In the Mouth of Evil probably twice a month. Why? Because I like it. That's all. It doesn't matter. I like those movies. Big Trouble in Little China. I'm going to watch that. I have watched Dracula 2000. I've watched every vampire movie ever. I don't care. I like them. No matter how dumb they are. I've watched Nicolas Cage run down the street screaming he was a vampire and thought that was good. You remember that? Kiss of the Vampire or whatever? When he's freaking out and shit. No, it wasn't. Kiss the Vampire is the other one. Where they're in the club and they're playing Bauhaus. Bela Lugosi's dead. No, this is the one where Nicolas Cage thinks he's a vampire. And he does the whole,
no.
Come on, A, B, C, D, E. He's freaking the fuck out. I love Nicolas Cage, though. I'll tell you, Mandy was good, if you haven't seen it.
Man, I think I've heard the title. That's on Shudder.
Yeah. Some weird cult dude, still his girlfriend. The rest is just cinema. Nicolas Cage overacting like a motherfucker, as he does, but it makes sense. There's a scene of him in his underwear just screaming for like 15 minutes straight. He's chugging vodka out of a gallon bottle and just screaming. And it's for like 15 minutes. And it's entertaining. And then Color Out of Space, Nicolas Cage owned that movie. You know, the Lovecraft story. They could never do a Lovecraft movie ever, really, but they gave it their shot. And Nicolas Cage was freaking amazing. And then, of course, what's the other one where he plays Dracula? I could have used more of him. I know the movie was about the henchman complaining about being in a toxic relationship. What's his name? What was the guy who went to Transylvania to do the real estate shit's name?
Renfield.
Yeah, so the movie's Renfield. And the guy who plays Renfield is the guy from like that zombie movie where he plays R. And of course, you got my boy John Malkovich in it. I am John Malkovich. Warm Hearts, maybe, or something. Warm Bodies.
Hold on.
But Nicolas Cage plays Dracula, and he owns Dracula. And he does it as if he's Bela Lugosi. So he plays Dracula like Bela Lugosi plays Dracula. And of course, he immediately starts taking over street gangs and trying to get involved in like criminal organizations and shit. And the whole thing is Renfield is going to like meetings on how to escape a toxic relationship because of Dracula.
I might have to watch this. I did see the previews to it, and I was like, you know, I'm not going to bash. I can't bash it. You know, I'll take a look. I will take a look. I did not know Nicolas Cage played Dracula. That's kind of interesting.
He played the hell out of Dracula.
Hour and 33 minutes. There's actually, so this year for Monster Fest, I am doing the Horror of Dracula because of the re-release where they've mastered it. They're going to be showing it in theaters in October with the deleted alternate death scene for Dracula that the Japanese.
The Horror of Dracula?
The Horror of Dracula.
Okay.
First Hammer Dracula film to star Christopher Lee. And they're going to be.
I had to ask to make sure you weren't saying the Horrors of Dracula or
whatever. No, the horror. The horror. The horror.
Because there were some Hammer films back in the day, like the one with the lesbian vampire running around.
Yeah, I have a review of that. It's called The Vampire Lovers.
Oh, my goodness.
And that one stars Ingrid Pitt.
Yeah, I thought it was called like Clarissa or something, but
Carmilla is the book. Okay, so it is Carmilla. That's the book. So
Camilla.
Like 25 years before Stoker wrote his novel, Carmilla came out as a book. And yeah, so the Vampire Lovers are based on the novel by Carmilla, and the Carmilla novel is like it'll only take you 6 hours to read. It's a short story.
Yeah, I was saying I dig those Hammer horror exploitation films a lot. And I love the fact that it was either, who was it? It was Christopher Lee, Grand Moff Tarkin, or
Peter Cushing. That was Peter Cushing.
Peter Cushing, and the third guy who played Sherlock Holmes sometime. And they were always like rotating around their roles. So one movie it's Peter Cushing as Dracula and Christopher Lee as Van Helsing, and the next movie it's the other way.
It was always Peter Cushing as Van Helsing.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying though. They just rotated.
They rotated out who was going to kill Dracula all the time.
Right.
They didn't want to do a direct sequel because they killed Dracula. Like, well, how do we bring him back?
Well, and Christopher Lee as Dracula too. That dude was like 7 feet tall.
6.5 feet tall. He played Dracula like 11 times.
He was just, and he's got the voice for it too, you know. My favorite story about Christopher Lee is when he was filming Lord of the Rings. I think it was, and somebody told somebody who was getting their throat cut to make a noise.
It was when he stabs Grimmer in the back and he says, That's not what somebody sounds like when you stab them in the back. And
No.
and
Wouldn't you kind of
Peter
shit yourself
Jackson
if somebody told you that?
yeah, and Peter Jackson just immediately said, "Okay, don't make any sounds," and they did it his way.
Right. Because between you and I and everybody else, Christopher Lee knew what guys sounded like when you stabbed
Yes,
him.
he probably had to do it back in the day there for King and Country.
Well, yeah, he was. I believe I read that they would like infiltrate him into occupied France with the objective to like try to kidnap German officers to bring them back for intelligence, which meant sometimes you had to stab people in the back. I mean, dude had an amazing life. And the fact that he went on to be Dracula so many times. But then again, he's been in so many movies, and he's in movies you wouldn't expect him to be in. Like he's the dad in that new Willy Wonka, which ain't new now, but
What's his name? God, what is his?
he was the judge in the Ichabod Crane movie.
So Tim Burton, he used everybody except for Peter Cushing because Peter Cushing, I think Peter Cushing died in '86.
Right.
He used Michael Goff. He used Christopher Lee. He used Vincent Price. I think he even used Donald Pleasence in a film or two. He used all of those old Hammer guys that he could get his hands on.
There's a movie with Vincent Price in it. It's really old, and it's based on a Lovecraft story, and it's really good. And I'm trying to remember the name, but basically this guy inherits a mansion that used to belong to like his grandfather or some shit. And over time, his grandfather's spirit starts taking him over. Right? It's like Randall Carter or something like that. Because his grandfather was like a cultist, right? To like dark, evil old gods or some shit. Like, and a witch or something. And he's basically taking Vincent Price's body over. And they're trying to figure out how to stop it. And he's got, of course, this hot chick playing his wife and some little English village. And they're trying to figure out what to do, or New England.
Sounds
village.
like The Cry of the Banshee, but I'm not sure.
Oh, it's such a great movie, man. And if you've ever read a lot of Lovecraft, as soon as you watch it, you're like, this is a Lovecraft story. And Randall Carter is a reoccurring Lovecraft character. But it's Vincent Price in like the 60s or 70s, you know. And of course, the house on the hill or whatever.
House on Haunted Hill.
Yeah, Vincent Price.
Don't ever buy that movie because it's free to watch on YouTube anytime you want to watch it. No, you don't even need to watch it with ads. It's public domain. Never pay for public domain.
Right. Okay. And of course.
And the first, what do you call it? George A. Romero's movie, Night of the Living Dead, is also public domain. Never pay to watch that.
Well, I was going to point out Vincent Price was the guy in the beginning of Thriller. And also, I believe the guy at the beginning of Number of the Beast with Iron Maiden. Oh, woe to thee, O earth and sea. I think that was Vincent Price. Yeah. Let he who hath understand and reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number. I used to be a Maiden fanatic when I was like 16, 17. I had that cassette. It was a double cassette. I must have wore that shit out. You know what I mean? I know you like metal too. I don't know if you consider Iron Maiden to be metal, but
oh, I love Maiden. I love Maiden.
Yeah, growing up, I was like a Sabbath, Pink Floyd, Maiden dude. And then Metallica came out, and I like really loved Kill 'Em All and Ride the Lightning a lot. Hell, I like Master Puppets a whole lot. And then I started getting into like weirder metal later in life. But at some point I stopped listening to metal and I got into like post-punk pretty heavy. So like Two-Way Army, Echo and the Bunnymen, you know, that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
The whole Bauhaus and Sisters of Mercy and all that. And now I do listen to still, I like Amon Amarth. I'll jam a little Amon Amarth every now and then. And I don't care what anyone thinks. I love Metalocalypse, Death Clock. I love their songs, man. Freaking, do you like coffee? Straight from the hills of Colombia. Yeah, man. I love that shit. I don't know if you've seen it, but.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah. The coffee, what is it? The coffee jingle that they did.
Yeah. And in the cartoon, they're like hundreds of people die, but they had to sign death waivers anyway.
They had to sign death waivers and they got coffee dumped on their asses. We're like,
yeah, flesh
yay.
is all boiling off and shit. Like blacker than the blackest midnight and all that shit. And then they just hit it. The funny thing about the cartoon, and I always tell people this because I am a little bit of a Death Clock fan. Anytime they're in the studio recording music, after they put all the tracks down, Nathan and Squiscar go back and delete Toki and Murderface from all the tracks. And then Squiscar plays their parts. But they never tell those two they do that. So basically, Murderface, the bassist, and Toki, the backup guitarist, they only exist for live shows. They're not on any of the albums.
Oh, I love that. I know.
Yeah.
Murderface is like, what about the bass lines? I wrote all the bass lines. And Squiscar throws a bottle on the ground. You didn't write any bass lines. I figured them out for you and showed them to you.
Right.
I'm mad as hell.
Yeah. Oh, he thought about quitting and joining the band Planet Piss.
He wanted to create the band Planet Piss, and he had Toki help him. He's like, I'm in Planet Piss now. And he's like, you're not in Planet Piss, you greedy bastard. I'll fucking sue you, Murderface.
Yeah. Oh, when they're all talking about the bands they were in.
Yeah.
And like Toki's like, I've only been in this band. And Squiscar just starts naming names. And a lot of them are real bands from like Swedish death metal. You know, they're like, oh, I was in Trollkin. I was in this and that. And it's like, wow. Squiscar has been in like 100 bands, you know. And you know his backstory, why he's so good at guitar, is he always practiced guitar when his mom was being a whore. And she was apparently the most promiscuous woman in all of Sweden. So you see like young teenage Squiscar just sitting in his room. Just
Because of all the dudes.
yeah, all the issues. Whereas Nathan Explosion, when they had the parents, he had a great life. His dad was like a retired veteran. He grew up in Florida.
Yeah, I love my dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad's great. I don't know about your dad. Your dad sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was kind of cool when they did the album. It's just the parents screaming to metal. You know, just, ah! You know, like, oh my God, that show. That's a very humorous show. And some of the songs, I like. I'm for real. I listen to them on YouTube sometimes, like Mermaider and
It's about mermaid murder.
Thunder Horse or whatever it's called.
That's a good music video. Thunder
Oh
Horse.
yeah, it's like Conan and shit. Nathan shows up and he's like beheading people and pinning them to walls with knives and shit. And it's all to kill Squiscar for taking his women or some shit. Yeah, that's a good one. Their episode about religion was good too. Like, because Murderface gets almost killed, so he decides he wants to be religious, and they go through like all these religions. And at the very end, they're back in the bar drinking. Because they decided, you know what? Yeah. You know, they joined the Church of Satan and they're sitting there and the guy's like, it's like this like trans person, like, all hell Satan. And remember, don't leave any trash in the pews. We don't want raccoons, right? Hell Satan. And they're just like, and Murderface finally flips out. He's like, this sucks. This sucks. You know, and he's like, you know what? Let's just go back to the bar. They just leave. Like, oh man, those guys. But then again, that was old shit 15 years ago when they could make funny things. And like you said, we've already waxed nostalgic about how the original Warhammer people actually liked the game and the people who played it. That's gone. Like you and I, the Warhammer people would hate us. The people who work at Games Workshop would hate our guts. They probably do. They probably look at this
they do.
and they're like, this guy likes Blood Angels. He's probably some kind of no person or something. Why? It's like, you designed them, asshole. And now I'm the bad guy for liking them. I love that when people try to explain to me how the Imperium are the bad guys in 40K. I'm like, are you out of your mind?
Well, to be fair, I'm going to say that the most moral society in the most moral society in 40K is probably the orcs.
Yeah, you know why? Because they don't think about it. There's actually, in the old 2nd or 3rd edition Eldar Codex, there's an Eldar who says the orcs are the future of the universe because they have no hubris. They literally never think about anything. They just do. And the problem with the Eldar and eventually the humans is we think too much. That's what this Eldar guy was saying, right? But trying to say that the human species are the bad guys for fighting tooth and claw to survive is like one of the most anti-human things I can think of. It's like, well, what do you want the humans to do in 40K? Just lay down and die? You know, just let the Necrons come and do whatever. Let chaos come and wipe us all out. I mean, what do you want? Do you want humanity to cease to exist? That's what you want. And me being very pro-human, I'm like, well, F you. F you. Never die. Fight to the bitter end for the God Emperor. I don't care what you think. And, you know, oh, speaking of, some guy on my Discord posted this. Do you think that there's like a weird kind of thing between them releasing the Slaanesh hedonist stuff on this particular month?
Hold on. Which model?
They released like a whole thing for Slaanesh hedonists, and it's Pride Month.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's on my Discord. And the guy just posted the picture of like the book or whatever. He's like, you think this was on purpose? Did they know? But if you go on X, and I know you have.
I've never been to X like directly.
All of the people who are super pro Slaanesh, they also have weird colored flags in the bios, you know, and it's like, yeah, so you know you're the bad guy. You know it. You just don't care.
There are some interesting art things when you Google that. I'll have to get on your Discord right now and see what you're talking about.
Yeah, a guy named Paul PB posted it. And he just, I think it's under memes maybe. And he's just like, did they know? And I'm like, I don't know, man. But I mean, it is a fact. And I know a lot of people don't want to know this. And I actually quite enjoy my Slaanesh stuff. I have Lucius, the 30K version, right up here on the shelf. But let's not be crazy here. They're a bunch of sexual deviants.
Well, you see the one where somebody's bike got stolen.
Oh, there's some rough shit on there. I tell people when they go on my Discord, yeah, you go on at your own freaking whatever, because I don't a lot of times ever police it. So you might see some shit you don't like.
Might be in politics. I'm not they love the US. Let's see here.
Let's see if I can find it real quick and tell you who it is.
Okay.
It might be under 40K too, because I do have the 40K thing. PB posted it. So let's see. Warhammer 40K. Let's see. No, I don't see it here. Well, let me go up a little bit though, because people have been posting shit. Okay. No, that's cool looking Space Marine though. So then let's go to memes.
I was in memes. Let me go back into memes here.
Let's go way up. Well, my meme thing is like the one that's constantly blowing up, because between me and a couple of the guys, there's some rough ass memes that get posted, right? So let's see if I can find it. I love this miniature. It's a giant frog. And then it's like where its throat is, you can see a human trying to push his way like back out, like he's in it, and he's like, "Oh, this sucks."
This is a good one. Precious Memories, the bug, the brain bug.
Yeah, that is cool, ain't it?
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of memes of me and Shadow and various other people doing stuff. How far back would this be? Shouldn't be that far back. So let's try. Damn it. Welcome to Atlanta, Cassius Clay. Yeah. Huh. All right. So it's not there. At least I don't see it there. Somebody's posting up the IRA. Okay. All right. Someone's over here posting memes of Erica.
Well, that's okay. I mean, we gave it our best shot.
I like that song.
I do like this that AI generated of Warhammer the 40,000, the Grim Dark movie. If it was done in the 80s,
Right. Under politics, it's just a bunch of pictures of King Baldwin IV. And I didn't put a lot of those down. So, I mean,
yeah.
somebody's just like,
if you want to travel down a dark rabbit hole, just Google / Pride Month, and you'll see some shit. Disconcerting shit.
oh, okay. Yeah, because I kind of want to see the one that PB posted, but I'm not finding it.
Here's my Baldwin the fourth. No, it's all good. I didn't mean to detain you for 2 hours. I was going to be in here for like 15 minutes max.
Oh, bro, anytime, man. Don't even be that way.
Oh, no, it's all good.
I mean, you are one of the YouTubers that I've actually dealt with the longest. I've been a, Patreon guy for you for years.
Thank you.
You know, I love your stuff. I always hate the fact that I'm constantly missing it. Because,
don't worry about it. You can always catch me on the replays when you're painting and not doing nothing, man. That's what
I do. I actually watch you, and when I'm just sitting around. My wife likes your shit. Like, I remember years ago, she and I watched the one you did about Chad Thundercock. She laughed her ass off.
Well, he's out there. He
Because
he saw what he did on Robot Chicken. He went up and he muscled in on the girl. He's like, "You want to go hide the pickle in the hair sandwich?"
Right. And she's a lady, so she knows that Chad is out there. She knows. She's not surprised by that shit. She's like,
I'm looking at
Chad, but I mean, I don't know, maybe not. Who knows?
I'm looking at painted pictures of these guys trying to get some inspiration, and I found one guy who painted them in non-metallic metallics, and I hate them because it's too fucking good. I hate it when you find the guys who do this kind of like just way too good paint jobs.
Yeah, I learned to stop judging my painting based on other people's painting. And I've been way happier since then. It's like I just came to the conclusion that I'm never going to be anything better than maybe mid. And I decided, you know what? That is okay. They look okay on the table. I am okay. You know, I've tried my hardest to become a great painter. I lack talent. And that is A-okay, man. I've done other shit.
Okay, I've got my direction. I'll go this guy's route instead. Anyway, that's about it for me, if that's okay with you. I'm sorry to have detained you again.
No, this has been like a lot of fun. You know,
All
I
right.
really only
Yeah.
hang out with people online. Like
No, it's been good
otherwise,
for me.
mostly just me and my wife.
I've been under the weather all week. Haven't been able to do all weekend, and this is like the first time I've called out in like 10 years. I didn't even go out to work today, so I was just like, but I'm feeling better, so I have to go to work tomorrow, and then I have. So hopefully, I catch you guys doing live streams the next day.
Yeah, man. I know you. A lot of times you do drop in and say hi when I'm live streaming and you're at work. Somebody,
if I see either you or
I
Shadow,
posted that. The fuck is wrong with me? It's a picture of that Belle Delphine chick, but she's done up like a Sister of Battle, and it says Only War. I guess instead of Only Fan. I did that. I don't even remember doing that. Weird. Okay, we've got our Battletech stuff. I'll look into Battletech just because. I don't doubt I'll see it, but I love me some Battletech though. We got some
But no,
Battletech.
I always like to watch. I'm out there. I'll leave the like on Rumble. I'll say something, and we'll call it good there.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
been
there it
5
is. I
hours
found it.
for you.
Miniatures and Terrain. It's not that far up. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Head Knights of Slaanesh. Releasing this in June is a unique way for GW to celebrate Pride Month, is the statement. And it's
I see it. Yeah.
And it's Head Knight.
Nice.
There's a ghost next to it, which I always, for some reason, imagine it's you. Unless you just put that there. So apparently you have seen it before because it's got your logo on it.
Yeah, no, I've seen it. I remember it now. Yeah, the Edenites.
That is a wild way to celebrate Pride Month.
They knew. They know.
Oh,
they always know.
Of course. But anyway, homie, I hope you feel better and be safe tomorrow at work.
I will. Thank you.
And anytime, literally, you've got an open door over here.
Well, thank you, Mr. James.
Like I would actually kick some people off to have you on.
No, you can't do that.
You're kind of up there.
No, I'm not. No.
You're like me, except 10 or 15 years younger and a lot more handsome. But we still love the same things.
I don't know. I look pretty. This is what I look like when I'm sick. I'm just like, I look like crap today,
man. You're like one of those guys that's naturally good looking. I'm one of those guys that had to rely on like talking shit.
If I was so good looking, I could have found a woman to marry me. I can't even do that. I could.
What helped me out? Being over 6 feet tall.
Yeah. See, I'm not 6 feet tall.
And my wife
now the internet trolls know. Holy Diver's short. He's short.
You know what we call those guys like that in the Army, those short kings or pocket Hercules. It's always good to have a pocket Hercules in the unit because you never know when you need a strong little dude to do some shit. Do some work that even as a firefighter, having that little strong dude when you got to send somebody in to find a fire in an attic, it's a lot better than sending my 6'1" ass up in there full gear, and me weighing 300 pounds when I'm in gear. It's like, I'm going to fall through that roof. You already know that, right?
Right.
So don't worry about I wouldn't worry about it. No, what happened is, like I said, I went to a D&D game, and there was a little blonde Danish girl there who actually liked D&D. That's my whole story. There's no secret. I just happened to show up.
I like the sound of that. You might be wondering how I got here, didn't it?
Yeah, no secret at all. I showed up. I was nice and congenial. We talked about D&D and other stuff, and one day we were married, and that was like, cool.
No, it's all good. Hey, anyway, you have a good night, and we'll see you in the next one. All right, buddy?
Yep.
All right.
I will see you next time, homie.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
All the time. Anytime. I mean, whatever. You can get a girl easy over. Visit the PI. I don't know what the PI is. I know you're ex-Navy, Shellback, so I'm almost afraid. as ex-Army, I'm like, you're not talking about trying to grab up a dependopotamus, are you? Because you don't want to do that. I did that. That's marriage number one. Marry a dependopotamus. Not a good idea. Especially if you're in a unit where you're going to be deployed 290 days a year. Yeah, good luck with that shit. Philippines, maybe? Is that what you're saying? Go to the Philippine Islands? I don't know. I mean, maybe one day Diver wants to do that. I mean, one thing about the Holy Diver or Angry Tabletop Nerd, or I'll just call him Bill, he's got his shit together. He's got a house. He's got a job. He's handsome. He's got everything any woman would ever want. So he just, she's out there. I know for a fact she's out there. Because if I could get a chick, there's no reason for anybody else on the planet not to be able to get a good girl, you know? You just got to I would say keep trying. Like I said, I've been married 3 times. That's 2 divorces. So, oh yeah, I bought 3 for me and 2 for my wife. So she's got 2 of those shirts she can wear around too. So everybody can know she's got a man. It's on her shirt. But anyway, I'm joking. I've never had to worry about that. But you know what the thing is? If I were Holy Diver, I think I'd start wearing like an engagement ring. Because in my memory, when I was young, it always seemed like when I was single, I could never like get a girl. And the second I started dating, it was like there would be 50. And it's almost like they smell blood and water like sharks or something. You know what I mean? Kind of like no woman wants a man that no other woman wants. Maybe that's the dating tactic, is pretend like you've got a bunch of bitches and then you'll get a woman. I don't know. I do not know. I've been streaming a long time today. This is probably the longest stream I've done in forever, but I'm going to blame Holy Diver because I always have such a good time chatting with that guy. Like the best. There's a lot of people like shit. I'd have been on till now if Timmy had stayed on. You know, I'll sit here and talk to Tim about how wonderful it is being from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky all day. You know? But I'll tell you what, Timmy is one of the first people to ever subscribe to me and one of the first people to ever be on a live stream with me. So Letholdis and I, we actually go back. I'm not saying we're like besties or anything, but we do go back. We got history. And Holy Diver, I've been watching his stuff for as long as he's been making stuff. Because that video I was talking about Chad Thundercock, that's got to be 6 years old. At least. Maybe more. I remember his Warhammer videos, and then he went to Kings of War, and I went to Kings of War and decided I didn't like Kings of War, and went to Oathmark. And I think I actually sent him a copy of the Oathmark book, but I don't know if he ever looked into it seriously, because it's not a game you see a lot of people playing. Yeah, he's just a good guy. I like him. Hardworking, all-American type bro right there. At least as far as I know. You know how it is. And like you, because you're shellback, I know you're ex-Navy because I've hung out with Navy guys and I know what the shellback thing is. Because all the Navy guys I worked with were so proud to have their certificate that they had been signed off by King Poseidon or something, King Neptune, whoever. One thing I will say, I love Army, go Army, even if Navy wins all the football games. But Navy has some really cool traditions. You know, like when me and Lombardo, Bruce talk about, he's an ex-Navy bro. And I'm like, yeah, the Navy just has all the coolest traditions. The Army, our tradition is bad food and going to shitty places. That's kind of what we do. Yeah, wedding band. See, I didn't want to make it like that with a wedding band, so I said engagement ring. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not trying to make it out like, oh, yeah, I'm a married dude, but I'm going to cheat. But if you're engaged, well, that's when you better make your mind up, right? If you're engaged, that's when you got time to think about life. And because I don't know, like, if you want a long-term relationship with a chick that is attracted to you because you have a wedding band. That would make me nervous. Like, you never want a relationship with a woman who lost custody of her own kids. Red flag. 45 minutes late to the D&D game, but my wife has me doing errands. If I had a redo, I might go the Navy route. Like when I talked to my Navy bros, and actually I dated a Navy barracks bunny once. I don't know what you call them in the Army. We call them barracks bunnies. Everyone always tells me of all the wonderful places they went and how they got drunk in Istanbul and whatever they did in Australia and all this crazy shit. When you're in the Army, you basically see Georgia or wherever you're stationed, and then some shitty place in the desert or the jungle, and then back to whichever shitty place that you were stationed anyway. Right? It's either the Middle East, maybe Germany, and then somewhere in Central America. That's kind of the triangle for the Army, at least when I was in, you know. So nowhere good. Right. Get a right index signet ring. Just, you know, look like women like you, and then all of a sudden women will like you. It's psychology, man. Right? It's psychology. You gotta look like you're desirable if you want to be desired or something. Yeah, this particular barracks bunny was on an aircraft carrier, so you already know. And you know, whatever though. No regrets, but definitely not the kind of person you'd ever want a long-term relationship or marry. Because bitches be crazy, those bitches at least. No, I got my good girl. I wouldn't trade her for anything. And when I was in the Army, we had our barracks bunnies too, mostly overweight, half Korean chicks. That the guys would try and sneak into the barracks because in 3-7 infantry, you weren't allowed to have females anywhere in RAO. But dudes would always try and sneak them in. And it'd just be like, whatever. Yeah. It was funny how many of those girls they were sneaking in were like the daughters of like higher ranking NCOs. You know, like 15 years ago, this NCO or something, 20 years ago, this NCO went to Korea and got a Korean wife and had a Korean baby or American baby. And now she's like 19 or 18 and she's hanging out at the E Club trying to get a dependopotamus. Or she's a dependopotamus. She's trying to hook up with some GI, you know, and she's sneaking into the barracks at night and getting done wrong. And if you're extra unlucky, and this happened to a guy I know, her dad is in your unit and finds out. And then every time you're out in the field and shit, it's all awkward as hell. Because her dad, who is a sergeant, knows that you did some naughty business with his little angel, but you're not going to marry her or anything because you're not crazy. And, you know, that becomes an issue. Not one I had to deal with, but one a bro of mine had to deal with. See, I always, in the Army, I like learning from other people's boat booze. Yeah. Yeah. Now, she ended up marrying a pilot. But being the way she was, she couldn't keep him. And I think this has to do with the theory I've heard, and I don't know if it's true, but I heard this theory from somebody that once a woman tops a certain number of dudes she's been with, she gets to where she can't actually ever settle down anymore. And people try to argue about this or that, but I'm sitting here thinking, if I had banged 100 chicks, would I compare sleeping with my wife to those 100 chicks? And then how would she stack up? And then reverse that. You see, and I think that's actually the issue. Like, if you're with some chick that's banged 50 dudes, unless you are just absolutely the king of sex in the sack, she's going to remember 5 guys who did it better than you, were better than you, F you, why she with you? So she's going to move on trying to find someone as good as those 5 guys she remembers. Right? That's just how it is. That's just the way it goes, right? That's what I think. So when you get with a chick that hasn't been with very many guys at all, one, she's not comparing you to 50 guys, which means there's a really good chance you'll top out in that upper 1 or 2 guys, right? Which means she'll stay with you because you're in that top bracket. And then, yeah, I guess that's just it. It's a matter of comparisons, you know? And I think that's why women who get married when they're under like a couple body count tend to stay married. Statistically, this is a fact. Why? Because they're not comparing you to all these other dudes. And, you know, there is the saying out there, and I believe in it 100%. No matter how good you think you are at anything in the world, there's dudes out there way better. You know, like when it comes to painting miniatures, I know there's probably millions of guys way better. Well, why would that not also apply to every other thing? Every other thing, right? So you want to actually date a chick that's only painted miniatures with you and not too many other guys, and that thinks what you paint is awesome. Because again, she hasn't been with a pro painter, let's say. But if you date some chick that was in the Navy for 6 years, and she's had 6 years to be with a shit ton of pro painters that were in the Marines or the Navy or fighter pilots, yeah, I don't think you're keeping that bitch. You might borrow for a minute, but you ain't keeping her. And I think that goes for all ladies. Now, I don't think it works that way with men because I don't remember ever comparing anybody to anybody in my life. I've always just been happy to be part of the game. But I think it's different with the ladies. And I mean that with all due respect to the ladies, because I do love the ladies. But yeah, I think that shit works different. I mean, imagine this. I'm going to get a little crude here, right? But imagine you're sitting over here and you're painting your little miniature with your little 10-0 brush, doing the best you can. But the lady you're painting with, she's remember that dude that had like that number 5 brush. So all of a sudden, whatever you're painting just seems kind of pathetic, really, right? And I know that a lot of people are going to be like, well, I don't want to hear that shit. Well, I'm sorry you don't want to hear it. It's the way it is. It is the way it is. It's like a dude with like average whatever marrying a porn star. You think that's going to last? That ain't going to last. And look it up. It don't. You ain't marrying some porn star and keeping her. There's no way she's staying with you after everything else she's already been through, experienced, whatever. That's just not even possible. As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly from the thing I was reading, what ends up happening is hardcore resentment. It's not even a matter of them comparing you to the other guy and thinking, yeah, this guy sucks. They start actively resenting you because you're not that guy. And once a woman starts hardcore resenting your existence, not even what you do, just the fact that you are you, then shit is over. You know, it's time to pack it in. You know, put the bats away, put the gloves away. The game is over. You're done. Family home, time to hop off and get on the game. You have a wonderful time, Showback. I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, one day I hope you play Hyperborea. You'll realize it's the best D&D ever. And I'm not just talking smack, nor is anybody paying me to say this. But yeah, that's kind of my theory, though, for whoever's left. That's my theory on relationships. And I think it holds up, you know? I think it holds up. Even though I use painting as kind of a way to talk about it because, you know, we don't want to get into any dirty talk on here too much. Yeah. My wife cooked the best pulled pork the other day. And as soon as I get done dry brushing the last of these couple of miniatures, I'm going to go get me a sandwich. Oh my God. I don't even put barbecue sauce on it. It's so good. You know what I mean? I don't know if any of you guys ever had like a pulled pork sandwich that you didn't need sauce. It was just seasoned and cooked so good that you're just like, what's that they used to say? That barbecue's so good it'd make you want to smack your mama. Which I would never, ever, ever want to smack my mama. I love my mama. But it's just that good. I've been married a couple of times, as I said, and neither of my first two wives could cook either. I was just effing up. They didn't like gaming. They couldn't cook for shit. I think I must have been thinking with the wrong head at some point. Or my standards must have just been really low on the kind of woman I was willing to put a ring on. That's what I think. Glad I got mine, I'll tell you that. I can sit here and I'll sing her praises all day, every day. Most of my greatest accomplishments are because of her. And I'm not saying this because she's listening, because she's not. She's probably asleep. Like the whole reason I went through EMT, firefighter, paramedic school, and all that was her, because she believed I could do it. And I was kind of beaten down, kind of didn't really have much of a self-esteem before her. See, you get a good woman and then everything becomes possible. It's like the one guy says in A Christmas Story, life is a lot easier when you got a good woman to share it with. It's true. Fizzywig, that was his name. Old Mr. Fizzywig. When he was talking to young Master Scrooge about marriage. Well, Mr. Fizzywig, also in my second favorite version, Fozzywig, was 100% correct. 100% correct. And I know a lot of people are black-pilled, but I'm telling you right now, there are still good girls out there. The first thing you got to do as a man is stop thinking the women you see on the internet represent women. Those are freaks, right? Like if I went through this thing where I started thinking the girls I saw talking shit on the internet represented women, and I was getting like really kind of anti-feminine, female in my opinions. I was like, these purple-haired weirdos, blah, blah, blah. And then I had a very wise person sit me down and be like, that's not women, and you know it. Because you know women. Like real ones in real life. And they're nothing like that. And I actually thought about it, and I was like, that's true. So these crazy women on there, don't let them put you off. There's good girls out there. You just need to keep your eye open. Keep your eyes open. Actually, I would say the most important thing is to take care of yourself. You take care of yourself, everything else will work out for the good. Take care of yourself. And everything else will be good. And don't let the weirdo, liberal, purple-haired crazies on the internet make you think that's just how women are these days. It's not. Even back in the Gen X times, there were crazy women. It's not like this is new. There's always been crazy women yelling and carrying on. Just back in the old days, we ignored them. In my day, if some woman started bitching about something, you just ignored her and went on with your life, did other shit, hung out with your bros or something. In the modern day, I guess it's a lot different because they have such a huge access to social media that their actual opinions are way, way overrepresented from what, reality is. If you go to like church and stuff, you're going to find that a lot of churches are full of good girls who are actually looking for a good guy to have a good relationship with. All right. So I guess the thing is, it's like fishing, man. Don't go to a pond and hope to catch a swordfish because it ain't going to happen because swordfish ain't there. You got to go where the swordfish are. I know that's kind of a weird take, but yeah. So there we are. I think I've got my last blimmy. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Yep, got them all. Got to catch them all. So now they're about ready for the wash, a watered down flesh wash. I'm not going to do that tonight. And then detail, and then done. Finally done, right? These guys are actually super cool. I like these blimmies. Even if I weren't playing Hyperborea, where, blimmies live on Saturn, I could see using these in like weird sci-fi or post-apocalyptic games. Like these things would be absolute awesome critters for like a Gamma World game, as just mutant humans that, lost their head and now all of their features are in their guts. Like, that would be a cool mutant, right? Or Traveler, you land on some irradiated, effed up planet that made that way during some past war. And the humans who all live there basically look like these little bastards. I mean, I always think about that when I get miniatures. I'm always thinking like, well, can they be used for multiple genres? And my hope is always yes, because that's just how I think about it. When I get miniatures, I want to be able to use them for multiple genres. Right. But like I keep saying, though, it looks like we're so happy as a game group playing Hyperborea that the only game we might try, but we won't stick with, but we might try, is the Arkham Horror role-playing game. But yeah, we won't stick with that. Even if we did take a break to try that, and I'm not thinking we will, but even if we did, I think we would shortly go back to Hyperborea. And the only way I think that would happen is if we had a TPK. And then everybody's like, let's take a little bit of a break while we think about what kind of characters we want to make for the next game. At which point I'd hand out the pre-mades and be like, well, you know, while you're doing that, we can always play a little bit of this, right? Check it out. But I don't think that's going to happen. So, yeah. Man, this is a long ass stream. Probably the longest stream I've done since that one time I did a 12-hour stream. I need to go in there and aggravate my wife. I haven't talked to her in 6 hours, and that almost never happens unless I'm sleeping. I always like to at least swing through and check in. You know what I mean? Be like, what you doing? How you doing? You're pretty. I love you. Yeah, that's my secret for like day-to-day being married. Swing through, say hi, let them know they're pretty, and you love them. Then, you know, if they need help getting something tall off of a shelf, do that. And then, you know, go on with your business. Because usually they will let you know if they need you. And if they're working or doing their own thing, let them do it. Right? Let sleeping lions lie, or lionesses. Boom. Done. I've used the last bit of the primer. I've highlighted the last bit of the freaking blemmies. I've built more satyrs than I even intended to. Got some shit painted. Hung out with Holy Diver and talked a bunch of shit about Warhammer. Yeah, it's time for me to pack this shit in. This has been actually, as far as gaming goes, a very productive evening as far as this goes. I mean, how could it not be, though, considering I've been at it for almost a shift of work. Hey, Rob, how are you feeling, bro? We missed you. But the group found a bunch of magic items after they slayed a vampire, and they've been trying to figure out how to split it. And they really think you probably want a couple of the items, and I think you probably do too. So there is that. So I will just say that before I start packing her in. So yeah. Like one of them I can tell you about, because I don't think it's a secret, is boots of leaping and jumping. And they basically increase the distance you can jump vertically, laterally, and how fast you can run. So they immediately were like, look, this dude's playing a scout. This is right up his alley, right? Much better. So happy to hear that, man. I think there's some other item or two they were talking about, thinking you should have. I'll let them talk to you about it when it comes time, but fair warning, you played the game, you lived, and they gave you treasure. But like I said, you could have died. You know how I do. Just because you missed the game don't mean your character does. And it was a rough battle, man. It is a rough battle. I can tell you that too. I mean, they had brought a bunch of henchmen with them. I don't know if you heard about that. They brought 16 henchmen. They left with 3. So, yeah, bad times. A couple of the players themselves got F'd in the A pretty bad. It was looking bad. Let's just say that. It was not looking like good times. It was looking like this was going to be bad times. But there were some good times, though, like when the Berserker drank a potion of enlargement or whatever, and then turned into bear form. So she not only become like a bear, but she become like a big freaking bear. and just started running through shit. That was pretty funny. That was definitely good times. You know, it was just like, wow. We've got this giant bear running like through doors and stuff, you know. And yeah, the mage got jacked up a little bit. The witch got jacked up a bit. Pretty much everybody, including yourself, got jacked up a bit. But in the end, hard fought battle. The Spartan, of course, got jacked up a bit because that seems to be his whole mission in life. Yeah, well, yeah, she's a short-faced bear, which is already really big, and then giant short-faced bear. It's like you're talking about bear that's, I don't know, 15 feet at the shoulder or some crazy shit. About the size of an elephant, let's say. A bear about the size of an elephant. A modern day African elephant. Running amok. Like for real, running amok. Pretty hilarious shit. So I think they're also talking about if you can use a certain type of axe, giving you like an axe that's really good or something. But it depends on if you can even use it or not. So, yeah. It's a good game, though. We ended up playing like 5 hours. Because you know how sometimes we'll stop about 4 hours in, but not the other night, boy. That game was going. But yeah, we missed you. I'll drop it at that. I'm getting ready to get off of here. I only stayed on because you said something, and I wanted to be like, how you doing and all that. Make sure you're all right. Yeah. Everybody missed you. Be hopefully the next time we game. I don't know. I know one of these Fridays I have to go to a baby shower, and I might be gone like for the whole weekend because it's very far away. So we might actually have a cancellation of the game one of the Fridays coming up. Honestly, I don't know if it's next Friday or not, but I will let you know. I will definitely let you know so that, you know, nobody comes over expecting me to be here to find that I am not here. However, until that time, only use hand axes. Well, this axe, I believe, is a great axe, so might not be up your alley then. But I know the boots are. It's like, I know the boots are. I was like, oh, yeah, he's going to love that. There was a belt. I don't know who wants to take it, but it's a belt of damage resistance 1. So if you, a belt of resistance, basically, if you wear it, anytime you get hit in it by physical damage, you can deduct 1 point of damage. So maybe that's a thing they might be talking about, because I know you never wear armor, so at least being able to deduct some damage could be good. I don't know. If you can come next time and we are doing it, I will let you know. And if I end up being in South Florida somewhere, I'll let you know. Anyway, I've been at this for 5.5 hours. I'm going to go aggravate my wife, I think. So peace and love to everyone who watched, especially if you made it 5 hours. Geesh. And I will catch you later. Yes. And Rob, I'll talk to you later, bro. Glad you're back.